did adjust the sound, didn't I, a minute ago? I'll back out and adjust it again.
All right.
Yeah, boy, my eyes playing the beast with Michael Myers.
What's going on, Mr. Marte? How you been, brother?
What's up, man? Hopefully my intro music didn't bleed through. I have oh shit, I think I broke some. Hold on.
Oh damn.
Oh no, I didn't break it. Okay. I'm always knocking shit off my table. All right. I've been good, man.
Just good, not great.
Well, I've been great, yeah. I've been great.
All right. Okay. There you go. It's all about that mindset, man.
I've been preparing though, so it's a lot, man. I got some crazy debates added up, and it's gonna be rough for whoever is debating against me. First Amender is gonna be the first on the list, so don't know if you know who that is, but really,
no, you told me. No, you told me about him. I seen some of the clips that you have posted on your Instagram, with him on it.
Sounds like somebody's playing some games right now.
I'm playing Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection.
I wish. Oh my bad. Keep going.
No, I was gonna say, that's the homie Ron getting down on his games real quick because we're not going live just yet.
Yeah, I'm just telling people been hitting me up left to right, like I've been telling you.
Just want to let you know I am live from my end, so my audience can also see as well too. So.
Oh yeah, I saw it. I saw it. I got the notification on my phone.
All right, man.
Boy, I wish they added Shaolin monks to the collection. They missed
they only added the 2D games to the collection.
Yeah, I'm already knowing. I seen it. I was like, damn. But hey, we got emulators for that though. I ain't even gonna trip.
It's not really worth the $50. I'm not gonna hold you up because of the net play.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
So what are we going live in like 4 minutes or something like that?
I'll give it a few more because Athena said she's gonna pull up. She said she's gonna be like a few minutes late, but she's still gonna pull up. Zinga's supposed to be pulling up, and then Carmen's supposed to be pulling up too. So we're gonna have a pretty packed panel today.
Oh man. And we got Mark here too.
It's about to be crazy, though.
Oh wait, yes, I didn't see Mark. I was like, oh, Mark is gonna catch some heat. Oh, here we go. Yeah, just well.
I'm here, bro.
All right. Oh man,
I'm here.
You know what? I'm just gonna be as charitable as I can be today to you. I'm gonna try to be.
It's fine. Look. Same. I got a lot of respect and appreciation for you, so it's all good. Like we all turn up. And...
Why are you in a closet?
Stop the cap.
Hey.
So what?
Ron, why are you in a broom closet? That's crazy, man.
No, I'm actually in my. I turned my closet into a game room.
Y'all funny as hell. If y'all don't leave that man alone, goddamn.
No,
he's gonna come out of the closet halfway through.
I don't know if he can hear me, but I turned my closet into a game room.
So where do you put your clothes at? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I got so many questions. This is crazy, bro.
I got two clodsets.
Your ass always got too many questions, bro.
I got two. You asked me a lot of questions.
We haven't even started yet, man.
Man, I don't. You just have a questionable background. That's crazy.
No.
You remind me.
Turn your closet into a room.
Hey, Marty, remind me of that one cousin.
I got two closets. I got one for my clothes, and this one's for a game room. I turned it.
Wait, hold on. So I've never heard of this before. This is a new phenomenon.
It's just teasing.
Somebody turning their closet into a room is different to me. That's I'm just okay. Hey, you know what? Everybody's got their quirks. I mean, you can stay in the closet all you want. I'm just telling you, you don't have to come out at 2025. So every man has his own freedom. It's all up to you.
Very funny.
It's all up to you.
You got jokes.
Yeah, bro, always trying to make the jokes. That's why I say he remind me of that one cousin. Like he fun, like it's all love. He like the joke around, ask questions.
I know that. I know he's joking around.
No. But I've been watching some of Marte's stuff in the background. He's actually he's a joker, but he's smart. He's smart, right? He's not just doing it just to be an idiot. I've noticed this, right? Some people just go out there just to provoke, but actually I think that Marte is actually a really good debater. I've watched some of his content, and I think he's got very valid points to what he has to say. And I know me and him butt heads at times, maybe with linguistics and stuff like that.
No, not
But other than that,
yeah, I know Mark's
yeah,
enjoying.
semantics.
I know Mark's enjoying not being the subject of the jokes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mark is happy that it ain't him right now.
Right.
Well, so Mark, I was like, okay, you might want to watch where you're talking. Like when you're talking about me, I'm listening. I'm an avid listener. So if you come with some gut shots, I shoot back. I'm just letting you know right now. Like, okay, that's fine.
Uh-oh.
I'm telling Mark knows it's fair game on social media. You cannot be protected by censorship or anything else on my end of the spectrum. It doesn't really matter. To me, it's all fair game.
How many times we seen y'all niggas debate over something? One guy butthurt over the other, but they know it's the truth.
You mean like Mark? Yeah, he's forever.
I mean, but it's like that sometimes. You feel me? Like, I mean, you know, everybody different.
I still can't. It's crazy. I have you playing video games right now, Tizzle. Ron is still in a closet, which is crazy to me. And then Mark still sitting on the fence as a neutral observer. That's correct. And Anonymous, based as usual.
Into a game room when I explained it.
And you got the room set to my future YouTube podcast.
I mean, if my mom kicked me out of the basement, I'd probably get in the closet too. So I mean, I'm just telling you right now. I can understand that for sure, man.
Hey, I ain't trying to be funny, but when you close that closet and you're in there by yourself, I'm talking about you, Marty. How you gonna be able to breathe?
I'm not the one in the closet.
Snake, are you okay?
Oh man,
Snake?
That was weak.
Snake!
So weak. That was so weak. I don't understand that.
Like I wasn't trying to make it how you was just saying it. It was just really like what.
No, that was good. That was. I think that was.
I mean, it wasn't one of.
I don't know, but I'm ready. So I mean, whenever you're ripping the roar, I mean, we could bring Athena on. Athena can catch some heat too. Anybody can get it. I'm just letting you know. I'm always going to be authentic. I'm not going to try to rage bait. I don't get on here to drama farm like other content creators. I'm just straight up.
No, I feel you. I want to rage bait
right now. All my people on my channel are like, "Why is dude in the closet?" I had to ask a question for sure.
I asked
you good?
You look like you got your Sunday church clothes on the left side. That's crazy, bro. Wow. This looks like a hotel room closet, bro. Like you're ready to just. That's insane, bro.
Next time, he'll come out of the closet and he'll have a better presentation. But I stick with the same presentation.
I think we get.
Well, I'm in my, like I told you, I turned my closet into a game room, so that's what I did.
Sorry, that's
hey, Mark. Hey, Mark, your audio still has that popping sound to it.
Yeah, we get the joke, fam. We get the closet joke. Hey, that's why I say, Marty, you kind of remind me of like that one.
Oh wait, you're facing a shelf inside the closet, so the closet door is closed behind you.
Mark, did you just avoid what I just told you, or you?
No. I was distracted by the guy that just came out of the closet right now, literally.
I no, not literally. I mean, I could tell you got distracted, like, but no, I was saying you remind me of that one cousin that he either got a lot of questions or he be fucking around a lot.
I know that. I ain't tripping about that.
Nah, this Tizzle, this is the second time you're making that comment. I understood it the first time when you said it, though. Just letting you know.
I know. I understood the closet joke too. You get what I'm saying? It's like I don't know how to explain it. It's like listening to a song that everybody overhyped, and they like, oh, this is my shit.
Wait, there we go.
You're on your phone?
Yeah, I'm on my phone right now.
Oh, okay. I can't clown you for using your phone, man. I'm not gonna do that because the EBT apocalypse has happened. So if you can't run out, you're gonna use your phone right now, and I can totally understand that. That's admirable. At least you're not robbing and stealing right now. So
you've been hitting me with a lot of
what kind of shit is that?
No, I'm just saying. I'm glad you're not doing any of that stuff, man. It's beneath us.
I'm like Eddie Murphy from Beverly Hills Cop. Is this a black thing?
A lot of it can be. Yeah, we participate in a lot of that.
But why it gotta be a black thing though? I
Because
don't
a
know,
lot of
maybe
blacks
that's
get on social media and say, I'm gonna rob the stores. Hey, if EBT got
Well,
me hemmed up,
I
I'm
mean,
gonna not only
I mean,
rob, I'm
true.
gonna steal and do all this. I could send you all the videos. I got
I
like
mean,
20
I mean,
videos on
true.
this.
I mean, true, but not everybody like that though. You feel me? That's I don't know how to really like explain it. Like
When you say
I don't know,
not
that's-
everybody's like that, I'm only talking about a specific culture. Right. So I
Oh,
agree with you.
yeah. I mean, yeah, 100%. I'm just taking it as like that's like me saying a motherfucker bogus is racist as hell because they Mexican.
I don't know what that meant, but hey, you know what? I'll just co-sign it till the show starts. I'm just saying right now, we had an EBT apocalypse that just happened right now. And at least Ron's home in his closet, or not in his closet, on his cell phone, and not out looting, robbing, and pillaging. And I think that's good on him for sure. Not making black
If I
folks
were
look
you,
bad.
I'd keep those eyes closed. Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn. You what? Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
Uh-oh. Carmen done pulled up. Uh-oh, Carmen done pulled up to the spot, man. Carmen done pulled up.
Sorry, I'm late. Hi.
Well, we haven't gone live yet.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
we
you're
didn't
not
go
late,
live yet.
Carmen. Although you are about to see some black on black crime about to happen, but stay tuned though.
Oh God, I don't even know what the topic was.
Uh-oh.
I already heard you talking about EBT. I'm like, I had a feeling we were going to.
Oh, you just came running when you heard EBT? Why
Yes,
did that make
I
you come
literally
running?
heard. I was like, wait, we talking about EBT?
Yeah,
All
why
right.
did that make you come running faster to the show when I said EBT?
Hey,
Are you one of the usual suspects, Carmen?
No, I'm not. I've never been on EBT, man.
Oh,
Hey,
but
I ain't
somehow
gonna lie.
EBT is that in there? I could go into this, but I'm not going to do that. Let's save it for the show. I was save it for the show.
Bro, funny as hell. I see.
Yeah,
Oh,
Athena's
man.
supposed to be pulling up too. Athena's supposed to be pulling up too. I'm gonna wait for Mark to come back, and then we'll just go ahead and get it going. So whenever Athena decides he wants to pull up, and then whenever Zinga decides to pull up, then we'll go ahead and introduce them too. What's going on, Mr. Mark? You see we yeah you see we got
Oh, it's
Carmen in the
Carmen.
building. Yeah, you see we got Carmen in the building.
Yeah,
Hi, Carmen.
Mark, she rated you a 5 last time, right? Remember?
I'm well happy. I'm well happy. Do you remember?
In
5
Carmen's eyes, remember
plus
that?
3
You're a high
equaled
five.
8. I'm an 8, bro.
Yeah, you're
I'll
delusional.
take that.
According to Carmen, you're a 5. Which is, hey, you're a high 5 at least, though. We'll just say that.
Look, I'll take that. Thank you.
Oh man, it's crazy. Crazy cope right now going on already, and the show hasn't even started. This is gonna be crazy.
I'm just glad Carmen's in the room.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, because Zinga rated you a 3? Yeah, I'm sure you're glad. Yes, of course. When the 5 comes in the room, you're gonna be happy, but when the 3 comes in, oh, whatever. Yeah, okay, yeah.
No, I like Zinga as well.
Let's
I
hear
like
the cope.
Zinga as well.
Go ahead.
It doesn't
Let me hear the
matter.
cope.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't
I like-
matter.
I wanna
Give me
hear-
some more cope. I need some more cope. Let's hear some more cope.
I was the first one who wanted her in the room last time. I was like, come on, we need Zinga in.
Anonymous. This is pure grade, pure copium. It's like pure extract. You can't get it pure or raw from anywhere else. Mark is like the source. You bottle it and you just sell this. I'm telling you, you got a product on your hands right now. The copium right now is pure extract. You can get it. It's just amazing. Yeah.
0.999.
Bro, I don't even know what that means.
0.999, pure copium leaf.
Yes, it's pure copium leaf. Mark,
I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means.
you know,
No,
even better cope. This is crazy. Even better. I love it.
Stupid. Well, just tell me what it means, and then I've got an idea of what you're talking about.
You want me to tell you what it means? It means
Yeah.
that you are acclimating to the environment appropriately from what you see in your perception.
Uh-oh.
Right? But doesn't everyone do that?
Yeah, not everybody does. You do it the best, better than everybody here on this panel. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Should I take that as a compliment or not?
You can just accept it, bro.
I'll take it as a compliment.
Yeah, there you go. Take it as a take all the copium as a compliment. There you go. You're the master of copium. Yeah, I gave you
Thank you, bro.
compliment that you yourself could get today. There you go.
Okay. That's interesting.
Yeah, you'll be all right. Anyway, moving on.
Tiger uppercut.
Where are we at now?
Have we even started yet?
All right. Well, yeah.
Have I stopped popping,
No,
Mr.
you're not
AB?
No, you're not popping anymore. It's probably because you got your audio set to automatic, which I mean, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine.
yeah. I had to switch it back to auto.
Okay. Yeah, it's not a problem. But yeah,
No, because it's when I took it out of automatic is when it started popping.
Okay. But yeah, Athena gonna pull up here in a minute. So I told her I'm gonna go ahead and get the show started. So that way we can just go ahead and get it rolling.
Just go ahead and do it. I'm ready.
Yeah, and then whenever Athena and Zinga pull up, then I'll just bring them in and then let them introduce themselves too. All right.
Okay,
so
but I'm going through a week.
All right, well, I'm about to go ahead and start it now.
Okay.
And we are live. What's going on, YouTube, social media world? It's your boy Anonymous Bass, and I'm welcoming you guys to another edition of the Oxide Station podcast, where I'm joined with 5 beginner panelists. Let's go ahead and get into it. All right. Okay. Once again, I want to welcome everybody to another edition of the Oxide Station podcast, where I am joined with 5 additional panelists. All right, so quick announcements before we get into the show. If you are new to the channel, go ahead and get this video a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on all their social media sites. And if you got something specific that you want to talk about, or if you want to sound off in the chat, make sure you sound off in the chat. So without further ado, we are going to go ahead and introduce the panelists, and then we're going to go ahead and start the show off with an icebreaker question. So one at a time, we're going to start with Tizzle Mode. Go ahead and introduce yourself to the people and tell them who you are.
Yo, what up? The name is Alante, aka Tizzle Mode. You can find me on YouTube making beats. Sometimes upload videos of gameplay, sometimes reaction videos, which I ain't did in years. But I'm probably thinking about going back to that also as well. I'm thinking about doing reviews on movies to make it funny, entertaining, possibly on shows. By seeing other YouTubers do it as well, and that's pretty much it.
All right, we got a new guest to the show. Goes by the name of Ron Uzumaki. All right, go ahead and introduce yourself to the panel and let the people know who you are, brother.
Yeah, my name is Jaron, aka Ryan Uzumaki. I pretty much do reaction videos, the same thing, make beats, been producing for 11 years, and I do gameplay too. So if you want to check me out, hit the link in the description. I got you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Mark, go ahead and introduce yourself to the panel and let the people know who you are, man.
Just me once again, Mark Fowler. I just call myself Mark Fowler, typical Englishman, entrepreneur. Like to get myself out there, like to meet new people, and I'm just here to throw in my 2 pennies worth, as usual.
All right, next up, Miss Carmen Diaz. Go ahead and introduce yourself to the people and let them know who you are.
Hi, I'm Carmen. You can find me on Instagram. I just do a lot of cooking videos, and I enjoy being part of these panels. I think I learn a lot from them. Education is entertaining. So, yeah, that's me.
Stop the cap.
All right. All right, next up, got my brother, Mr. Marte. Go ahead and tell the people who you are, man.
My name is Marte Reyes, host of On the Edge. I will be on this panel with a bunch of panelists. Eddie Murphy's long lost grandson, Tizzle Mode, and the guy that's too black to have a Japanese last name. I'll be addressing him. Pee Wee Herman's long lost love child over here, and Rosie Perez's forgotten stunt double. I will be addressing all them and more on this episode as we continue to find out if the future is female, which we obviously know it isn't, and it's based as our host here today. So,
all right.
I'm gonna call your ass Roberto Duran because you always like the boxer.
Hey, yo, for real.
That's what I'm gonna call you.
Well, before we get into the icebreaker question, I just want to give a big shout out to everybody that's on the panel.
Bang, bang.
Shit like that.
I appreciate you guys for taking time out of your busy lives and schedules to pull up to the platform and enjoy and chime in on the conversation. But before we get into the icebreaker, let's go ahead and do a little bit of a wellness check. How's y'all's week been? What y'all got going on? Anybody can start.
Just regular stuff. Just regular. Halloween was fun. Did anybody do something for Halloween?
No, I was just chilling.
Went trick or
I
treating
did.
with my nieces and nephews. Pretty much walked door to door and spend time with them. That's a beautiful thing.
Oh, that's nice.
Yes, sir. What about you? What about you, Tizzle? How was the week for you, man?
That was cool. It was pretty smooth. I went to a friend's sister's wedding on Halloween. That was pretty chill. Got to have a good time. Start a new job tomorrow, so hopefully that work out well.
Okay, hey man, shout out to you, bro.
Bang, bang, bang.
Shit like that. I'm not out here shooting and robbing. You feel me?
Yeah. We can't be doing that, bro. Can't be doing that. All right, Mr. Mark, how's your week been, brother?
Well, I went around my friend's house. My best friend, one of my best friends, I've known him all my life. So I went around there for Halloween. I got absolutely obliterated. I drank far too much. We had a big party. And I enjoyed it. Yep. And I enjoyed it. And we took his kids out and we went trick-or-treating. And, I collected more sweets than any other parent there. So I felt like I was a winner that day. Okay. And then I went to my mum's house today for a traditional Sunday roast dinner.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good, man. I'm not gonna lie to you.
All right, Mr. Marte, how's the week been for you since the last time you pulled up, brother?
it's been good, man. Jubilee asked me to come and do 3 or 4 more episodes, which I'm grateful to do. I don't mind doing that, but I'm at the point where I can actually turn down gigs, which is pretty good. But coming off of Halloween, I see that some characters are still in play. We have Europe's first Mr. Bean MC still in costume with his silver chain on, and I am ready to duke it out with the panel on these topics and these issues when it comes to female in the future, the future being female. So,
Marte, you chose violence today. That's what you did. You chose violence today.
Oh, I chose honesty today.
You chose violence today.
Look, Rosie Perez, you had some. I loved it.
You covered up.
I'm not even clowning you when I say this. She's a great actress. I'm not even clowning you. So
I've been arguing with people all weekend, man. That's all people want to do these days is blood. I'll tell you what, all people want to do is find a reason to argue. That's all I did. So I say that I went round my mum's today, but my brother was there. He had to argue the toss about everything. And then on Halloween, I went round my mate's house. His friends had to argue the toss about everything. And I'm like, oh, great. Finally, I get a night to myself. But no, I find myself on a podcast arguing the toss about everything again. So it's fine. It's great. But
Anonymous, could you interpret
what's
all
up?
that for me? What a toss is and the bloke language. Could you like interpret that for me? Because I don't understand it. Just curious.
Yeah,
he knows what that means.
to a degree. I'm not your everyday Englishman like you. I'm not.
Oh,
I'm
this
not
is
the
crazy.
everyday.
Right.
We don't
Yeah,
have a
I'm not-
translator for
Arguing the toss.
Hey.
Mate, you
Yeah, I
know what
don't-
that means. Come on.
Look, I've
No, I
watched
really
Lock, Stock, and Smoking Barrels a few times. I know a little bit, but can you like fill us in on what a toss is? I
Well, a
that-
tosser
I know
is a wanker.
top three
But,
people look like
but,
they-
but hang on. To argue
You know
the
what
toss, to
means
argue the
them,
toss would be to argue the toss would be to, like, you know, when you toss a salad, right? When you toss a salad, right? You've got a salad tosser. Okay,
This sounds
so
gay.
when you go around a
This
person's
sounds
house and
super
you've got a
gay
whole
right now.
bunch of
Go
people,
ahead.
for example, you've got the uncle, the auntie, the mom, the dad, the this, the child, and everyone's argues
Don't
the
say
toss.
salad. Don't.
Yeah,
Why-
this
why y'all
sounds
niggas
so
thinking
gay.
negative?
Oh man,
Okay,
hey,
okay,
yeah, Ron in the closet.
Hey, no,
Ron
wait,
just
hold on.
came out of the
He
closet.
don't know. Hold on. Wait, hold on. It's not that he don't know. I think that when he said it, I think.
You know what it means.
No, we
not
just had
speaking
Ron come
alien.
out of the closet.
Wait, Mark.
No,
Mark,
Tizzle,
what he said,
hold on. We just had Ron come out of the closet. You talking about tossed salad. I'm like wondering, this is crazy right now. I just
Bro.
want to know. I'm the only
Bro.
heterosexual on the panel besides Anonymous Base, maybe.
Man,
I'm
man.
just really curious.
No, I'm heterosexual, bro.
Man, Mark, what he talking about? When you just say something like that, it's something.
He's talking about being
Look,
Bro,
man.
y'all are wilding and we didn't even get to the icebreaker. Yeah,
Yeah,
y'all are
bro.
Yeah, my man's
No, you guys
Look,
are coming out of
look.
the closet. Him talking about tossed salad. Rosie Perez
fuck's
co-signing
sake, man.
them. And this is crazy already. We haven't even got started.
Oh, y'all got me crying already, bro. We didn't
Hey,
even start the
hey.
icebreaker yet, man.
Right.
Y'all are crazy and hilarious at the same time, man. Y'all got me rolling over here, bro.
Hey, the fire didn't start.
I know.
Somebody came
I
in,
mean,
he
the
started
closet
that
joke
motherfucker.
is
He add a little
getting
more
real
gasoline to that bit. You
Man,
feel
this
me?
is crazy.
Like, we ain't trying to start no fire. We trying to break the ice. You feel me?
I'm
Right,
trying
right,
to. I'm trying to say less.
Wait, hold on. No, this sounded more gay. Now you want to break the ice? There's a bunch of men here. Oh
was
man.
that-
Come on, bro.
How was
You want to
How was
toss a
that
salad?
gay?
He coming out of the closet. You want to break the ice with a bunch of men?
Oh,
Oh, this is crazy.
Bro, let's just
hold on.
ask me a question,
How
man.
was that?
Just
Let's
ask
stop
me.
already. You're killing me right now.
I think you just think that's gay because I didn't say the other word that you wanted me to say. You doing a Jedi mind trick.
Now
Come
you're
on.
telling me I
See,
want you to
I
say
told you,
something?
they're all
That's
arguing the
absolutely
toss.
Absolutely.
You want another man to
Well,
tell you
Hold on, trip questions. He asking a
well,
bunch
hold
of
on. I'm
questions.
trying to
Tizzle,
figure
say
out-
it again. You
I'm
want
trying to-
another man to tell you something? What did you just say?
Anybody in here right now? How the hell is that gay? Because I said break the ice. I'm kind of confused.
Yeah, you said break the ice, and then you said I want another man to tell me something. That's crazy. That's
What?
crazy
See-
work, bro. This is crazy.
See, now you just put words in my seat.
Yo,
You
you literally just said that. You just said that.
Yeah, but deep down
That's a stretch.
inside, we
That's
do.
A stretch. That's a stretch.
We admire it.
Trolling, that's
No,
a stretch.
I'm not trolling because look at this.
It's a
This man just
stretch.
came out of the
It's a
closet.
stretch.
This man just came out of the closet. This other man said tossing salad, and then this man right off the bat said tossing salad and then breaking
Now
ice,
he's
and
just
then I want
using
another
about
man to
this
tell me.
little
something.
right now.
My nigga got a whole script in front of his face right now saying what he
Icebreaker, because my
This-
take
this all
definitely
scripted, dog.
came to argue today. So let's go.
All right. Well,
No. This is what you guys did. You
No,
guys-
I didn't say tossing salad. I said arguing the toss.
You literally
Arguing
said tossing
the toss.
salad. You didn't say arguing the toss. You said like tossing a salad. Did he not say that?
Look it back, bro. Look it back. Go back.
hey,
People
you-
argue the toss.
Yeah.
They argue the toss. And I
asked you to
equated
explain
it
what
to
arguing the toss
like
is, and then you
tossing it.
brought up
I
tossing
equated
salad.
it to like
And then
tossing a salad.
Carmen
You know, like
said,
word
"Why did you bring
salad.
up
You know, like
tossing
Kamala
salad?"
Harris.
All right. I
Oh.
guess all y'all are getting a little loose and getting ready. So we're gonna go ahead and get the show started. We're gonna go ahead and get into the icebreaker question. And this is what it is. Modern day women will often say that they don't need men. So if this is true, then why do so many of these women complain about men not being men? I'll read it one more time. Modern day women will often say that they don't need men. If this is true, then why do so many of these women complain about men not being men?
Because they want to have their cake and they want to eat it too. That's why. Let's be straight. Let's be straight. Like, here's the problem, though. One of the biggest problems that we have is that women will often complain about the dating market right now, while who's raising them? A lot of single moms are raising these boys. Guess what? You're going to have more feminine men, a lot more emotional men, a lot more reactive men. Guess what's going to happen? You're not going to have masculinity in the home. What are you producing? The next dating group of men that you're going to complain about. You want your cake. You want the most masculine man, but guess what's happening? You want to be the mom and the dad because guess what? Women initiate 80% of divorces, kicking the father out, which money's most of the reason why they divorce. So, I mean, we could parse that out later. But when you're producing men who are raised in these homes, guess what's going to happen? They're not going to develop masculine traits. They're going to pattern themselves after mom. Even when I scold somebody, I'll wrap this up real quick. Even if I scold somebody, I'm going to say, okay, this is how I'm going to scold somebody else too, and map that on. I think that this is a poor training ground for men to be men. When they can't map manhood onto themselves, all they have is mama. I'll just leave it at that, and we can get started.
All right. Mr. Tizzle Mode, what you got? Modern day women will often say that they don't need men. So if this is true, then why do so many of these women complain about men not being men? What you got?
I think they say that because maybe they past relationships with men who, I guess, they go to the expectations as expected. So maybe it's something they want from a man that a man can't give them, and a man not willing to change that for themselves. So also that, but I feel like it's like what we said in a couple other podcasts. I feel like that some men can't really be vulnerable to women all the time, even though that's the thing that they say they want. But when it comes to that, then I feel like some of the time, which is not all the time, but some women find that as a weakness when really all you're trying to do is express your emotions to somebody, and they kind of taking that as like, oh, that motherfucker weak as hell, or, you know, he kind of what's the word motherfucker be saying? He kind of being awkward or weird as hell and all this shit. So that's what I think. That's
okay. So you're basically saying that despite these women saying that they don't need men, they get mad when men don't give them things or do things for them. That's what you're saying?
Oh yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right. Mr. Ron, what you got, brother?
I feel like when it comes to stuff like that, women will sit there and argue and complain saying, oh, there's not many good men left, or there's not many good men in the world. I feel like it's a lot of good men in this world. And I feel like whether they're working a 9 to 5 or where they working, even if they working at a McDonald's somewhere, they tried so hard to communicate, love, trust, and build a relationship with a woman. And I feel like most of these women would sit here and dog the living shit out of these good men. And then they wonder why these good men are fucked up in the head.
So you're basically saying that they're sending a lot of mixed signals and not being clear.
A lot of mixed signals, and it's hard for men to come out here and emotionally express themselves because they in fear of being judged. They in fear of they scared to love people.
Okay. All right. Mr. Mark, modern day women will often say that they don't need men. If this is true, then why do so many of these women complain about men not being men? What you got?
Well, women will always need men. They will always need men. I mean, they like to think that they don't need men, but they will always need men. I think that men will always need women. I think it goes hand in hand. Like, for me, I look at the world in a very simplistic format, and I think that men and women need each other. Not just for procreation, not just for sex and to bring babies in the world. Science might be able to get rid of that, but we need each other for different types of things that masculinity can bring to the world and things that femininity or whatever can bring to the world. We need each other. So women will never survive without men. In fact, I think that we should let them try it and see how that pans out for them. Was take a step back, and I think that's what's happening right now. Seeing how this forms out, and then it's not going to pan out very well, and then people are going to come around and say, "Well, see, told you so," you know. I'll stop there. I've got a hell of a lot I could say. I'll stop there.
Okay. Carmen, now that you've heard the men's opinions, now the question comes to you. Modern day women will often say that they don't need men. If this is true, then why do so many of these women complain about men not being men? What you got?
I think women they don't know what they want. I partially agree with Partey. Well, I said Marte, I'm sorry, excuse me. Marte, I do. I think women want gangsters at the same time they want an office boy, at the same time they want a millionaire, at the same time they say they want to build with somebody, right? Mm-hmm. I think that women don't know what they want. And these men they complain about are created by them, because if you look at it, even when the men are willing to step up and teach these young men to be better men, they get in the way of it. If that makes sense.
That just made me think
way.
Okay.
So even if you're trying, they are created by single mothers, but even if they're not a single mother and they're trying to get, their father is trying to play a part in their son's lives, a lot of them get in the way and then they're complaining about it. So I think it's just one or the other.
So is that why some women pick? Oh no, my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. It's just when you said it, it had me really think about it. I'm like, so is that a reason why some women be picky about shit, like whether it's food or clothes or like you said, man?
No, it's actually deeper than that. So you have autonomy versus expectation. I don't know if you know what autonomy means. It says, "Oh, this isn't a knock at you."
No,
I'm just
tell me in a minute, please.
Autonomy meaning like I have the right to ownership of myself, my being, what I can do, complete ownership. Nobody can tell me what to do with my presence, my physical presence, all this stuff, right? Like that's just a quick summarization. So autonomy versus expectations, a huge problem with this. Women seek control and independence in leadership roles, but they do expect men to initiate and lead in specific areas. This is a conflict like romance or decision-making, creating tension between the self-reliance and traditional expectations. These things are constantly at war right now.
Both of them. I think it's both. I think women want to lead at the same time they want to be leaded. I'm like, you can't have a household with two leaders.
Do this.
Who do that?
That's
and I think that stems from the generation before us failed us. The older women that we expected to lead us and expected to just give us advice gave us the wrong advice. If you think about it, you really do. The older women, I was like, oh, you don't need no man. Turns out, well, yeah, we do need men. In what society can you tell me in life that a full society of just women alone survive? Nowhere. So you need it. And we've seen it time, and we're seeing it again. We saw it during COVID. We saw it during COVID, and we're seeing it again, the sequel with the food stamp EBT situation. So,
really?
So that's part two. So no, I think women just are confused. And to be honest, these modern women that are complaining about the dating pool, y'all created the dating pool.
Hey, so
y'all did.
Now you fully agree with what I said. That's
not
not personal agreement.
I know. I said that I agree with you, Martin. I said y'all
partially agree with me. You said you partially agree. Now that's a fully agreement right there. It's fully
okay, I do. You're correct. I agree. I think even. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ron.
No, my bad. I don't mean to cut you off, but I believe Ron have to say something too. As well,
I feel like in this modern generation, like I agree with her on that aspect. Most of these women, they don't want a man to lead. They don't want a man. They want a man that they can have control of. They want a man that they can easily manipulate. I feel like when it comes to women, they want a man that is like as in this panel. Most women want a dude that's unfaithful. The most faithful dudes get dogged out and the most unfaithful dudes get praise. Like these men
But
get.
even if they,
No,
even
I
they,
think
if
that's
they
false.
could control you, even if they do control you, say that you want a woman that men, what want to control you. Even that is wrong because then they're gonna say that you ain't got no spine.
No,
I
Then
mean,
they're gonna,
that's-
then they're
that's
gonna say you
what
can't
some
speak
women
up
want.
because
That's
I'm
Some
always
women
then
want
they're
that.
gonna complain about
That's
that.
crazy.
Whistle
Honestly,
mode. I
I
disagree
think,
with you.
I think we should all go back to the days
Mate, you
where
disagree with me? What the fuck I say?
nah, I
I'll
think
tell
we
you
should
what you
all go
said.
back to the days where your parents chose your husbands.
Oh, he talking about when I said from earlier.
Oh, back
Until
in the day,
conditions
yeah,
get
I know,
better,
man.
just go back to arranged
As
marriages.
soon as Carmen's done, I'll talk.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think that
If men
works.
cheat, you
I
feel
don't
like
think that
the best
works.
relationships and are the ones who are starting to get relationships and stay in relationships. No, I think that that's false. I think that women want a guy who can cheat, who has the possibility of cheating, the capability of cheating, but isn't going to cheat. She knows that Tyrone down the block could run through the block if he wants to, but doesn't do that because he has the discipline. She respects that. She doesn't want to be with I'm not going to mention on the panel, but anyways, back to this. Somebody that looks like they can't do anything at all or get any love interest at all, like a 5 or a 3. But anyways, back to this. Anybody that can't get out on the dating market
shut
can
up.
get anything.
He did that. He did that on purpose.
Like I mentioned earlier,
You're thinking about people that can't get
all
anything.
these women,
That's not
they
true.
adore toxic relationships.
Right. And I never said that. Ron said that. I'm confused. as to why you
Okay.
said
Then
that.
Ron then. Okay, then Ron.
No, what I'm saying is most of these women will sit there and complain about not having a good man, but they adore toxic relationships. That's what they like. That's what they get aroused by. If you're not in a toxic relationship, that's where most of these women get turned off by.
That's because a lot of them leave destitute homes. They're raised by single moms, or dads are constantly trying to not be weaponized by their kids, their own kids against them in courts, and then the judicial systems against them. That's why we need to change these laws first and foremost. So Carmen's right about this. I think that if we can go back to a period of time when we did have parents say, hey, that's who you're going to marry, and they had a vetting system like this, we can have a next generation of people that women want to date. But until that happens, we're constantly going to have people patterning themselves after these rugrats and just these thugs that women are drawn to. They like drama. Like Carmen said, also, I'm going to back her again too. Women do not know what they want because they want somebody who can lead, but when it's conditional and best suits them, they want a conditional leader. And to me, that's just going to create a stormy, rocky relationship.
I think there's a big problem going on from what I've seen so far. There's a major conflation. So first of all, Ron has a very valid point. Yeah, he has a massively valid point. There are a lot of people out there in the world that are very decent men, yeah, who do not get the time of day, right, because they do not fit the stereotype beauty standard of what it means to be a big masculine man out there in society. But they're good men. They've got good hearts. They've got hearts of a lion, and they go out there, but they're not perhaps ideal, whatever, what you would call a stereotypical man. But at the same time, Marte has a very good point as well. And intrinsically, of course, women do go for a big, muscular alpha male type. It is part of human nature. But I think that we have to be very careful not to conflate the two things to the point where to be a little bit feminine in your male nature doesn't make you gay or like a pussy hole or an idiot or a female sympathizer. It doesn't make you that. But at the same time, we can't overcompensate and start going, oh well, now we will need to start going, Mr. Masculine Man, like the Incredible Hulk. So there has to be a perfect medium that we got to find. Surely, no. I think there's.
I'll tell you why that's wrong real quick. I'll tell you why that's. I have to actually interject here, Carmen. I'm going to talk to you so that way I can talk to Mark. You know how you talk to somebody else so that they can hear the message. I'll continue this with. I'll do like a little kind of dilemma drama right now, Carmen. I'm just going to talk to you real quick. Let's say that you are in a relationship, which you are, all this other stuff, but in this pretend future scenario, you are in a relationship. Do you want a man saying, hey, you know, I'm just feminine on Saturdays, a little bit more emotional on Saturdays, and the rest of the week I'm just masculine? Or do you want the guy that's going to say, my feminine side is my wife. That's my wife, and I'm the masculine side. I don't have a feminine side. I'm purely masculine. Anything she needs masculine, she can find me. I'm a one-stop shop for chopping trees down, burning wood, all this other regular shit. But then when it comes to feminine shit, you are the source and you are the authority when it comes to feminine stuff. Which one would you rather pick?
I mean, yes, I would rather pick the. Oh God, why am on this topic and I'm the only female?
The guy that's not conditional, or the guy that's like just masculine?
No, I think I would like the guy to take the lead, and I would like the guy to be like, okay, I'm your feminine parts. Meaning that doesn't mean that if you feel like you can still open up your feelings to me, but that's to me.
Not doing
not
that.
The whole, not the whole rest of the world.
Right.
Hey, Carmen, you were.
That's important. That's an important bit.
That's what it is.
Look, this is what I'm saying. This is a constant BS trope that I hear all the time. There are men out there, which I think maybe single mom raised men. I'm not going to mention if that is the case or not here on this panel, but I will say this though. When men utter things like, oh, that's my feminine side and have a masculine side, that's complete bullshit. When you marry somebody, that is your feminine side.
No, I don't. I think inherently
you are the masculine side. That's why we're constantly seeking our feminine side out there. We aren't the feminine side. We don't have half 50-50 feminine masculine side. To me, that's just spiritual.
No, I get that.
BS.
I agree with that. I get that.
Yes, I would choose
spiritual
the man
dogma BS for sure.
Who I'm part of him. I'm your feminine part. You don't have one of your own. I'm your feminine part. So yes,
you are my feminine side. I don't have a feminine side. Right.
All right, Ron, you want to say
you got the ability to channel into, let's say, for the understanding of yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Understanding female nature. Oh shit, I can still be 100% masculine and understand female nature, right?
Yeah.
Right.
There you go.
All right, well, hold on real quick. Ron was trying to say something and we kind of cut him off.
Go ahead, Ron.
No, it's all good. It's no big deal, but I feel like this question goes out to her. I feel like you want a man that treats you right. He has a 9-to-5 job. He work his ass off. Or would you want to do that just constantly dog you out? He cheat on you. He whoop your ass and everything else in the whole nine. When I ask women these type of questions, they get mad all the time. And they be looking like, oh, okay, why would you ask me that stupid question? And I'm looking like, and most of the time they like dudes that dog them out.
No,
I
don't know what
Carmen,
kind of females you talk to, but
hey, Carmen. In other words, Ron is asking, do you want this type of relationship?
Hey, yo.
Oh my God.
Real, but go ahead.
No, I think women that want that relationship are broken to begin with, and that should be a red flag for you. You should not talk to those type of women because they're toxic from the start because they don't have a positive view of men to begin with. So yes, I would choose the 9-to-5 guy that has the best interest for me because at the end of the day, well, shit. At the end of the day, I'm not trying to sound mean, but women are your sidekick. I benefit from what you bring to the table.
To the table, exactly.
That doesn't mean I'm not trying to make it painted as like women are these gold diggers and all you do is provide. I'm not saying that, but it is. I benefit from your good being. So why wouldn't I want to help you be the best that you can? Because at the end of the day, that benefits me. And if you're a good man, you're not going to treat me like that. You're not going to KO me. No, because you're a good man. Now,
well, I mean, he might KO you in certain areas. You know.
Now, if we're bringing money, it's because I have asked the same. I know where Ron's going. I have asked the same questions to other women, and they said, depending on how much money he makes, they might put up with that shit. They might put up with it. Like, hey, he rich.
I mean, the
doing this. Okay, I'll turn the other cheek as long as he pays my bills and all of that, and might be put up with that. But that's a different conversation. That's when I asked the question. I was like, so does the size of the wallet matter? I don't know. That's just depends on the female. But
Well,
with
you gotta
men,
think about it. Some women look past certain shit. Like if a man got a whole bunch of money and he's making six figures and he whooping her ass and doing everything in the whole nine, they're going to automatically look past that. He's unfaithful. He's this. He's that. But he takes care
no,
of them.
I draw the line of whooping you. I draw the line of domestic violence. Now, other women, the cheating, and if you're like a you out here being a millionaire, or I know how you were when I got with you, yeah, I might just look the other way.
Ron, this is hyperbole, though. This is a very extreme example that you're presenting, right? You realize
I
that,
draw
right?
the line
This
of
isn't
domestic
common.
violence, but
Yeah.
cheating is a rich person's sport. To be honest,
Is that grimace?
I mean,
And even
any type of
they
man.
don't call it cheating. They're calling I'm exercising my options. As long as I'm over here, I'm taken care of. I'm the wife. If I'm date an NBA player, if I'm like, okay, have your groupies. I don't give a damn. I'm
So
That's
over here.
basically,
crazy.
you are cool with someone cheating on you. Basically, you saying you looking past
Depending on how,
all they bullshit. and all they flaws.
yeah, depending if you get with the 1% man, you need to kind of understand what the conditions come with that.
That's crazy.
But I draw the line
That's
at domestic
crazy.
violence. Like that, domestic violence is a little extreme. But
You know, domestic violence increases the more polyamorous your relationship gets, right? You realize that, right?
wow.
Uh-oh.
What?
When you start inviting other people to the table, you invite more jealousy, more possessionship, because you turn into an autonomous object at that point. You turn into a thing one, thing two, thing three. If you have like 3 cars, right? You have one of our priority. You could say that that's wife number 1. That's why pimps will say that's my bottom, all this other stuff. That language enters the table once you start adding more
No,
people.
that's not what I meant. What I meant was
totally.
like what men, especially men at a high power, they're gonna just have their one night stand and have a wandering eye. I'm not saying that. Oh, that's no.
Yeah, but
No, I'm not saying that.
my premise still stands. Let's say this woman says, you know what? I've been led on and I really think I can get him. I'm going to take this bitch out. Like all this. And you ever seen the movie Fatal Attraction? Shit like that can happen in real time because that guy was a 1% man, you know, and then we can go ahead and lead other people on to think maybe they can be fighting for the number 1 spot. And it's like domestic violence increases in all avenues.
I'm not gonna compete with you. No, I'm not. If you want to go ahead and have your fun, go ahead and have your fun. But it's I'm looking at that type of man. You gotta be. I'm like, okay, they mean nothing to me. They're a toy. I'm not willing to lose you over that. So that's
So the point.
no, I don't mean.
You
That's my way.
So
I
the
mean,
point
and
that
I'm
I'm
just
making
talking
is-
about
relationship.
these men out here.
Adding other people to the
1%,
relationship
and
could
let's
possibly cause
be honest,
losing
we're
you.
not gonna be 1%. Oh shit.
So the point that I'm making is, if I cheated on you like 50 times and you still take me back, that means you just proved that you just like any other woman on the market, on the dating market.
No, I did not say that.
Damn.
No, I'm asking.
No.
Wait, what would the difference be?
Why would I stay with you? I just brought up that example because you said that you asked most women, well, they gonna get beat up and all of that by whoever. And I'm like, well, no, that's not true. I don't know who you asked that, but when I ask the same questions to the women that I know, the second question is, well, how much money is he making? Meaning, well, are you willing to see past some stuff based on the size of the wallet? Is what I was arguing.
And then what do they say, Carmen? Most of them.
I draw the line at domestic violence. Can we?
No, I mean, take domestic violence out of it.
That's what I'm saying.
They're the 1% person. Would you be willing to overlook all this other stuff?
Yeah, the answer is yes.
And they say the same thing too, right? Hold on real quick. They say the same thing.
They say the same thing.
You contradicted yourself. No, that's not
How?
true. You literally said that like a few minutes ago. Well, actually a minute ago, you said, no, that's not true. Women aren't like this. And then you say, no, when I ask most women, this is the answer that I get. Most women will
To
say,
the
yeah.
1% man.
1%.
To the 1% man. To the 1% man. And let's face it, not all of us are going to get with the 1% man.
Correct.
When the 1% man, I'm talking about millionaires. How many millionaires do you know every day?
This
Not
isn't
many.
just millionaires. This is like people that are 7'2", which is only 11 to 12% of the population, or even 6'1", not 7'2", but 6'1", 6'2", 12% of the population. That's like almost 1% to somebody out there in some Polkville town.
No.
things like
When
this.
I say 1%, I'm talking about the 1%. I'm talking about people, millionaires, and how many million, and most of us are not going to get one. So that's what I'm talking about.
You realize that most of you
not
aren't
the
going to get a
7'2",
6'2" man, too,
not
right?
the 7'2", not that you look like a supermodel and you weigh whatever, you got all these muscles. I'm not talking about that, because you can have all of that and not do that. I'm saying the truly elite that we don't get to meet.
You don't
often.
get
And
to
most
usually
women
meet
don't
a
get to
6'2" person on a regular basis. It's only 12% of the population.
And that's
1%.
that gives you an excuse to cheat, because you're
Wait,
that.
hold on. So 1% of one arena doesn't equal to another 1%.
Okay, well, let's define 1%. How about that? Let's define
only
what is the
1%
1%.
can cheat.
What
The
is
other
the
1% can't cheat.
What is the 1%? So the 1% does not have any value. It's just supposed to how you look like. Does it have a criteria? Let's define it there and then argue the point. What is the 1%?
You'd be surprised, because even though if it's 12% of the population, 6'2" men, they will be the 1% in their region or in their area. They will constantly cheat. And I talk to panels with men like this all the time, and they'll say, yeah, I just ran through and I came home late. I had lipstick and just said that was my auntie. She knew what it was. That wasn't my auntie giving me kisses on the neck. And she just put up with it because I'm the only 1%.
What kind of woman is that? I'm talking about y'all taking the 1% and taking it to someplace else. What is the 1%? And let's argue with them, because I guess apparently my criteria for 1% is different from y'all's.
So
the 1%, the criteria that defines the 1% is different for the genders. It's not the same.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah, I think you're like overlapping your different understandings of the 1% sort of thing.
It's not the same. The 1%.
No, there's the 1% criteria of men. There is a criteria for it.
Yeah, there's a 1% criteria.
Right, but what would be a 1% criteria for on the male side for a woman? You see what I'm saying? It's not going to be the same.
Yeah, the height thing is a 1% criteria for sure.
Yeah, we don't look at your height and your bank account and all your accolades and all that. We don't look at that. We don't look for women that other men are after. But on the flip side, y'all look for men that other women are after. That's the difference. You see what I'm saying?
I think what Carmen's trying to say.
Well, that was the question. The question was there's 1% of men.
Yeah, there's a small percentage of men out there that go around and they bring something to the table. They might not be necessarily the most masculine man. They might not be that guy that brings the genetic, thing to the table, but they bring something else. There are like a portion of men out there that can bring something to the table. Unfortunately, a lot of it comes down to having a lot of money, a lot of money.
The height thing is true, though. Yeah, because you have to understand, 500 years ago, even anonymous space could probably understand this. 500 years ago, Carmen, if you picked a man that was like 5 foot tall, you didn't last a harsh winter. Your family didn't survive. You got slaughtered because you didn't have a defender. Usually the reason why women say, I want a tall, dark, and handsome man, it comes from survival. If you picked a guy that was 6'2", guess what happened? You had a better chance of your lineage not getting off and surviving when it came to these things. So that's kind of like a survival trait that's kind of inbred into you. So when we talk about a 1% man, that's still something that's compliant with today's measurement of female side of dating. So when I say 6'2", 1% man, yeah, that's a 1%. I would say a quality that women look for, because you could be like 5 foot tall, right? It's harder for you as a millionaire to get a woman than a 6'2" millionaire, right? Would you agree with that?
Right. Yeah.
Now what we're not 500 years ago. We're no longer living. We're no longer, because back those days, yes, you need somebody to fight off the enemies, because
still true to this day.
It's still true to this day.
That's not the case anymore.
That's not the case. Carmen.
So the 1% is the high value man. So there is a criteria for a high value man.
No,
is there not? Is there not?
Yeah.
I'm not saying a high value woman.
Carmen.
A high value woman doesn't exist. I'm saying a high value man. That was the question that was asked.
Carmen, let me ask you a question. What's your definition of a high value man then?
Man?
What's your definition?
Somebody that has power. Somebody that has power, somebody that does make a certain amount of money, and somebody who has influential. That's it.
Who has influential? You mean influence? Somebody who has money?
Influence, yeah.
Power,
If somebody has power and influence.
You mean, hold on. Let me expose this right now. You mean the people like Jeff
Bezos? You're exposing me.
The people like Elon Musk who can't maintain a woman. He has to have babies with all these different women because he can't maintain one. Yeah, that's what you're talking about. It's like, that's what we call high value man? Jeff Bezos got robbed for more money than he has by his last ex. That's what you're talking about?
It's
no wonder why you would choose that person as high value man for sure.
Bill Gates is a high value man, and
Women are coming up for sure.
And his wife literally stuck my hams all this time, knowing damn well he had a freaking mistress because she knew it was Bill Gates.
That happened with Bill Gates. Bill Gates was married for all that time, and his wife knew that he was still kicking it with his ex.
Yep.
And she was perfectly okay with it.
That was
But then look
crazy.
at the other examples. Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, that's just a modern day simp.
Everybody else,
They're
right?
just
If you look
simps.
at
Yeah, just
1% men who
modern-day
choose
simping.
this lifestyle, guess what happens? Their marriages don't last. None of their relationships last.
Right.
Their kids end up being trust fund babies that are spoiled and end up becoming degenerates to society. You don't have anything good that's produced from this. It's very rare that you can even point to one example that exists in the family structure, anything that's traditional that produces anything good for society out of this equation.
But Carmen, you know what's interesting? What's interesting is that you tried to argue that we're not in the times of 500 years ago, right? You tried to make that argument, but even though we're in modern times, the traits that you look for or seek out in a partner that would be preferred at the top of the list, they don't go away. It doesn't matter how much technology we have. It doesn't matter how connected we are through the internet and social media and everything else. It does not change the hardwired traits and attributes that you look for in your preferred ideal partner. And how do I know that this is true? Because so many women will sit here and say, well, if I don't get the type of man I deserve, I'm settling. They think that they deserve something that's way up here. They think that they deserve access to the man that had to build himself up and do all the work. And they want to just show up and just reap the benefits. And it doesn't work like that.
Most women do, but then you ask the question like, well, why do you deserve that man? What qualities do you bring? Because I definitely think settling is a thing for sure, but you can't.
But
it's unrealistic for you to settle with a man that you don't bring anything to. Like these, what we arguing is the high value, the 1%. Okay, fine, but the high value in the 1% is not just going to settle for any old little thing. Of course, y'all have standards too.
Yeah,
let's ask that.
Right. So if those men have standards, do these women think that they can come into that man's life and dictate how he moves and who he deals with?
No, because he chooses who he chooses because he is a high value man. Not everybody out here needs a high value man, and not everybody's qualified to.
I like that.
And the flip thing too. Not everybody qualifies.
Carmen, can I ask you a quick question? I just want to ask
go ahead.
Y'all keep asking me questions. I'm asking y'all questions, and y'all don't answer.
Right.
I gave you an answer. I gave you an answer.
Carmen,
I asked like
Stop the cap.
y'all keep asking me.
If height isn't a value, and you don't consider that part of your, I would say, your diorama of being a high value man. Let's say you and I were in a relationship, and I was like, Kevin the midget, would you want to be the big spoon?
With Kevin the midget, does Kevin the
Yeah, you want to be the big spoon when we lay down together? You want to be big spoon?
Sure.
Matter of fact, I'm getting
Do you have my best interests at heart? Like y'all keep missing that part.
No, wait, hold on. You said a 1% man can cheat on you, and then you go ahead and say no.
1%, yes, a 1% man, bro, a 1% man, and apparently me and you think a 1% man is somebody who's just 7 foot tall because they're big and strong. I don't.
That's not what he said.
Do you understand what I say? When I say 1% man, I'm looking all across the board at what's 1%. That could be money, that could be height, that could be something, and I'm looking at extremely rare qualities. What does 1% mean to you? 1%.
That's why the 1% is not one or the other. It's all of it. You gotta have all of it.
Right. That's what I'm doing. I'm looking at one part of the diorama when we're looking at this, because you can't just look at money, because obviously when we look at money, there's
I can't just look at money, because if you're talking about the 1%, I'm looking at all of it. You can't just have one thing or the other. You're the 1%. You gotta have all of it.
If you just have money, you have a high failure rate. The divorce
surely different people are attracted to different traits in a person, yeah? Surely people are just attracted to different traits in a person.
They are, but we're speaking just about the 1% since the conversation went that way.
Yeah, but even still, like, I don't know, man, like, what are they?
Not the other 99%. I'm talking about the 1%.
Right.
What, so you all 1%ers stick together?
Goalpost to goalpost.
What, a 1%er goes for another 1%er?
1% could also be lack thereof. It could be 1% a guy that's a trillionaire but 300 pounds. He's still 1% in some category, and some women's going to be on his yacht no matter what. And then you talk about
who makes up these rules, man? Who's making up these rules? Because I have no idea what's going on right now. These 1%ers and stuff. To be honest,
I guess you're right. I guess it depends on the person who's willing what to do. But I guess you're right.
But hold on. No, the guy that's 7 foot tall that gets out of prison, he's still going to have women flocking to him, even though he's broke. They're going to be paying his rent, probably filling his gas tank. I've seen this.
Not necessarily.
You have. So
hold on, one mic.
Not necessarily.
Wait, one mic.
When we talk about 1%, that could be singular 1%. And then all the women flock on this because it's extremely rare in society. They're going to be filling up this guy's tank and be like, oh, he's broke, but look at him. He's so tall. Like, and then you have like the millionaire 1%. They can exist. They're not mutually exclusive. They can exist by themselves. I've seen this. I'm pretty sure everybody on the panel has seen a broke guy that's really tall that women are constantly go to bat for all the time. This happens. It's just crazy. This is why I don't think women truly know what they want. That's why a man has to be firm, fair, and consistent when they're in their life. I think you have to look at different metrics. Instead of looking at 1% for people to raise your children who you allow to cheat on you, look for somebody that would be a good father to your children, the father that maybe wasn't even there or even there at the time. Look at that and use that as a metric. It's better than looking at money and materialism.
All right, Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, you kind of like said what I was trying to say anyway, just there, Marty. All I was just trying to say is like, what even is constituting this 1% in the first place, yeah? And what is it? Is it beauty standards that society attributes to what constitutes being a 1%er? What is a 1%er? What, a 6'5", whatever, tall, dark, handsome man with £100 million in his skyrocket, yeah? Or is it,
it could
be that guy that's got the heart of a lion that brings a lot to the table? And I'm not sure. And it's like in today's era, it's 2025 now, and I think that people are moving away from that whole capitalist mindset where they idolize the rich Tesla owner, whatever. It's less about that. And it's more about what can this man bring to the table today in 2025? You know what I mean? Are they going to look after me? But I think a lot of women now, they don't even need a man in today's society because they've got the social infrastructure that kind of takes care of them anyway. So they're emboldened.
That create this infrastructure and work sleepless nights running the infrastructure. 87% of men working electric, sewer, power grid, everything like that. They don't need these men. But these men.
Well, I don't mean it like that. I mean they don't need a willing partner. They feel as if like they're emboldened that they don't need a partner to take care of them as a man in a stereotypical man and female relationship.
No,
whereas we all know they still rely on men ultimately to look after
women
them.
Do need men, Mark. That's craziness. Matter of fact, female depression.
No, I'm saying they do need men. I'm saying that women do need men. I'm not disagreeing with that part. I'm saying that.
You were saying that
I think when it comes to the standard model of relationships, they're feeling today that they don't need men. Increasingly, they're feeling
wrong about that. I disagree, because if you talk about lesbian relationships, they're the highest domestic violence rate, highest rate of divorce and breakup, and then it's just all bad. We need each other. I think that's the mainstay, and I think that masculinity has to take part of this. I think patriarchal regime has to just dominate in the future. Otherwise, we're going to have a plummeting birth rate, and we're going to have no society in the future, and it's looking destitute from here on out if we continue on this trajectory.
See, Mark. To answer your question that you asked earlier about who constitutes, being attracted to the 1%, that's a nature thing. It's a nature thing.
Sure.
Right. It even exists. It even exists in the animal kingdom, right? The weaker males in every animal species, they have to compete for mating rights.
Mm-hmm.
So when you hear talking points like women control access to sex, that's not just with human beings. That's a structure, and that's a setup in the animal kingdom too. How do I know this? Because if you look at male animals, they don't get to mate whenever they want. That's why you have something called a mating season. There's a mating season for a reason, because now the males get to come together, and now they have an opportunity to compete in order to spread their seed and continue their lineage. Sure. It's the same thing with us men. It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. So I would argue that it's a nature thing because women make themselves available to who they want. They make themselves available to who they want. So if I had,
I'm not disagreeing at all. By the way, I'm not disagreeing.
Right.
Yeah.
So if I'm out and about and I run into Carmen and I happen to be somebody that she's attracted to, she'll make herself available to me. It don't matter if she got a man or not. If I fit the bill in that moment, she might slip me the number. She might let me hit her up. She might let me take her out. She might let me do whatever I want. Because if I'm the guy that she deems worthy or that she sees value in, I can get away with more than what a nice guy would that she's not really interested in. That's the way to get
it's once again, it's the nature of the game, the nature of the beast. Yeah, survival of the fittest, survival of the toughest and the strongest. It's like the whole Forrest Gump thing. Forrest Gump, you know, or like there was a guy over here called Ricky Gervais. He did a movie about like him having little plump little kids that weren't perfectly aligned with, I can't remember what it's called. You must know the film I'm talking about, yeah, the movie. And like he had relationships with someone. He was deemed to be really unworthy, and they were talking about him bringing plump little kids into the world and so on and so forth. And it's like, well, in today's era, in 2025, is it really now about survival of the fittest anymore?
Yeah.
Is it really still? Because don't you think that humanity is being weakened down generally? I mean, and what do you think of someone in a wheelchair then? Like someone in a wheelchair.
I don't know if being a wheelchair and being disabled has anything to do with that. Mind you, I will go ahead and kind of use your metaphor as a wheelchair. Men are becoming disabled and we're becoming handicapped regardless of this. If I was raised in a single parent household, which I was, I would become more liberal, right? Because if you look at the voting board, it would be all blue if just women voted. So because men are coming from this household, guess what they're most likely to probably vote? Blue. Becoming more liberal, more emotional, more susceptible to emotional damage, all this other stuff. But it's like, if you think about it, that's a handicap that men are constantly being bombarded with. Feminism, all this other trope. So we're trying to bring back nuclear families so that way we don't have handicapped bitch ass men that live in this dating market that women are like avoidant of. Honestly, this is what's happening right now. Carmen, let's say she was on the dating market right now. She's like, oh, I would date Marte, but he's just too much. He's just too extra. He's just too emotional. And not only this, he cried in front of me 2 weeks ago, and then it happened again where he cried, and he went to his counselor, and his counselor said, you have to have these cry sessions with me. You know what? She's going to dry up like a Popeye's biscuit by the second week. I'm not going to have no dates. She's going to ghost me, and it's going to be a wrap, because these men get weeded out of society en masse because you do have to be the person. And nobody brought up muscles but you, Mark, but you do have to be the tall, dark, and handsome guy. If you aren't him, just like a video game, you start off with these stats, right? Let's say that my height is this much. Well, everything else I can adjust, stats and everything else. If I create a player, all the other stats, you want to make 100% the controllables that you can control. Max that out as much as possible. And the last thing that I'll end on while you're smoking at the same time is Orthodox people, only 9% of the time, only 9% of the time they divorce. So actually, anonymous base, I'm push back a little bit on what you just said.
Go ahead.
I don't think that it has to be the person that's like, oh, if I know how to get in this marriage, the marriage can be impenetrable. It just depends on the woman's belief system, how she grew up, if her father was in her life. It makes it that much harder for you to permeate the system of a nuclear family that is about to happen. Now, I'll grant you this. If it's a weak family, a guy that isn't a really good protective mechanism, doesn't really run his house from a patriarchal structure, and she doesn't respect him that much, yeah, have at it, Haas. I'll give you that. But as far as the mainstay of having a structure of a traditional family that's Christ-led, I think it's harder to permeate this structure, even harder when the man is consistent, firm, fair, and consistent in his masculinity and is emboldened to have these boundaries up all the time. Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask a question about that then, because the majority of the women that are out here today are modern women. We have a very small minority of traditional women that are roaming around out here. So do you think that the modern women that say they don't need men are looking for a man that's Christ-led or is living a Christ-centered life? Do you think that they put that really high on their priority list?
No, so if I grew up from a house where I don't know what a Christ-like man looks like, I wouldn't know what to look for. Like if I never had a father in my house, I would never look for a father in a man that I date. So that's the thing, though. If it's absent in your filter, as far as the diorama of your filter, when a woman looks for a man, she looks for her father and men that she dates. If Christianity was absent from the home, she's not going to know what to look for until she sees this. It's going to be foreign concept to her. But if you have somebody that's, I would say, masculine in a very Christ-like manner, which is extremely fierce and extremely meek at the same time, just like Christ was, not to become overly religious here. But if you are this person and she sees this and then she respects you at the same time, you got her. That's it. And I can't really specify what this exactly looks like, but I'm telling you, when you see this as a woman, you're not that I can speak from women's spaces, but if a woman sees this, she's going to recognize it. She's going to say this is foreign, but I can get used to this. And if a man can instruct and he's a good teacher and say, this is why I do this, not, hey, anonymous, I'm telling you this because I said so. No, that's not going to help. If a man is leading the way he should, he says, you know what, this is why we're not doing this, also because I said so, but this is also why we're doing this and why we're not doing this. He's also educating her on how to follow. This is what people do as husbands, good men and good husbands. You're educating the person that's following on how to be a better woman or better person at what they do. Even though we're men, we could still understand female nature like way better than we were taught and brought up.
But you're operating under the assumption that all men are good leaders. And
no, I know.
Yeah, like the mansplainer.
All men are good leaders. Not all men
the mansplainer.
Never said that.
Well, you're operating out of side because you just said, "Oh, if I didn't grow up, if a woman didn't grow up and didn't know what a good a father was, a good man was, then just because you act like you have good male qualities of leadership, it doesn't make you a good leader.
What you're doing is you're using a loaded assertion. You're saying because you act. Nobody said act. I never asserted act. We all know that what that could look like. So what I'm talking about is if a man is a genuine article, if he is this and he knows how to lead, and we all know what that means. If I can tell you, hey, this is what I need you to do. He's very decisive, not indecisive and wishy-washy. Carmen, I'm not going to take you on a date and be like, you know what? I don't know what I want to eat. What do you want to eat? And then you tell me, I don't know. What do you want to eat? Do you want that? No, you want a man that's like, hey, we're going to steak, get dressed. I like the red dress, put that on, this and that. He's making your life easier. So when we know about this, and I basically explain this to you, it's talking about the genuine article. Not like, what if no, all men, this and that. I never said all men. I'm talking about the man that is this. And these men don't usually come from single parent households because they don't know what a good father is because he wasn't present, because he was either ran out of the home or she initiated divorce, whatever. I sound one-sided on this, but these are the facts. This is it. The men that know how to lead are the men that have a father in the home and they have these traditional values. I'm talking about those segment of men. We have to produce more of that in society, and I think that's good.
All right, go, Carmen. You can go ahead and respond, and then after that, I want to push back on something you said.
Oh, okay. No, I think that not all men are good leaders, but I guess the question comes out is there? My question would be: is there more good husband material men, more as wife material? Because I think it's both. I think right now society is just lost. I think right now the dating pool, it's just. Most men out here are not husband, and most women out here are not wives. So I just leave it at that. Now, if there's an imbalance, maybe there's more husbands out here than wives. Okay, but I don't think that's the case. I think that everything's messed up, and that's why I go back to my original point that I said earlier: arranged marriages until environments get better.
Okay, so I want to push back a little bit on something you said earlier. You said earlier that not all men are good leaders, right? Is that fair? Okay, I'll push back and say that I disagree with that.
Okay.
I think all men are good leaders.
All men are good leaders.
Yes.
Okay.
All men are good leaders. You want to know how I know? Because every man that's born has the task and duty of doing what he can to figure out his purpose. Every man has a different purpose in life. So it's up to you to figure out what that is. Now, whether you have a leader that's guiding you and giving you mentorship or not is irrelevant, because no one cares about a man's struggles. They only care if he wins.
What's a fucking button? I will read the super chats.
Yeah, no one cares if a man is struggling.
So
They only care
I
if you
see
can
said,
produce
3
results
of these.
and
I
show
will read
somebody
these
else how to
after
do the same.
podcast. I
Right?
appreciate it.
So
I know you
whether
gotta
it's
run
good
for a few.
results or bad results,
stuff, man.
I
I
think
appreciate the
all
support.
men are capable of producing some sort of result that a person will seek to follow and emulate. And that's every man, whether you're gay, straight, Christian, atheist, because there's plenty of examples of men that come from different walks of life that were able to lead and influence somebody in their life and touch somebody's life and inspire somebody. Every man on the face of this earth has somebody, at least one person around them that's looking up to them that wish they could be like them one day. Whether they're good or evil.
Anonymous, I'll ask you a question real quick.
I disagree.
Go ahead.
I think that you can lead
So
somebody.
what did I say that was wrong?
I think you said that all men lead to something. All men can lead, and then the only thing is that matters is the result of it. It doesn't matter how you got there.
That's what people. That's what people care about.
No, I think it matters the way. I think it matters if you're going to lead some. You can also lead somebody to destruction right along with you.
But
no.
So that's proving my point. That's proving my point.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think that's what I was trying to say.
You can lead somebody into destruction. Does not make you a good
leader.
No,
that makes them a bad leader.
But you still led somebody. That's my point. Whether you lead them in a good way or you lead them in a bad way,
I guess it doesn't matter to you whether you're a good leader or a bad leader. You're just a leader in general.
Anonymous, you can play this game. I'll ask you a question, Anonymous.
Go ahead. Now go ahead.
Are all women good cooks?
No good, but they could be taught.
Right.
They can be, that's right.
They can be led, right? So this is circular. So if all women aren't good cooks or good wives or good mothers, they can still be taught. Hence, you still need a man in your life to fulfill this position. Otherwise, where do you get the instruction from? Guess what? Traditional families. We both need each other. And absent instruction, you don't know how to put anything together.
I agree with that. Absolutely.
Agree.
Yeah. No, you're right. But this is the difference. This is why I made the comparison. See, with men, it doesn't matter if you had somebody that led you or gave you mentorship when you were young or not. A man is expected to just know how to be a man already. It doesn't matter if we grew up with a single mom or a 2-parent household. No one cares. That's the point. No one cares what your upbringing was. They want to know if you're man enough to produce the results and take accountability. No one cares.
I mean, none of us, I get what you're saying, but I think you need to differentiate, because I think just because you were born, you have the ability to lead. Okay, fine, you're a man, you have the ability to lead.
Why? Okay.
But I think you need to look at what is a good leader and a bad leader. Like you got to differentiate the two. Just because you have the ability to do it doesn't mean you should.
Already differentiated it. I differentiated it already. Because what I said was men from all walks of life have at least one person in their life that looks up to them for leadership and guidance. Every single man. It doesn't matter if you're Christian. It doesn't matter if you're Catholic. It doesn't matter if you're atheist. It doesn't matter if you're gay, straight, Chinese, whatever. Every man is born with the responsibility of not only leading himself, but leading others. Whether you're by yourself or you have people up under you, you're still supposed to be the one that figures it out. What is the leader's role?
Can I ask you a question?
The leader's role is the problem solver and the planner, not the woman. That's why no one cares if your leadership skills are good or not. They only care if the man's leadership skills are good or not. Our leadership matters more. It doesn't matter. Think about it. Think about this. I'll give you an example. We can look at relationships where the guy is abusive, the guy has his girl on drugs, but she still follows him anyway. We can look at that and say that man's not a good leader, but in her eyes, he is. Hence why she still follows him.
Mr.
Now, what did I say that
Anonymous.
was wrong? Wait. So
Bert.
now what did I say there that was incorrect? Go ahead.
You asking me or you asking Mark?
Either or. What did I say there that was incorrect?
I mean, makes her a good leader, but it doesn't make you results. Like, does she have results? But that's not a good leader.
But this is what I'm getting at.
And they're both toxic. I know what you're getting at. I understand that.
Right. So decisions lead to results, right? Right or wrong?
It matters how you got to the results. Is
No,
what I'm saying.
but they look at the result first and then they backtrack.
How
They
do you
look
backtrack?
they look at the result first and then they ask you how you got there. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, but then you gotta look at that other person. I'm like, why do they think that this is it? Because by that logic, I'm like, okay, yeah, everybody gets rich somehow, everybody gets whatever it is, but it matters how you got there. It matters. And if you got there in the wrong way, that doesn't make you a good leader.
That's not true. Because men, see, this is the difference. What differentiates us from women is that no matter what type of upbringing a man was born into, it doesn't matter if we were born with a silver spoon or if we had to get it out the mud. We are still expected to perform no matter what. So, whatever you have to go through to get to where you need to go to better yourself, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I still got my question on the tip of my tongue.
People only care about how you got there after you got some results. That's just how it is.
Let me ask you a question then.
Wait. No one is gonna take advice from Marte if he was skinny and couldn't bench anything. They can look at Marte's physique. They can look at Marte's physique
Bullshit.
And they say, you know what? Man, okay, he got it going on. Let me ask him, hey, what did you have to go through to get to where you are? And then he can go into what he had to go through.
That's wrong. That's wrong. And I'll give you
that's bullshit.
That's not bullshit. He's right about that.
That's wrong. That's wrong. You can learn something for everybody. And I give you another analogy. Yes, you can. You can ask for marriage advice from somebody who's been.
You keep asking me to come to your podcast every week.
Nah, bro. That's
why would you ask a skinny little white dude that has nothing to bring to the table, a skinny little white dude that doesn't bench press as much as Marte? Why would you keep inviting me then if I don't bring value and people don't respect me? And people, I'll tell you something, mate. People do respect me. They respect me a hell of a lot. Yeah, I know how to. No, hang on. Respect is something that you gain, right? You don't need to be a big man, okay, in stature. You need to know how to gain your respect, yeah, and earn it, right? And the way you do that is by turning up, right? You turn up. You don't have to be the biggest man in the world. So I resent what you just said, mate, to be honest, because I'm a skinny little dude. And if you keep doing that, then I'm going to find that. I'll tell you what, then you'll start losing the respect of the skinny little white dude. So it goes the other way round, bro, because you need respect.
Actually.
No. Well, whatever, bro.
So
whatever, bro. I know exactly what I'm doing. Do you?
Let me break this down. So what anonymous
and also hold up. Here's the other thing. What are you even trying to achieve right now? What is this all about? What are we even trying to achieve? Because for the last 4 weeks, right, I've turned up to this podcast, and all we've done is we've discussed about how insignificant women are. Right, last time around, you turned around and called them a bunch of locusts, a plague of locusts. And I'm like, hang on a sec, what are you even trying to achieve right now? So hold up, where is this going? What is your point? I want to ask you that for a start. And what are we trying to actually get somewhere or not?
Mark,
what is this going to be? Every single week, just bitching about women? Because to be honest, mate, that's not what I'm all about. I am not going to be sat here bitching about women every Sunday.
I know you're a knight and you happen to be white right now, but I'm
telling you right now, bro, send my bit.
With this, I'm just going to tell you what Anonymous Base was getting to wasn't a personal jab at you. What I'm saying, though, is that if he was saying if somebody wanted to be a fan of the sport of bodybuilding or wanted to improve their life from a physicality perspective,
whatever, you're just about each other.
Wait. One mic.
They would look at me as something to achieve to. He wasn't talking about like an astrophysicist would look at me and say, that's what I want. He's talking about men who have this interest in developing a physique. They would then look at me, Carmen, by the way, and say that's the pinnacle. That's what I want to achieve. I'm going to look at the pinnacle of my industry.
I think
and I
you're
would
focusing
respect that.
way too much on the physicality. I think you're focusing
No,
way
it's a
too
good
much
example
on
of being hypothetical. It's not focusing too
being
much.
equal. Your masculinity is equal to this specific, because you every single
I never brought up
knowledge that
masculinity at all. Never did I
brought
bring
up
up masculinity one
plenty of
time.
times, and you said, "Oh, 7'6" or whatever." Everything has attributed to
Even then, I didn't
physicality.
bring up masculinity at all.
Yes,
You're putting words in my mouth. You're using fillers.
No, I'm not putting words in your mouth. I
Okay,
am.
when did I say
you
masculinity?
asked me this question specifically.
Can you tell me
Would
when
you
I said
rather-
masculinity?
I'm just trying to tell you right now. You
I'll
asked
wait.
me a question earlier, and you said, "Would you rather be with the 7'6'2"?" And then you also said in the same analogy, "Well, there's also millionaires that are fat and 300 pounds, and there's."
If I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed. Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn.
You what?
Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it! Now that was impressive.
All right, Athena
Right.
is here. Shout out to you, Athena.
So back to this. Not once did I hear masculine ever. What you were talking about. You said, "Oh, I'm getting to it." I never mentioned masculine. Yet I'm going to assert that you mentioned masculinity or an attribution to. Like, to me, this doesn't really make sense. You didn't even answer the question. Matter of fact, I would
I
ask.
asked you the question. I did, and I was trying to tell you what you said. Masculinity. Let's not sit here and pretend that you didn't.
No, we were talking about 1% men. We were talking about 1% men, not masculinity.
You appealed to masculinity, did you not?
Nope. I was talking about 1% men in that. And then what we're talking about,
Then I
anonymous
misunderstood.
example, when we're talking about, you have to just listen to the hypothetical. He's just using one example, like a fraction, just to use an example. You know what a hypothetical is, right? It's just to test your logic. So when I tell you that a guy's looking at a personal trainer and says, "Damn, you know what? I want to achieve something bigger in life with my physique," who are they going to look to? They're not going to look at the multimillionaire. They're going to look at the bodybuilder, the direction they're going to. If I'm a scientist and I have a diorama at a science fair, I'm going to look at an astrophysicist, the top, the epitome of that sphere of the arena that I want to function in. So in anything, if I want to be a Betty Crocker, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to read cookbooks and I'm going to look at whatever her name is, the person with Snoop. I forgot her name is anonymous.
Martha Stewart.
I'm going to look at Martha Stewart and say that's
I
the
love her.
epitome.
Martha Stewart's one of my personal sheets.
Right, correct. So that's an example. That's all Anonymous Space was saying, is that whenever you're going to develop yourself, you're going to look at the apex of that industry. So me being a bodybuilder, actually a pro, it says Marte IFBB Pro here, got my pro card right here. Matter of fact, there's only a few of these in the world. So back to this, they're going to look at me and say, "You know what? I'm going to look at Marte, then that's what I need to do." What you're doing is conflating, "Well, I don't need that for a relationship." That's not what we were talking about. He's using that as an example so that way we can use this as a jumpy board to say, "Hey, steps need to start somewhere. You can't look at somebody who's equal to you. You want to be bigger and better than the last time that you showed up." That's all he's saying.
Yeah. So my overall point, because the way we got here was, I disagree with your point about all men being capable of leading. That's how this started. And so I gave an example of how men, from the time that they're kids, we are burdened with the task of eventually leading ourselves and being capable of leading others. That's the masculine burden of performance. I didn't make that up. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. And what I was saying is that as a man, you don't get respect until you're producing results or people around you are seeing that you're heading towards those results. Now, what I'm telling you is that no one cares about our struggle if we're not doing something about it. So until we do something about it, what we're going through is irrelevant. Because a man that's a leader is going to get to the result no matter what. No matter what's in his way, no matter who tells him he can't do it, no matter who believes in him or not. And that dynamic goes across all men from all walks of life.
And what I'm saying is, I think it should matter the way you got that results. That should matter.
Right. No. You're absolutely right. But you missed a very crucial point. It doesn't matter how you got there until you get the result first.
So you need to get the result first, and then
gotta-
it matters.
you
No,
gotta-
I don't. I don't think so. I think if
You got to get the result first.
if you have a goal and you want to reach your goal, result, whatever word you want to use, it matters how you got there, and however you got there, that is what defines you as being a good leader. Just because you're a male, yes, but like I keep repeating, you can lead people in a good way. You can lead people towards destruction. So the way that you got to your goal, it matters. And that is what defines you as being a good leader or a bad leader, not the matter of fact that you have the ability to lead.
But watch this. You're still missing the overall point, right? Because my initial argument was this: all men lead, no matter what your walk of life is, whether you're an atheist, whether you're Christian, it doesn't matter if you're
And I
gay.
agree with that. I agree.
Right. So this is what I'm telling you. People can gauge whether a leader is good or not based on the results. They look at the results and then they judge the man.
And that's what we disagree. I disagree because you said you're saying that the result is, we both agree on the point that if you're a man, you have the ability to lead. Yes.
Okay.
Born, we agree on that. But what the part that we disagree on, you disagree about how you got the results. People judge you based on the results. I'm saying people should judge you based on how you got the results.
Oh, wait. Stop right there. Stop right there.
No.
Wait. Stop the show. Wait. You said a very crucial word. You said people should judge it a certain way, but they don't. That's the point. I don't go off of should, could, or would. I'm telling you what it is.
Well, people should. So,
but that's not how it works, though. That's my point. Because okay, watch this. Let me test that real quick. You said that there's good leaders and there's bad leaders, right? We both agree on that. How do you know? How can you tell if a leader is good or bad if you're not looking at the results first?
Based on how they got the results.
But how do you know what the results are if you don't look at it?
What do you mean if you don't look at it? What are you looking for him to lead you to? What do you want from this leader?
Look, you said it should. You said that it should matter how he got there, right? I'm telling you that none of that matters unless you see the results of it first. You have to see where you have to see. You have to see where it gets you first, and then you judge it. Then you judge whether that was a good decision or not.
But you can't be a leader without no followers, right? So you got to look at, okay, what do your followers want to gain? We're looking towards you for us to gain something from you and you us to lead to. That's the goal. That's how you see it. If I want to be, if I want to become rich and famous, does that mean you got to rob and do everything else so you can become rich? I'm like, no, I'm not going to lead you. I want money.
Sure, there has to be an end goal as well. Surely there has to be an end goal.
Or do you need to gain it? No, you can't be a leader without followers. So to see their results, you gotta listen to your followers.
But watch this, Carmen. But watch this, Carmen. To further prove my point, you brought up being rich, right? Right. So in order for men to achieve financial success, they have to either figure something out on their own, which is them leading themselves, or you could study somebody who's successful in a particular field and follow a blueprint, which means what? You have to look at the result and then you backtrack and look at how they got there. That's been my point the whole time.
What you're saying doesn't matter how you got rich.
No, it doesn't. No,
listen.
Listen,
the result is to be rich, but you're not saying
Carmen,
it doesn't matter how you got rich.
No, listen. Let me walk it back again. I said no one cares until you have the results. They look at the results and then they ask how you got there. They still care, but they want to see the results first. That's my point.
Can I give an example?
Yeah, go ahead.
Would you say that Hitler was a good leader?
Wait.
I wasn't
Oh my God.
Okay. Would you say Hitler was a good leader?
He was a good leader, but not necessarily a good man.
Exactly. So there's a difference. Some people do not care how you got to that leadership. It depends on their morals. So that's why you have to differentiate. Are you looking at, is this a moral leader or is this a good leader? Because you can be a good
Right.
leader with no morals. Does that make
That's
sense?
a good
And that's
example.
what I was saying the whole time. I'm like, you are a good leader and a bad leader, but the
No,
whole
moral.
conversation
You could be a
was-
good leader and have no morals.
Yeah.
That doesn't change the fact
Yeah.
that you're good at leading. It doesn't mean you're a good person. Hitler was a wonderful leader because he got a lot of people to follow him. Does that mean he was
Mm.
moral? Absolutely not. He was a terrible person, but he was still good at leading.
Which proves
Yeah.
my point. That still proves my
Yeah.
point.
I just
That-
wanted, I think
Yeah,
there was
that-
like a disconnect and I wanted to,
Look, that proves
Yeah,
my
no, that
point.
was a good way of just. I think
Look.
that's what everyone was trying to say.
Look,
Like,
that,
yeah.
that,
Yeah,
that,
that was a good point.
no, but that proves my point. That actually makes my argument stronger. I said because men are capable of leading no matter what their walk of life is. Because there's going to be at least one person that believes in what they stand for and follow behind them, whether it's a good cause or a bad cause. Now, the way you find out whether Hitler's a good leader or not is you look at the results of what he produced with his leadership. You look at what the leadership led to, and you see the end result of it, and then you say, you know what? He led them down a dark path, but he still led them anyway. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, look, everyone's got a good point. You're the funny thing is, I'm sat here listening to you both. It's almost like you're arguing the same point. You almost both of you are arguing the same point. You're both saying like that. Yes,
Well, this
a
is what
leader
you're
can be
doing.
a leader, and you're saying that all men inherently are leaders. Men
Yes, yes,
inherently are leaders, right? That's
Yes.
what you're saying. And
Yes.
then like Carmen is saying yes, but even though that's the case, not all leaders are inherently good just because they're men and just because they're a man and they take on a leadership role. We've
But
got
that's
lots of bad
moral.
leaders that, like, we've got a history, if you think about it, of very bad male leaders throughout history. And I think that although men take on the leadership role, which you're correct, we do inherently take it on.
Yeah.
I think that, unfortunately, there are good leaders and there are bad leaders. And I'm hoping
Of course.
that as time goes by, we're going to start being able to identify the bad ones and just, voting
No, that's
for the good ones.
No, that's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. But this is the part that you guys are continuing to skip over. The way you're able to determine whether a leader is good or bad is you look at the results of what their leadership got to. You have to look at the result.
you have
You
to look
look-
at their
Sure, we get
results
that,
of
we
the
get
Gotta
that.
look
success
at
in
the
their
result.
leadership.
Look, no, because this is a human thing that we all do. We look at the end result and then we backtrack. It's the same thing with detectives and forensics. That's why there's a show called The First 48 where they look at the result of something that happened and then they have to work it back to figure out how it happened. You look at the result first and then you backtrack and say, well, how did this happen? Let me piece this together. Let me try to understand this and this and this and that. That's something that we naturally do as human beings. Like, think about this. Think about this. Athena has a son. I don't know if Carmen has kids. Kids do stupid things.
I was
all the
seeing
time.
this.
Right. Kids do stupid things all the time, right?
Sorry, Athena.
So,
I forgot to say it.
Right.
Wait,
So-
what did you say?
No. I said-
Nothing, because my screen is so small. I knew you came in. It's Athena. Yeah, Athena. I got your
Okay.
name so wrong last time. I kept calling you like something else.
okay.
And then
okay.
after you left, I was like, bye, Carmen. Yeah, anyway, let's go.
Wait.
Carry on.
So what I'm saying is this. I'll give another example of looking at the results to determine whether it's good or not. Athena has a son. I don't know if she has other kids. Carmen, I don't know if you have kids. But you as mothers know that your kids do stupid things all the time. How do you know if what they're doing is stupid? You look at the results of the decision and then you tell your kids, you know what, son, I don't think that was a smart thing, but he still did it anyway. You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying, but that's not always the case. There are times I see my son about to do something. I'm like, that's not a good idea. That's going to end badly. But that's because
Nope,
I also know the result that's going to happen. But I agree with you. But I think the disconnect is the difference between being a good leader, good at leadership, versus a morally sound person.
No,
you
you're
can
absolutely
have someone
right.
who's a wonderful leader, but a horribly like terrible person that has
you're
no
absolutely-
morals.
No, you're absolutely right. I'm not disagreeing with that. But the only way that you can tell if a person is a good or bad leader is you look at the results.
Yeah. Do they have a following? Are people following them?
Yeah.
It
That's been
it
my
doesn't
point the whole
matter.
time.
It doesn't matter if the people are even good.
So here's
I
Here's
could
the
give
thing I would
plenty
say.
examples of people who are leading a bunch of really bad people, and they're really bad people. Like, there's plenty of examples. Actually, I would say the left. Look at all the blue-haired people destroying everything because they didn't get their way. They have bad leaders and they act badly, but their leaders are still good at leading. They're still good at getting people to follow them.
And that's been my point the whole time.
It doesn't matter the followers. I don't think that matters at all, to be honest. And I'm going to actually give you a good example. Christ only had 12 people following him, by the way. And he was an amazing leader. We speak his name to this day. By the way, give a shout out to Rachel Wilson. Thank you for the $9.99. I think that
Rachel Wilson.
Shit like that.
I think that if we look at from a Christian ethical standpoint, we do have to look at our men as leaders, and we have to compare them to something. I think that Christ is a good representation. He was fierce to the nth degree, and he was also meek to the nth degree. So I think that we have somebody who is a mainstay in a foundation of something that we could say, okay, comparable to men nowadays. Like, I think that that's the epitome of masculinity. Now, if you're going to look at a good leader, we also have to have some kind of foundation of which to compare them to. This is the problem now. We have men running women out of homes, women initiating divorce at probably like 80%, or I would say 79% of the time initiating divorce. And when these homes are absent from men, they don't have anything to map onto. They don't have a reference point of what's masculine, what's a good leader. So yes, I do believe Anonymous Base is right about this. Yeah, men are all leaders, but to what degree can they lead? Not all men should lead, I think. And that's my whole point.
Now that last part, not all men should lead, absolutely right. I have no argument for that. No type of argument, because you're absolutely right on that point. But even with the Christ example, even though we weren't around for those times, the reason why we're able to look at Christ as a great leader and someone who to emulate is because we're looking at the result. We're looking at what it led to. We're looking at the result. What was the result? He died for all of our sins.
Yeah.
Right?
And the reason why that's such a good example, I'm glad you brought that up, is because even Athena and Carmen can recognize this. Ever since the dawn of time, men have gone down on sinking ships and died as the women and kids floated off. We've taken the ultimate sacrifice. I guarantee you, both of you ladies, if you had this man at home, not asserting if you do have one or not, I'm just saying that if this man is home and he turns over to you and says, "Hey, babe, listen, it's your turn to check who broke in the house because I did it last time." Yeah, how would you feel about this? This sounds crazy, right? So for him, his duty, he is supposed to take the ultimate sacrifice. This is what I talk about, the 1% man who's like the height, all this other stuff, because even no matter how much money you feel like you have at the end of the day, you still want to feel secure at night. You still want to feel safe because big man's going to protect you whether or not he has a firearm or not. You still have these traits that you look for in a man. And all of this, I mean, comes down to leadership. I could be 5 foot tall, but am I assertive? Am I consistently, I would say, foundational in my traditional family leadership? Am I assertive? Am I fair and consistent? To me, all these are extremely important. And if I lack any of this, which is embodied in Christ, by the way, guess what's going to happen? I'm not going to maintain a marriage and I'm going to lose. I'm going to take a fat L. That's going to happen.
Hey, there you go. There you go. But yeah, so far this has been a crazy discussion. Carmen, Athena, Mark, y'all got anything else on it before we move on?
For once, I've got nothing to say.
Move on.
Oh, I want to say one other thing. And I kind of want to get the guys' opinion on this.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
feel like in certain circumstances, right? If I
Mhm.
was still with my ex-husband, in certain circumstances, I would want him to essentially take my child, our child, right, and run off if he's more physically fit than him going and fighting if it's going to be a situation where I wouldn't be able to care for the child. Does that make sense? I know I'm talking about something very specific.
Right,
So I
right,
think
right.
it really
It's
depends
very
on
hypothetical.
it is very hypothetical, but I think in certain circumstances that there would be times where the woman would be the one stepping up because the man would be more capable of taking
But I
care
think
of
the
the
man
child
would
afterwards.
naturally be able to instinctively understand what role he needs to play at the time. Because look,
Yes,
a man would
fact.
inherently want to protect his wife and child, right?
Yeah.
And I do
Yeah.
think that the man would, if they had to make that instinctive decision there, they would definitely grab the kid. Definitely, 100%. I know I would. And I'm sorry, but look, I'm taking the child, running outside. Imagine there's a fire, just taking the child, get the child out, and I'm coming back for you. I will come back. I will
Right.
come back. But I'm sorry, I'm taking the child
First, yeah.
first. Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah.
And I think
okay,
most
so
men
you
will
get it.
inherently, naturally do that. I'd like to think so. I'd
Yeah.
like to hope so. And if they don't, I'd be very disappointed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be able to assess the situation to figure out what's best. Absolutely. On the same page.
Yeah. And that's the point. It's an on-the-spot decision you have to make, isn't it?
Mhm.
And that's the thing. When it comes to that kind of on-the-spot decision, I think men are able to rationalize real quick and just go, look, I know what to do when it comes to protectiveness.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
And I know how to act. And look, there's a child there. You see the child, and you instinctively protect it. You know,
Right. And I can actually give plenty of situations, dangerous situations where I was in that somebody was hurt, and men tend to be the more calm, level-headed versus the women screaming, freaking out, like just acting crazy. And here's the other thing. Even if you are pretty much level-headed as a woman, like if another woman is freaking out, it's going to make you start to freak out, even if normally you would be calm. So I've had that situation.
That was
It
hubby.
spreads.
Hubby just
It
agreed with you,
spreads.
Athena. To
Wait,
answer the
what?
question earlier, no, my husband, he just got home and he's literally, I'm staring at him. She's like, she's right. Women just freak out. She's 100%
Yes.
right.
And it
you
makes
know
other
what?
women freak out because I'll give an example. My father was using the pressure washer, and actually my mom moved something and he hit his hand with the pressure washer and it ballooned up, and she was screaming like bloody murder. And I was like, what? I was panicking because I was thinking that he was about to, like, I don't know what we could say on YouTube, but unalive, right? And so that made me panic.
Oh
and I
my
was
God.
on the phone with 911, and then I see it's his hand, and I'm like,
Yeah, it's kind of like that
Okay.
example, you know, when you teach your kids how to swim. I remember when my father taught us how to swim. I not with me, I guess, but with my brother. My dad literally pushed him over the river, and my mom freaked out. I was like, "Oh my God, he's gonna drown!" And my father's like, "Poppy's just like, I'm not gonna let him drown. Like, just
right.
stay over there."
Yes,
It's
exactly.
panic, and then it spreads, doesn't it? And then you start panicking, and then everyone else starts panicking, and then before you know it, you got a whole room of panicking people.
That's
And
why
you're
the
like,
men
oh my
want to get
God.
the women out.
Nature of
They're like,
women.
go so we can figure out how to salvage this situation.
Oh God, we're moving on to a whole nother topic. Let's move on to the next topic. We're still on the
Right.
icebreaker.
I know, right? No, but a big shout out to y'all, man.
Bang, bang.
All
Shit
right,
like that, shit
so
like that, shit like
moving
that.
on. If the world was built and run by women, what laws would be written to protect men, and what would the man's role be in society? Let me
Oh,
ask
he
you-
wants to say hi. Okay, hi.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, what's going on, bro? Hey, shout out to you, man.
Just real quick, man. I love the show. Keep doing your thing, brother.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Hey, man. Hey, shout out to you, bro. Shout out
Hold
to
on,
you,
is that
man.
Brian McKnight? Oh, give me a couple
Oh.
real quick. Hey, go ahead.
Well,
Go
he
ahead.
called
Give me
me
a
Rosa
vibrato real
Perez
quick.
earlier,
Oh, man, I've been a fan of you for a long
Perez,
time,
okay.
bro. Fan, I
Man,
bought
they
two of your
midnight.
albums already, bro.
Yes, sir.
Already got
That's
it, bro.
crazy. Since middle school, they call me Brian Midnight.
Oh.
It's crazy you said that, bro.
How did I know? How did I know?
Crazy. It's crazy. All right. The question, I'm sorry.
All right. So the question is this: if the world was built and run by women, what laws would be written to protect men, and what would the man's role be in society?
That would be awful. That would be awful. That would be awful. I honestly, look, I don't want to sound sexist. I know I like defend the female space a lot, yeah.
Uh-oh.
But the day that women get to write the laws is the day that we're all doomed, in my humble opinion. Okay, just as a society, we'll be doomed because they'll start putting crazy laws in place that make absolutely no sense, and then they'll start fighting with each other, and then they'll start bickering, and then they'll start panicking, and then nothing will get done. No buildings will get done. No laws will get enacted. Walls will start breaking out, and then they'll start calling the men back in. So I don't think it will ever happen.
We would most definitely have laws enacted for sure. Like I'm pretty sure that
No,
you both can understand what
wars.
kind of laws we have.
Wars would break out.
Okay, so if the world, again with the question, if the world was built and run by women, what laws would be written to protect men, and what would the man's role be in society?
Okay,
So in an imaginary world.
So I'll tell you. I'll tell you. I'll give you a list. Okay, bear with me if you can give me like a minute to read off these lists of rules that I'll have. So we'd have the Mandatory Self-Care Act. Every citizen must schedule at least one spa day per month. Failure to comply results in a fine paid by wine or chocolate. Public offices are closed on Fridays. Mani petty o'clock. Men caught whining about it must attend a mandatory How to Appreciate a Good Face Mask seminar. Also, rule number 2, high heel amnesty law. Wearing high heels over 3 inches is optimal. Anybody forcing somebody to wear high stilettos in the workplace will be sentenced to a week of walking in 6-inch pumps. Exceptions are made for drag queens because, of course, women will say they earned it. And also, we'd have the mansplaining prohibition law. Men caught explaining something a woman already knows will be required to sit through a 4-hour lecture on why she already knew that. Repeated offenders must wear a muzzle shaped like a glittery pink megaphone. Am I starting off so far something familiar? Because this is all we would have our laws dumbed down to. Am I wrong?
That's a good list.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit
Oh, there's
All
more.
right.
There's way more than
All
that. But
right.
anyways, go ahead.
Carmen, Athena, if the world was built and run by women, what laws will be written to protect men, and what would the man's role be in society?
Oh, Carmen, are you going first?
I mean, I guess. I mean, I don't have nothing good. I'm trying to find something good to say to protect our gender, but
Oh,
really?
Oh,
I can't come up with one. I honestly, I don't think there is. I think if it was up to women, if we were all off in Wonder Woman's island,
Carmen, you know you would have the period leave proclamation where period leave for menstruation cramps would be mandatory, with employers requiring to stock workplaces with heating pads, ibuprofen, emergency ice cream, all this other stuff. Men wouldn't even have the right to work in that workplace if we don't want to.
I think if the man's role would solely be to provide muscle to build things.
Nope, that wouldn't work because we'd have a toxic
That's
wearing
one.
a muscle, like don't speak. You just here to do muscle. Just wear a muscle and
wear a muzzle.
Don't speak. Don't do nothing. Just do. That will be your role in a.
Don't do nothing.
You're proving my point because we'd have a toxic masculinity.
that would be. I think women would make terrible dictators.
Gee, I don't even like it already. Right, wear a muzzle, don't do nothing.
Result in
Wear a
mandatory
muzzle,
timeout
don't
in a
do nothing,
reflection
and
round.
I think that would be their role to protect them. To protect them, I'd be like, okay, well, to protect them, I guess we'll protect
Well, a
your
little-
sperm so we can make some more of you. That's
You're
the only
Chuck us all in a zoo,
the only thing
in a human zoo,
You would
and just be
you would
like, yeah, we'll just
Pretty
milk
much.
you like
I
cows.
agree.
shaming
much.
effect. We would
Oh.
have a no body shaming edict. So body shaming would be a federal offense in this, and the penalties would include wearing a shirt that says "I judge somebody's body" and all I got was this lousy t-shirts. Positive body affirmations are podcasted daily on billboards and everywhere else.
And mental health
so many
days.
changes. It's ridiculous.
Arte, mental health days. You know, you sometimes mental health days.
No, this would
You
be
can't go to work because you need a mental health
That's
day.
what you would have.
Go on, Athena, what's your
Mental.
We need to go to
Health
Athena.
reflection lounge. That's what would
I
happen.
don't know about the health bit, just the mental day sounds about right.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So, Mark, if the world, oh no, you already answered. You answered first.
Yeah, I answered.
Okay, so Athena, if the world was built and run by women, what laws would be written to protect men, and what would the man's role be in society?
Okay, so the first part doesn't make sense because women can't build anything. I mean, they could build some things, but they can't make the materials to build it, right? They still need the men to do that. So women would not do that. But in a hypothetical world that women had full control, we can look at how society is today. They're already trying to enslave and emasculate men to the highest degree that they can. They already abuse the laws. So if they were in control of the laws, men would literally be slaves to women. They would have zero rights. There would be no right in their defense. Everything would be towards women. And here's the other thing. I'm not saying there aren't good women out there, but if you see how these women treat the good women, they go after him or after her. The sisterhood goes after good women. They call them pick-me's. They harass them. They call CPS on them to try to get their kids taken away. They slander their names. The same things that they do to men. So even if there were some women who would try to step up, they would be taken out pretty quickly, because the thing is, people with morals tend to act morally, and the people who lack those morals will do whatever it takes to get whatever it is that they want to achieve. So I think men would be enslaved, and it would start at a young age. They would probably have men segregated to a separate school taught by women, where they were just these beta soy boys. And yeah, it would be a bad time for everybody.
Athena, I don't know if you know this, but women initiate wars 28% more than men when they're in matriarchal roles in leadership positions. And then also, to talk about your other point, we would have it. Since we're talking
Repeat
about
what you
laws,
said. I'm so sorry.
What's that?
Can you repeat what you said?
So women initiate wars 28% more than men whenever they're in matriarchies or rule. So, and then also to back up your other point, we would have to have a law, and this is what would happen. It'd be called the Sisterhood Solidarity Statute. And this would be, women must hype each other up in public. Catcalling would be replaced with compliments like, girl, that confidence is serving. So things like this. So our society would change so much. And I do believe that slavery would be the mainstay today when it comes to things. And I think that women would definitely produce a group of men that they resent at the end of the day. And that's what this would produce. So
Facts. I agree 100%. I think that women say that they want that power, but every time I see women get that power and they're not naturally submissive or seeking men's leadership or direction, they are always corrupted. Like, at the moment that they get power, they abuse it every single time. Maybe not every single time. That's an exaggeration, but almost every single time.
People like that. I can bring up numerous examples like Bloody Mary. She bathed in the blood of virgins because she thought that this would bring her youth. Like crazy delusion, deluded examples like this. I can go on. There's more examples like Delilah. Remember that? Eve. Like I can go on. And you're also talking about the most easily, and don't take offense to this, ladies, but the easily most propagandized group of people in the country. Because if you took men off the map, guess what the country would be? It would be color blue. When we come to voting, it would be like literal. So when women are producing these men from these households, which are single family households, you're literally producing liberal men. And we have this, that's what we're trying to fight. We're trying to bring Christ back in the home because they're evicting two fathers. That would be the original father and also God. So we need two fathers back in the home, and things will be more
Well,
safe. But till then,
I love
This is
what you
important
just
to me
said.
because I've been sat here like for a long time, and it keeps every single time, right? I keep asking myself the same question: what is the purpose of what we're trying to achieve here? What is the end goal? And I think it's because some of you want to promote your Christ-like viewpoints, and I think I'm not sure whether I'm here getting sucked into this whole vibe of everyone's trying to like just promote their Christian vibes, or what. I'm not entirely sure what the aim is, what the goal is. Like, 'cause
Mark,
we
I
keep
can tell you what
debating
it is.
the difference between men and women, men and women, men and women, and I'm a bit like, I don't really know much about that kind of stuff. I don't really know what the difference is. And to be honest, I know there are inherent differences that we've all discussed, but it seems to me like we keep going around in circles. If you don't mind me saying, because at some point it gets to the stage where I'm like, right, we get that. We understand all of this. Everyone understands this. We all understand the differences between the man and the woman. We've been there, done that, got the t-shirt. But I'm not sure where this is going. So somebody please fill me in. And if you may, that would be great.
Mark. The overall point, because that's what you're asking, right? What is the point of all this? Right? The point of all this is this. I'm running a platform, right?
Sure. And we're exploring.
Right. So I'm a firm believer, because this ties into the point I made about all of us leading, right? I believe that there are not only people that follow me, but they follow Marte and they follow you. There's people that look up to me. There's people that look up to Marte, and there's people that look up to you, Mark.
Right.
So with that being said, what this is generally producing, this is producing some sort of result. This is producing some sort of answer, and this is helping somebody reach some sort of conclusion about something that they may or may not have been confused about. That's what it's about. That's what it's about.
I respect that, man.
I
do.
can interject just a little bit.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Mark, you are on the fence type of person. We've all asserted this. We've all agreed at one point. You said there's nothing wrong with it, even though I find fault in this. The problem with this is we're finding solutions to this because there are also people at home. Like, let's say I don't convince you. I don't convince Carmen, Athena, or anybody else. Somebody at home is on the fence, and they're indecisive about something because they don't have a father. Maybe they look at me and they're like, oh, Marte is this Photoshop-looking guy in real life, but he's more right about this approach. I've been wondering that. So now it's stuck in his head, kind of like you hear a song and it gets stuck in your head. Well, I'm uttering mantras that can also be stuck in men's head as well too. Maybe a saying or a slogan, something like that. We're all sloganeering factories to some point, right? But also to what effect? Because if there's an absent father, you, me, and Anonymous are both men. We could be like the absentee father that just showed up on a screen and some guy's looking at him. And not only this, but maybe they respect me a little bit more and they're going to say, you know what? Marte talked me off of this ledge. Marte just took a barrel out of my mouth.
As long as we're doing it for the right reasons and we're leading by example, then I'm all down for that, you know. As long as we're doing it all for the right reasons and not trying to indoctrinate other people into, you know, believing what we believe, and we're trying to because I don't. Anyway, you get what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I think it just makes a difference where, you know, we all trying to. Marte's really the nuclear family, how we're going to get society better and better leaders, better men out here, better. It's a nuclear family that, and then he also believes that in a nuclear family, you have to have Christ, which I believe the same thing too. I don't want to speak to Athena, but I think Athena can agree because she hasn't been agreeing to that point. So I think it's just how you get there. It's different for everybody.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I'm an Orthodox Christian. I'm very proud of my faith. I am not a perfect Christian, but I think most Christians, they hold true to their values, whether they're not perfect, right? We know that we all make mistakes, but we strive for something better, and that is to be Christ-like. That is our goal. And I don't think anyone can say that Christ was a bad person. So if that's your goal, you know, I know the saying doesn't make sense, but it says, you know, shoot for the moon and land upon the stars, right? Like, you're shooting for something that's better than yourself. And there was actually an atheist guy, I need to look up his name, because I have some family members in that were atheists, and they suggested that book for me to read. I need to read it in full. But there was a book that an atheist made, and even though he's an atheist, he said people need religion because the majority of people's human nature is to be sinful and bad and selfish. So people need something to look towards.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it's a bad thing saying that we're indoctrinating. We're spreading positivity.
No. I'm interested. Look, I hope you don't mind me, like, the way I probed with my questioning. Look, I was just genuinely interested where we're going, what this is all about. I'm genuinely intrigued because I'm facing a lot of backlash in today's era. You know, I'm just trying to go about my day. I wrote a book the other day called I Just Wanted to Get a Beer. Yeah? It's called I Just Wanted to Get a Beer. And it was about me trying to get to the bar to buy a beer and being, what do you call it? I've got one group of people coming at me here asking me a bunch of questions, and I'm like, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Yes, I'm a white guy, whatever, blah, blah. And I'm like, I just want to get a beer. Right? And then before you know it, they come and ask me another question. Oh, are you left wing or are you right wing? And I'm like, hang on a sec. Barman, I'm just trying to get a beer, you know? And I'm like, God, so what's happening at the moment is I can't navigate from A to B in today's era, right, without being intervened by someone who wants to try to have their, political viewpoint, or tell me how to behave, or tell me how to think, or tell me that this group of people over there is a problem, or that group of people over there is a problem, and that I should join their gang, or I should join their gang. And I'm like, do you know what? You're all just as guilty as each other, in my humble opinion. I'm just like, what? And I just sit back and I'm like, hang on, I'm very much a centrist, because the people on the left have got a very good point, but the people on the right have got a very good point as well. And I'm like, no, you're just bashing heads against each other. We're not actually getting anywhere. And people go round and round and round and round and round in circles, and we can never get from A to B in a very straight line without being intervened by 100 million obstacles along the way.
Welcome to the human experience, Mark.
Bang. I don't think that's changed. I think it's always been that way.
Well, it has. It's just getting more complex as time passes because we've got more and more obstacles. Yeah.
I don't think much has changed, but that's just me.
Yeah. See, Mark, I'm gonna touch on something a little bit. So one of the deeper reasons why I like doing things like this is because, like I said earlier, all of us on this panel have at least one person in our lives that cares about us, who wants to see us win, and they support us. And, they want to see us produce great results, not just for ourselves, but other people around us. Right. And so part of that, for me at least, is to engage with people from different walks of life, different religions, different faiths, different backgrounds, different races or what have you, because I understand and accept that none of us are perfect and we're all trying to figure it out together. We're all winging it through this thing called life, right? So I genuinely believe that for us to have greater understandings and come to conclusions about things, we have to have conversations, whether they're good conversations or they're uncomfortable conversations. The conversations have to be had at some point, because there's questions that I want answered. There's questions that you want answered. There's questions that Carmen wants answered. There's questions that Athena wants answered. There's questions that Marte wants answered. That's why I have no problem if I speak something that came from a conclusion that I came with. I have no problem if Marte pushes back on it, if Carmen pushes back on it, if Mark pushes back on it, and Athena pushes back on it. I have no problem with it, because you know what? Maybe there's a possibility that what I'm saying could be wrong, right? There's a possibility. So I'm willing to accept new information and then just figure out how to incorporate it with what I already know. That's what these conversations are for. You see what I'm saying?
Sure.
That's that at the root of it all, that's really what it's about. I like being able to have difficult conversations, have a good time, and be able to fellowship with people in general. That's my thing. I'm a conversationalist. I love having conversations. I love cracking jokes. I love going back and forth with people. I like it when we roast each other. I like it when we laugh. I like it when we butt heads. I like all of it. I like all of it. I'm a firm believer that you can't have the good without the bad. There might be a day where I say something and you go and you get offline and you're like, man, I really hate that Anonymous said that. I hate that he said that. I hate that he said that.
I don't hate anything. I've never hated anything you've said, right? But you know something? All week I was like, I can't believe he referred to women as a plague of locusts, and I kept giggling away. I've been laughing all week, man. I've been literally like, oh my god, I can't believe he referred to women as a plague of locusts. But I get what you're saying, right? It's not that I didn't understand the message that you're trying to get across.
Right,
it's just. It made me laugh so much, man. It made me laugh, and I've been giggling about it all week, man, in my head. Like, I've started calling people crickets, yeah? I started going, yeah, shut up, you cricket. And they're like, what? You don't know what? Yeah, I'm like, you have no idea what I'm even talking about. It's hilarious.
But yeah, you know, overall, I think that in order for us to have deeper and better understandings about, you know, things that we might be dealing with or things that we might be going through, it's good for people to take a break from their lives and what they got going on and just sit back and have a conversation. You know,
it's healthy.
Right. I don't think that there's nothing that a conversation can't fix. And I know I might have worded that wrong or used improper grammar, but in my humble opinion, I could be wrong about this. I could be wrong.
No, you're right. You're right.
I think that a lot of things can be resolved, whether personal or interpersonal, through conversation. Sure. Right. I look, even on this panel tonight, I've said some things that Carmen was like, what are you talking about, dude? Oh no, I disagree. Oh no, I can't believe you said that. I can't believe it. And I pushed back, and I was ready for it. Like, okay, what did I say that was wrong? She voiced her perspective. Yeah. We went back and forth. I don't hate Carmen. She may or may not hate me. It is what it is, but we're still having a good time. That's the point.
I don't hate you.
No one hates you, bro. No one hates anyone. I don't think anyone hates anyone, really.
No. I know. But I'm just
your
speech.
Yeah. I'm just giving that extra perspective.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
To give extra clarity to your question from earlier.
I want to say that I think that we've gotten to a point in society where everyone's trying to create this safe space. And I think we should bring back some shaming back. Like, I'm sorry. Like, this idea that, oh, we need to be safe and this and that. And I've had people call me out. I've had people target me like for my weight, and I'm okay with that. I understand that's something I need to work on. I'm not like gonna cry about it or anything like that. We need to bring some sort of level of accountability back for the things that we do and say. So I think even having these discussions, I'd be completely fine if someone takes a clip of me and shares it where I said something stupid and they laugh at me. I'll probably even laugh at myself and maybe even say, you know what? That wasn't right. I need to change that about myself, because that's how society keeps each other in check. And this whole idea, oh, accept everybody for how they are. So are we accepting everybody? Like, where do we draw the line? Because at some point, things are just not okay.
Well, you lot have encouraged me to get back on the weights. Put it that way, and eat more. Okay, so I will make a concerted effort, and I do drink a lot. I'll be honest, right? I'm a very comfortable alcoholic, self-confessed alcoholic, and I smoke a lot weed, right? And I don't work out as much as I should do, you know. But I do still have it in me to want to better myself and to work out and to big myself up. And if anything, yes, it's good to be shamed a little bit, you know, to a degree and to a point. You know, it's just that I think men can take that shaming better than women can. And because of that whole fat shaming, body positivity era that we lived through, You know, now all of a sudden people are reluctant to body shame. But you know, I don't mind it because I know where I stand in that whole frame of masculine framework. You know, I know that I need to work out more. I know I need to do my push-ups. I know I need to pick up some weights. You know, I know I need to eat an extra steak a week or whatever.
Mark,
Right.
I know I need to do that.
culture and masculinity a lot in men's spaces, and I'll tell you how this happens. If you, me, and Anonymous Base are going to go out to the club, and Mark, you were like, I'm going to go get that dime piece, that 6-foot model in a high heels, and I'm going to tell you, no, you're not. You fucking can't. You look like a glowworm. You're not getting that, man. You need to hit the weights, right?
But you say that, bro. But I've pulled some pretty hotties in the past, right?
Mark,
So
I'm giving you a
one of the women that I dated
Mark,
for a while.
Mark
was almost like a model standard. She had model standards, and
like
everyone kept looking at me, going, "How did he manage to pull a bed like that?"
Mark, I feel like you're defending some cap stuff right now. But anyways, moving on to this. If we had a hypothetical where it's like you, me, and him about to go to the club, and I roasted you because you're gonna get this model, and you had a job that only paid you what, £1 a week or something crazy like that, like low wage. I don't know what a pound is, but anyways, you get it because of your whole bloke.
Yeah, dollar, yeah,
anyways,
yeah.
back to this. Like I roasted you, and you took it like a champ, and you said, I'll go out there and get it. And we roast. All that's doing is me telling you to level up. In women's culture, I don't hear women roasting each other before they go to the club. No, I hear the opposite. Delusion. Nah, girl, you're gonna get that queen, even though she's 300 pounds. Like they're not gonna tell her, no, girl, you look good in that dress, even though she doesn't look good in the dress, and they're gonna let her walk out there, and they're gonna talk about it behind her back. So to me, I think there's a distinction between the two different cultures. Men will roast each other. So it's like when you say, well, men can take it, men can take shame. Yeah, because we already have this in our culture amongst ourselves. Women don't have this. They can take it if we slowly start bringing back the patriarchy, and it's one step at a time.
But women,
If I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed. Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn.
You what?
Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it! Now that was impressive.
so Marte, I agree with you. Oh, we have
Shout out to Zingo!
Bang.
How y'all doing?
Shit like that.
good.
Shit like that.
Oh, we're doing great. You came in at a good time because we're answering the question: if the world was built and run by women, what laws will be written to protect men, and what would the man's role in society be? And Athena was getting ready to say something, and then after that, you can go ahead and answer the question.
Yeah, so I think that women used to shame each other for not being able to cook, not being a good wife. Like women used to shame each other.
Yep.
This whole feminist movement has taught women, oh, if we band together, because now we're protected like we used to be, but we have, I would say, more rights than men. So we have the protections and more rights than men. They've essentially kind of not been held accountable. And so if they're not being held accountable, why would they hold each other accountable? They're just taking advantage of it. But women used to be shamed. It used to be like a badge of honor when you had the best meals out of all the women in your community. You had the recipe that was secret and you wouldn't tell anybody. Like all of these things were seen as a good thing. All of those good things, those good traits that women used to have are now shamed. If you go out and like cook for your man, clean, and you're doing all of these things, you're a good mom, you're shamed for it. Oh, you're judging us because you don't give your child sugar. You think you're better than all of these other women. It's like completely backwards.
Well, yes, it is completely backwards. We live in a contradictory environment where shame is actually a contradiction. I'll give you an example. Let's say Carmen and Zynga just teamed up because of the sisterhood. We have the sisterhood statute that passed as a law. They would then tell you something to the effect of like, you can say, well, I don't need no man, this and that. And they'd say, yeah, we don't need no man. And they'd rally and say this, you guys all to go to the club. But the moment something happens and one of them turns her back, that's why you ain't got no man. So it's like, this is so contradictory. It's like, it doesn't make any sense because, and you'll speak out of both sides of your mouth. It's like, we don't need no man, but that's why you ain't got no man. It's like, you'll shame each other. But you see how conditional shame is nowadays? Back in the days, it used to be kind of like consistent when it came to shame to the good things, like with the society we'd want for our children and the women and men and families that we'd have. Now it's selfish shame. It's like, well, if I say this, I'll get the attention, I'll get the clout, and the girls will be on my side. It's not moving forward. It's individualistic shame instead of communal shame that benefits society.
Yes, facts on that.
Yep, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. All right, so Zynga, what you got? If the world was built and run by women, what laws would be written to protect men, and what would the man's role be in society? What you got?
Dude, I don't know. I think maybe, I don't know, because when women get in charge, we get really tyrannical. So I'm not sure if men would have any protections, but I do think we would do something like, okay, so I'm named after a warrior queen, and she was pagan. And by the end of her life, she was an old lady, like 70. She would bang all these young men in the village. And this priest, a Catholic priest, evangelized to her, and she converted. But he was like, listen, you, and she had a sister, you and your sister, you can't, bang all these young hot guys in your village anymore. FBI, open up! So she said, okay. So she married, she's in her 70s, right? She married like a super young, hot man in the village. So I think what would probably end up happening is we would round up all of the super hot young guys and make them sex slaves. So that way only the super hot young guys would be procreating. So no ugly guys would procreate. And that way we could eliminate all of the ugly people.
Yeah, weren't we trying to say this would happen earlier?
Like the Handmaid's Tales?
It would be reversed. It would
Like
be
a zoo. I said that earlier. They would milk us like a zoo, like cows in a zoo.
And they would have to be 6 foot tall at least, 6 pack, 6 inches.
They get rid of me. They're like, right, get rid of him. Right, that one needs to go lamb to the slaughter. They'll probably eat us. They'll be like, no, we're not going to eat that one. They'll feed them to the pigs. And then,
you'd be a mechanic or something like that. You just wouldn't be able to procreate.
Right. Or like the Spartans, like throw them off the cliff. Like, goodbye.
Well, we could
You're
use
useless.
We need somebody to break rocks apart.
Look what just happened. We just did it to Mark right now. That's a good example.
No.
Like, look what just happened to him. So
did he leave?
Yeah.
No, I think he's gonna
what
come back.
happened was we saw an example of what we were talking about. That's literally what happened. So in this dystopian future where women are choosing the guys that are strong, big, and all this other stuff, Marte and Anonymous Base are left, and Mark just happens to be the mechanic and off to the left. That's what happened. So hey.
So you know what? So you know what's funny about
find some benevolent woman that want,
So you know the irony in Zynga, Athena, and what Carmen said. The irony is that everything that you guys explained is exactly how it is already.
Bang, bang.
Everything
Bang.
that Zynga just said is exactly how it is already.
I literally said that. I said if we look at what's going on right now, we can see what would happen. It would just be to a more drastic degree than it is now.
Well, as far as women,
old, short guys.
Well, as far as women screening for the top tier guys, that's already a thing.
Yeah, for the majority of women, yeah.
Like they're already
doing
doing
the world I'm talking about, he doesn't have to have money. He just has to be sexy and young.
So I keep pressing the wrong button.
Yeah, but it's kind of getting to that point now with your Tracy Ellis Rosses and your Michelle Obama's doing podcasts talking about, yeah, you know, these guys my age, you know, they're this and this and that. You know, I wouldn't mind having me a little young thing.
Oh,
Married
man,
women say that?
podcasts. This is balls.
Yeah.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
So it's quite disconcerting for me, right? In the last couple of hours that we've been here in this podcast, right? All three of the females that have come in here have agreed with us that if women were to take over the planet, they would treat us all like pigs and we'd be doomed. That's quite a scary concept if you think about it. But I don't think it's ever going to happen. I don't think women will ever.
We can't.
Yeah,
no,
it's impossible.
We'd
Even
have to
armed with
poison every
PQs, we
man
still
at the
couldn't.
same time. Like we would have to all. First of all, you'd have to get every woman to agree on something, and we'd
That's
all have
impossible.
to.
Task
it'd be
number
a-
one.
That wouldn't happen, and then we'd all have to poison every because we can't fight, right? We'd have to poison every single man
my
at the
God.
exact same time, all over the planet.
Yeah.
So then we can subjugate the little boys if we have boys.
How long have you been planning this for?
No,
At
she's
least
speaking
2
reality.
years.
No, I know. I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing.
Hey,
No,
Zinga, Zinga, you know what happened if y'all did try to fight us, right?
Hey, yo.
But
I don't care if she's a girl or a baby or somebody's grandmother. I'll still knock her out.
But no, it's a scary concept is the point I'm trying to get at, right? The concept in itself, the fact is that most women would, if they wanted to, like, try to formulate a plan, you know, try to eradicate all the men, like, chuck them in a little farm, you know,
Like if they
and treat
took
them
over
as, like,
AI
their little
robots.
pets. Yeah, but then it's like, you know,
we have that
like
happening
the
right
Zinga
now.
said, it would never happen. They'd need to really formulate a plan and start
some degree,
poisoning
Mark.
people. It just won't.
It's happening right
So,
now. So Planned Parenthood is actively doing this as we speak. Matter of fact, when women were polled, 78% of women polled were saying because they were a boy. That's one of the reasons that went into me making this decisions, and people would rather choose a girl. And this is happening in 2025 when they're polled. And then not to mention this, not to rail against the black community, but a small segment, which is only 17%, are leading in AB deletion rates when we talk about this. So we're literally causing a genocide when it comes to, I can't say it on YouTube, but a G side when it comes to men as we speak. So we're seeing this already. So think about this. If they were fully grown and women could do this outside the womb, what do you think would happen? Because they're already doing this. One of the unsafe places for a baby to be is inside a womb of the black culture. That's all I'd say. And I know people are going to be vilifying me for saying this, but it's quite true. You can look at the stats at this.
Hey, you're absolutely right, bro.
So sad.
No, but see, the funny part about that is what Marte outlined is absolutely right. And see, with me being black, I get criticized and called all types of names for just speaking on the truth. It happens it happens all the time. And you know what? In the beginning, it used to bother me, and it made me feel some kind of way.
Yeah.
Because I was under the impression that I was saying something that was quote unquote wrong, according to what the other people say. But then when I actually do my own research and start looking into things myself, I start to see, wow, this really is a thing. And these other people are just in denial. So once I come into an understanding of something and I can see things for what they are, I don't waver from it. I don't care. I don't care what type of names you call me. I don't care what you say about me. I don't care what you do, whatever. Once I understand something to be truth and it's a fact, nothing can change it in my mind.
Anonymous.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when you were saying this, I totally agree with you. So here's the thing, though, Athena, because you talked about shame. You see the shame in black culture that we have. So it's like, even if we're honest, now me and Anonymous Space must hate her skin. We must hate her mom, and we must not like black people. So it's like if white people speak on this, they're automatically silenced or deemed racist if they do this. So there's a white silence that's going on right now. If black people speak on this, all of a sudden we hate ourselves and we have internalized relationships. So racism. So if you talk about Mexicans doing this, oh, you have no business judging our culture. So if we can't judge or have shame on Black culture, then who can? That's why when we talk about Black culture running amok, being the most racist in society, being the most degenerate, being the most out of shape, when we talk about Black women, Zynga obviously is omitted from all this because she takes care of herself, but other Black women, 68% of the population out of shape. It's rare to find a Black woman that I can see that's actually in shape. When you think about this, it's like, this is one of the things that I want to talk about is like going back to fitness, having a masculine leader in the home, somebody that has a diet, things like this, bringing Christ back in the home. I know, Mark, you don't want to hear about this, but having some of this doctrine in the home, whether or not you believe that indoctrination is bad or good, I think that when we have this in the home, this patriarchal structure, which Christianity has back in the home, it's good. Also, Zynga, you missed Rachel Wilson with the super chat. She was here earlier, but anyways, I'll send her a link and see if she can come in the chat. So maybe
Tell her I was
happen.
taking care of my children. That should give me some points.
Oh,
you're good.
Well,
Yeah.
I experienced that as well as a Latina. I'm half Colombian, half Greek. My mom's from Colombia, and then my father, his family's from Greece. But I am fair-skinned, typically in the winter. This summer, I didn't get out as much as I would have liked to. But I get really dark, and so. But whenever I'm more fair-skinned, right? I have blue eyes, fair-skinned. I get told all the time, oh, well, you're white, so you can't have an opinion on this. And then whenever I tell them my background, they're like, well, you still have white privilege and you're just self-hating and you're an Uncle Tom and you're a this and that. So I get the same thing too. Like, I'm not allowed to have an opinion because I have blue eyes and light skin. Which is crazy because I think that's racist.
Well, I'm the palest man on the panel, and to be honest, right, the way I see it is, look, I don't really care about the color of my skin or the color of your skin. I'm pretty like naive and dumb to it, yeah. To be honest, the way I see it is, if you're a nice person, then I get on with you quite well, because I know white people and Black people that I really do like, and I know white people and Black people that I really dislike, and for me, it's very easy. You have to be a nice person. But the thing is, of course, I get the whole racial aspect thrown at me. And I just laugh. I just laugh and own it. I say, yeah, of course I'm white. Of course, of course I'm white. I'm like the whitest person. I've got goofy teeth. I'm a skinny little white dude from England. That's literally who I am. You know, I don't pretend to be anything else. I don't go, oh, I've got roots here, roots there. I have no idea. I just go, I'm a skinny little white dude from England. But that's who I am, and I try not to pretend to be someone else, because the minute I start pretending, then that's when everything else just crumbles down. I'm just Mark Fowler. That's why I struggle to introduce myself to these bloody podcasts. People say, "Who are you?" And I say, "I don't know, skinny little white dude from England, Mark Fowler. That's me. That's who I am. I'm what you make of it, and that's it. What I am, what you see, and that should go for everyone, I believe." So I try not
or would they have us do the hard work? Now, if they do have us do the hard work, this is the thing. Let's say they do write laws and try to run things, right? How would they enforce it? How would they enforce? How would they enforce their laws on us? How would they do it? But somebody has to build the robot, though.
Yeah, they would use men to build the robots and then take over.
Yeah, but how would they? But how would they force us to build the robots? That's the question.
I know exactly how we could do this. We don't have to have a monopoly on force. We take the ugly, insecure ones and make them fight for us.
And they would be the first ones getting killed.
Bang, bang, bang.
Hey,
Shit like that.
This
Shit
is what will happen to them.
Hey, yo.
Do to them. You think about this. If you see a guy like Marte, you see a guy like me, you see a guy like Mark. If we band together, do you really think that the ugly, short, weaker guys are going to be able to force us to do anything? If me, Marte, and Mark band together, do you really think it's going to happen? Do you really think that we're just going to lay down and let people walk all over us? Absolutely not. It's not going to happen. So the question would be, if they were to write laws and run everything, how would they be able to enforce it and uphold it? Who would be there to enforce it and who would be there to uphold it if not us? See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how would it work?
No, I think you're right. I just figured the hypothetical wasn't in reality.
Oh no, it's definitely in reality.
Well, I mean, for us to build it and run it. Well, I just mean for us to build it and run it. The first thing I thought was, okay, well, that could never happen. But let's say it could. What would we do? Like, that would mean we would have to be stronger. We wouldn't be able to be what we know as a woman.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, because like the question would be, if they were to build it and run it, then they'd have to institute some sort of laws to keep things in order. Well, how would they do it, and how would they enforce it, and then how would they uphold it? Because if they were able to come up with a way to build something, then by the logic alone, if you build it, now you control it. So you build it, you control it. Now you have to institute law and order, place boundaries and restrictions, and have a framework to where people can operate and thrive. So if, like, let's say hypothetically that they were to institute laws, well, what type of laws would they write to protect us? Or like what type of laws would they come up with as far as we're concerned?
I think they would essentially, I mean, we can actually already see that this is happening, essentially make public school mandatory, right? And I see so many simps coming out of the educational system. And I know I harp on this all the time, but boys get a testosterone boost from ages 4 to 7, and they're not meant to sit down and be quiet and not move around. So girls are essentially made to seem like they're superior to men at a very young age. And this is why we have so many simps, because at a very young age, they're indoctrinated to think that they're beneath women. They're being taught by women. They're being compared to women who are doing better, because those are boys who need to be out moving around, and the little girls are sitting there being quiet. And it's easier for them to do so because they have different hormones going through their system at that time. So I think making public school mandatory for everyone would be a part of that, so they could indoctrinate that. Because I was just on a live the other day, and this man who's extremely strong and muscular, you would think he's masculine, he's got a beard. No, he was sitting there pandering towards women and feminists. He would be one of the ones that they would have fight for them. So I think that that would be part of it, is early on indoctrination.
So do you think that guy would be successful in carrying out their agenda against guys like me, Marte, and Mark? You
He
think
has
that
to be like a sleeper cell agent or something.
do you think that that guy would be successful in getting us to agree with that?
He's physically just as strong. I mean, he was a very fit man. Now, I think that when they are indoctrinating little boys, most of them, their T levels go down. We can see T levels across the board are going down. So yeah, it would be a challenge. But if you get enough of them, they could take down the few men who are more powerful. It's just a matter of getting in early and indoctrinating those children early.
I disagree. And the reason why I disagree is because in the household of single moms, they outsource masculinity to everybody else and then come back home to supreme femininity. So it's like, if you're talking about men who are more base that come from traditional households, they don't have to outsource this. The dad goes to practice with them, does all this. So not only this, but if the kid's punished, guess what he's doing? Probably 50 push-ups because he failed his homework, all this other stuff. With the women, it's like, go to your room, this and that. So it's like almost like when you look at the two dynamics, the distinction between how women punish boys and how men punish boys. Men, there's a consequence. Like, you have to fix this car in the garage and help me out for the next year. I don't care about what you feel like. We put our boys to work when it comes to certain things. With women, it's like you put the work on the boys for you, like clean up the yard, you have to do this, but it's like at the service of me, you have to serve women. All this would be outed once they leave the home, because all this at service of mom, at service of women would be automatically visible. Me, Anonymous Base, and Mark would see this a mile away when it comes to more base men who've been punished by doing push-ups, been punished by masculinity. And not only this, when we feel threatened at home because we're grounded, it's like, damn, we got this looming presence over us. Whereas like if Zinga raises boys and these boys outgrow her and she's not going to be intimidating presence of the home. The dad would be, well, sorry, that's absent. So these boys would be like the more emotional, more everything else. They don't have anything keeping them in check, which means that they're more likely to go to prison, more everything. So it's like that inevitability would be least likely to happen because recidivism rates would skyrocket. Boys going to prison, all this other stuff. Meanwhile, in based homes where there's men available in, these men would understand boundaries. Like, if I hit, I'll get hit back. Okay, I know my own strength. I've been doing push-ups and all this. The training would be totally different in preparation for the pseudo war that you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
My only pushback with that is if you look at statistics with single parents that do the most abuse, it's mostly single mothers who abuse over single fathers. And that being said, if men were not holding women accountable in any way, there would be more abuse of these little boys. So they would be indoctrinated even more. And we see this with all different types of animals, including humans. When you tell them that there is a barrier that they can never go past, if they're raised with that idea, that barrier in their mind, they think that they can never go past it, even if they actually can. So I think that, I mean, I do understand what you're saying, but I think that women would become more abusive to little boys to ensure that they would not fight back. And I think they would indoctrinate them to the point where they are mentally enslaved. And I would even say that the Black community is a prime example of this. If we look at the music and the culture of the time, you have to act a certain way. And so I think that it would be possible. But I do understand what you're saying, though. I do. I think there would be people who would fight back, but I don't know if they were doing it so young, how many. I think the resistance would be smaller, and eventually there would be a resistance. I think men would come back to their claim, but I think that it would be possible if women had complete control over the kids without any accountability and indoctrinating them and abusing them.
Yeah, you're right. Because it stems from planting seeds at a young age. So I think that if we do have a barrier for entry when it comes to like masculinity, that starts in the home. And absent any of this, we don't have safeguards to protect kids in the future. That's why we talk about self-deletion rates increase, recidivism rates go up, because these kids, it's like they're more emotional, more prone to being acting out. And then not to mention this, when you bring up the Black community, it's rife with a lot of this. And we talk about there's actually a Planned Parenthood video where the woman's twerking outside of a clinic, like I could show you right now. And then there's also a Plan B hip hop music video with this woman with fried chicken outside of a KFC. Like all the
yeah.
all the racial tropes are inside one music video. And it's like when you look at the man side of that, it's even feminized on that culture, because now we used to have drug pusher ideology in rap music. Now it's drug user ideology in rap music. So even the music has really feminized itself when it comes. Matter of fact, this is the first, I would say Anonymous is more associated with music on this, and you'll see this. Rap music has not been in the top 40 for how many years? To this year. For the first time in 20 or 40 years, I think it is, it's 35. Not in the top 40 in the Grammys or something like that.
Yeah,
you're right.
He's right. He's right.
35 years.
Yep.
He's right.
Really?
Yeah. Well, it's really gay now.
It is.
Yeah. She ain't lying though. She ain't lying though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like
but there's a lot of there's a lot of good hip hop and so there's a lot of Christian rap artists out there. You got Tyson, Tyson? Bryson Gray or Tyson?
Bryson Gray.
Yeah, Bryson Gray. He's really good, right? Really, 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 really good. And then we got a lot of upcoming American rap artists. I like even the likes of Harry Mack. I know he's a white dude, right? Freestylist. And then we got Tyson, whatever his name is. And there's loads of upcoming Christian rap artists, yeah. And I do think that they're going to come and start
I think
topping the charts at some point. They have to start topping the charts, because there's only so much satanic bullshit that people can put up with. So, sorry, excuse my French. There's only so much satanic.
Right.
Yeah,
you're right.
But I don't think that Christian.
And over here in the UK, sorry, one last thing. Over here in the UK, we've got lots of good ones as well.
I do agree that it's necessary, but I don't think Christian rap is gaining traction. I think it's kind of like a niche. We'd say that, like even Tyson, when we talk about Bryson, I mean, it's kind of like a niche type of thing. People are more gravitated towards music that's instrumental, things like that, as shown by the top. I mean, rap music is weeded out right now. It's not even the Grammy top 45. We talk about this for the first time in like 20 years or something like that. So I think that we need to start moving towards things that are more entertainment. That's the thing though. You're talking about an overlap with Christianity when it comes to like music, entertainment, things like this. We have to find a new norm of entertainment. And I've actually found one that I can point to when we talk about people like Rachel Wilson, Andrew Wilson. They're extremely entertaining, and they go into the trenches of whatever and everywhere else. And people are really in awe because a lot of the logic that is faulty is getting refuted in real time. And people are like, they're saying, well, he dunked. Well, the object is not to just dunk on people. It's to make fence sitters not a fence sitter. So that way they're indecisive at home because they didn't have a father. You know what? Andrew Wilson has some fatherly traits that I like. You know what? He's got a good point. And to me, we can move the needle when it comes to debates and things like that. That's one direction I could point to. That's not music, but it's adjacent to entertainment, because I think music is kind of like a lost cause because Satan's got its grip on all of music today. So I think we should look for other forms of entertainment right now.
I agree with you, because I don't know if this has to do with the fact that I'm no longer in a relationship, but I used to watch a lot of TV when I was in a relationship. I don't watch TV anymore. I watch podcasts. That's my entertainment, because not only are you seeing values, I think people who are craving direction or understanding, right? Which I feel like there's kind of an awakening. People are seeing that like we were fooled for a very long time. And I think a lot of people are waking up. So they're seeking truth. And with podcasts, you can comment in the bottom. You get live interaction. You can donate to have your comment read. I think people crave community, and we've been so disassociated from community that people are even despite everything trying to separate us, we're still drawing back to it.
And that's where women come into the foray. I agree. Women are extremely important, and I'm going to tell women's role is extremely crucial because women are extremely communal. Back in the day, your neighbor used to come to borrow a cup of sugar, and if you got in trouble, when I grew up back in the day, Anonymous, and I'll tell you this: if I got in trouble, my neighbor whooped my ass, and then I had to wait for my own ass whooping when my dad came home to whoop my ass because he heard this. And you had this trust value system growing up. We have lost this because families have broken up. We no longer have this communal sense, and women are kind of a glue when it comes to the medium of having men meet the road where the rubber lies when it comes to like discipline, all this other stuff. Women fill in the gaps of this communal relationship that we have of not only environment of society, but of our families as well too. Remember back in the day in Black community, I'll even talk about this, Big Mama used to be the backbone of the family, right? Remember those days? We don't have that anymore. We need to bring that back where we have this kind of like woman that we kind of look up to as like the matriarch of the family. Doesn't mean it's not a patriarchal structure, but if somebody who kept tradition of saying this is how the women should act. We have cookbooks back in the home. Women used to pride themselves and say, you know what, every woman should have a cookbook. No women have cookbooks today. Where'd that go? It's like you could barely heat up water, let alone microwave a salmon. And women don't.
Bro, it sounds like you just missed the good old days. You're just reminiscing on the good old days. You're like, bring back the good old days where we had the patriarchal society did run the world, but we had to make we had the close-knit tight communities where we had a little, like, you know, the strong mums around the neighborhood that would ensure that, you know, their kids didn't misbehave and they would slap them around the arse, you know what I mean? Bang, you know, behave yourself. And we had a very strong matriarchal system, but it wasn't a matriarchal system. It was like a communal system, obviously governed by the patriarchy.
We need to bring back fathers in the home. We need to bring back Christ and also the real father in the home. We took out 2 fathers out of the home. Matter of fact, this EBT issue that happened right now, women are the main people.
I've got a question.
Robbing stores because they're not going to get their EBT and all this other stuff. Matter of fact, when EBT came into the home, they said, we're going to kick the father out of the home. And when the father comes in, oh, I can't have you come in because government Uncle Sam's going to cut me up my check off. And it's like, now all of a sudden we've taken 2 dads out of the home. And I know you don't like to hear was taken out of the home and then the real father. And this is where it all started. That's one of the segments, just a fraction of the issues.
Mm-hmm. All right,
I've got a genuine question directly to you, Marte. Yeah,
go ahead.
I understand your message, right? And you understand my history of like my parents splitting up and me being raised by my mum, who I called my rock, and so on and so forth. And you're talking about those that need, let's say, like the father figure in their life, and so on and so forth, this, that, and the other. How would you go about dealing with someone whose father figure left them when they were really young, right? As opposed to just telling them that they're missing out because their father left them. What would you say would be a suggestion, right, for them to be able to reground themselves and re-find that father figure that abandoned them in the first place?
It's a really good question, and I'll even answer that. I know Zynga probably has input too on this, but I'll answer first.
Thank you.
Session. One of the things that we can move towards is, and I'll say this, I'm not indoctrinating people when I say this, but the Orthodox Church has a very strong devout community where we then have men in the church that can then look after your son. And we can also have a communal response where it's like there's shame involved. All of this where you have men around you that you can pattern yourself after. Also, we also have men who are basketball coaches in the church, all this other stuff that can also have like kind of like a father-son program. We have all this in the church. The church is very communal when it comes to this. And then not to mention this, we have a community we can provide for anybody. But the problem with this is that people have bought into feminism and all these constructs that are like, oh, this is just too controlling. We don't need this. So I think that we do have an answer. Mind you, it's only a divorce rate of 9% in Orthodoxy. This is all proven by stats and everything. Me and Pearl Davis got into this big knockdown drag-out argument over this where it's like we ended on the stalemate. But that's the thing though, is like if you look to Orthodoxy, I think that there are answers with this. You can outsource this and also not feel like you're robbing the home of a good solid father when you do this. There's also a place where women who are reclusive with single families can run to and seek shelter and solace. And remind you, this is also a hospital for the sick people, meaning like if your family is broken, that's a form of sickness, you can go there and also seek this communal support that will not also also fill in the roles of fathers, but also Christ does this too. Not to evangelize here, that's not what I'm doing, but I'm just saying that there is a segment of a population that we can go to, and I can point to this direction, and that's it. Go ahead, Zinga.
Ultimate combo.
The only thing I'd add is I'm glad you said specifically the Orthodox Church, because I was also raised without my dad. I think I've met him 3 times maybe. And so my mom raised me and my brother in church. The problem though is that he's one of those, the pastor was one of those guys that, you know, he's a prophet and everything, and the Lord only speaks to him and all that stuff. And those people at that church took real advantage of the fact that there was no dad in my household. There's a lot of families, people I grew up with that really got hurt. And so if there's any single moms or single dads listening, like, choose the right place to have community around your kid, because there are unfortunately evil people that will try to take advantage of that. And when I met Scott and we started dating, he came to that church and he was like, this church is just like a den of demons. Like, you want to be with me, we're not going to this church. So I skedaddled and we left the church and went to another one. But it wasn't until I got out that I was like, oh I can't believe the amount of gaslighting, the spiritual abuse. It was really, really bad. So the only thing I would add is that choose the right church, like vet people heavily before you have them around your children and your family. But I would also recommend an Orthodox church.
Zinga, that's the most basic response I've heard today. Awesome. I love it.
I want to piggyback on that. The Orthodox Church, we we have certain rules in place to keep each other in check, like essentially like checks and balances, right? We have people making sure that things are run a certain way. It's all the same everywhere you go. There might be slight differences in like culture or language, but the traditions are all the same. And a lot of these churches, you can become a pastor just because you believe something and God spoke to you individually, and you can say whatever you want. That does not happen in the Orthodox Church. There's consistency within the Orthodox Church, and that's all I wanted to say on that.
All right. Okay. All right. So everybody's giving good perspectives, giving good input. I appreciate the fact that you guys took the time out to give some perspective and give some insight to Mark here, because he had a genuine question that came from the heart. And what I like about it is, again, this is an example of why I like to have these panels and have discussions, because you never know what a person's dealing with on the inside, and you never know where a person is in their journey, in their walk of life. You never know, right? So this is why it doesn't matter if you don't understand a perspective that I come with, or maybe a framework that I operate out of, Mark. I'll always be open to answering a question if you're confused about like something that I say, Marte says, Zinga says, or Athena says. And what I can honestly say that I appreciate about having you here is that you come from a completely different walk of life, different circumstance, but the commonality again is that we're all winging it and trying to make it through this thing called life. And I want to give a shout out to Mark.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Honestly, I appreciate all of you spending the time with me, and I appreciate everything. Like, I'm not, like genuinely. I don't really need to say too much, I don't think.
No, it's all
but
good.
Yeah, I enjoy it. If I didn't enjoy it, I wouldn't be here. And I find it fascinating as well. I'm the same as you. Like, I don't think we're any different, really. Like, I'm just trying to learn in the same way that you are. I don't have to be here. I could be doing something else. But I enjoy it, and I enjoy the company, and I enjoy being challenged, and I enjoy hearing other people's perspective. And yeah, we come from completely different parts of the world, but we got, like you said, we got a lot in common.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that, you know, I don't know, man. I hope that we can continue to do this and move forward in the right direction and grow as a team.
We will. Oh, we will. We
Yeah.
absolutely will. We absolutely will. And with that being said, we are going to go ahead and move on to the next topic. So if you're still tuned in with us, make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you follow us on all our social media sites. Share this video with a couple of your friends. And if you want to join in on the live action, make sure you sound off in the chat. One more shout out to the panel. And we are going to go ahead and move on to the next question. So it reads, women will often say the patriarchy is oppressive. If the patriarchy is oppressive, then what would be a better setup? Y'all can hey, anybody?
I'm not going first. I'm not going first on this one. Someone else can. Yeah, go on.
I'll read the question again. Women will often say the patriarchy is oppressive. If the patriarchy is oppressive, then what would be a better setup? Oh, I got y'all thinking now.
What would be a better setup?
Yes. See, this is what I like.
In the world as it is right now, there isn't a better one because there's only two genders. The only other one is matriarchy, and that it wouldn't work.
So
Right.
I'll bite. So a patriarchal system's rooted in traditional gender roles, right? All of us agree, right? It often prioritizes stability, hierarchical order, which feminism doesn't give. Everybody's equal. It's an egalitarian setting, and clear divisions when we talk about responsibility, which can also foster efficient decision-making and societal cohesion. This is talking about the patriarchal system. I would say proponents will argue that it aligns with biological differences. That's something that Zinga mentioned. Only women can have babies, so why send them out of the home, right? They're most fit to stay home because they can have babies. We're having a plummeting birth rate crisis right now, so leveraging male tendencies towards leadership and protection to create robust family-centric structures have historically sustained civilizations. I don't see an example where a matriarchy has actually sustained historical good civilizations in a sustainable capacity. And lastly, in a contrast, I'll say that feminist-led societies, they emphasize equality, dismantling traditional norms. They can sometimes lead to social fragmentation and also indecision because women are indecisive at their best. So if we talk about this, it challenges established hierarchies without always offering clear alternatives, which it doesn't at all. While patriarchies can be pretty rigid. Mark would even say, it's kind of rigid to some degree, but its predictability and focus and duty arguably provide a stronger framework for long-term social resilience, anonymous based than the fluidity of feminist-driven systems that we've ever seen. Historically, I don't see an example. Moving forward, patriarchy is the way.
Athena.
Also,
Mark, Zinga.
Oh, one last thing. I know I said something a second ago, but Marte just said something that reminded me. I don't know where this comes from, but it's like every queen that has ruled over a country or whatever, or women. Sorry, back up, rewind. Women that thank you. When women rule, they're more likely to get into major wars than
28% more. There's a percentage. I can link it to the Bags chat. Women are 28% more likely in matriarchal orders or structures in women-led positions to go to war than men.
Yep.
The other thing too, have you ever seen? I talked about it on a podcast I do with my cousin on Monday nights at 8:00 on the Nzinga Harris YouTube channel.
But make sure y'all tune in. Make sure y'all tune in.
We talked about this article by BuzzFeed where women are doing microfeminism. And so it's just like if they could take a little bit of power. So they'll say something like their male coworker will walk up like, "Oh, your blouse is looking good today." It's just like a little things. They weren't funny. It was just passive aggressive stuff. But my issue with like women who want to be in charge, they cannot handle the power. And so, and then not to mention when women that really want power like that, they usually have a lot of baggage and a lot of, I hate to use this word, but a lot of trauma. And so they're just like taking revenge on men. And so if you're talking about a matriarchy, like when I first came into this stream, we were like, man, if women ruled, they do the reverse Handmaid's Tale. It's because like when women want to rule, it becomes like this revenge they want to take out on the opposite sex. So it would be so,
it feels that way,
oppressive.
We feel it. We feel it sometimes. I swear, we feel it over here on the other side. It's like, oh my god, that woman over there. Sometimes you're like, oh, I swear they hate that person hates me. And you try to figure out what it is, and you're like, oh, they've already made a judgment. You know. But people do that all the time. It's a shame, isn't it? Really, you know. I don't think anything could beat a patriarchal system, though. I mean, what other option is there? There is no other option.
So
there is no other option.
The prompt that I read creates a paradox. In Anonymous Base was good to actually put this question out. A paradox arises when women lead men in contexts where traditional expectations of authority clashes with modern egalitarian ideals. I'll give you an example. So women in leadership may be expected to embody assertive traditional masculine traits to gain respect, right? Yet they face criticism for being unfeminine or overly aggressive, undermining their authority. Simultaneously, if they adopt a more collaborative or empathetic style, they risk being perceived as weak or indecisive by men accustomed to a hierarchical, male-dominated leadership model. So this creates a double blind where women have to navigate contradictory demands, be dominant, but not too dominant, nurturing, but not too soft, making an effective leadership elusive without conforming to the very patriarchal norms that they might seek to challenge. That's why I think patriarchy is the mainstay of the day, and it's elusive and also a paradox when you put women in charge in leadership roles.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Sorry, sometimes I could just spit fire.
All right, Athena, Mark, what y'all got?
I'll let Mark go first.
No, I don't really have much, to be honest. No, go ahead, Athena. I don't really have anything.
Can you repeat the question again?
All right, can you see it on the bottom or no?
I'm blind and deaf like Helen Keller. So
okay, I got you. All right, so
I can interject again if I have one more anecdote.
Okay, I'll read it back one more time. Women will often say the patriarchy is oppressive. If the patriarchy is oppressive, then what would be a better setup? Go ahead, Athena, and then Zinga, you can go ahead and give your example.
So I don't think the patriarchy is oppressive. I think that there are good men and good women, and there's bad men and bad women, and we know that men are stronger. So if there's a bad man in power, he's obviously going to be oppressive and horrible, but that doesn't have to do with the fact that he's a man. I would say that good men are more consistent. We know that men have a 24-hour hormonal cycle versus women who have have 4 hormonal cycles a month. And I myself, like sometimes I'll message my friend and I'm like, I'm just extremely mad. Actually, I think I told you before I came on the show today, I was like, it's not a good day, but I'll do my best to behave because I know that I am a woman. And that my hormones fluctuate, and that affects how I feel.
And what was my response? And what was my
You'll
response?
be okay. You said you'll be all right. And I was late, but I still came. I could have been like, you know what? No, I'm not going to come. It's a bad day, whatever. I think men are very good at leading, and I think we should just let them lead. I don't think it's toxic. We just need to support, because women are the helpmates, right? We're the rib. We need to support the good men who are doing not just a good job at leadership, but they have a good message. I think women need to really focus on supporting the men who are doing the best. And a lot of women, they try to take back their power, or take back power in general, not their power, but they try to take back power because of their fear of things that they've experienced from men who were not good people, instead of finding a good man to support and submitting to him and just allowing and accepting his protection and guidance and everything. So no, the patriarchy is what's best.
All right, Zinga, you said you had another example. You can go ahead.
Yeah, I was a friend of mine invited me to this fundraiser some years ago, and I didn't know it was Democrats. And this is before Transformers was really on the scene. And so I had never really seen one in person. So, I mean, this doesn't have anything to do with the story, but I saw one and I was like, what? Dude, that's a dude. And he was like, shut up. Anyway, that's besides the point. But the fundraiser was for this woman who was running to be a judge. And she was smart or whatever. And I was standing there listening to her. It was her time to do this speech. And I've only been to Republican events. I've never been to a Democrat one. And it's very, very different. And she starts crying, talking about when she was a teenager and how she was SA'd and all these terrible things happened to her. But when she was not crying, she was talking about how fair of a judge she was going to be. Then she starts crying, reminiscing about these terrible things that happened to her when she was a teenager. And then she says, so when I'm in that judge seat, she said, not on my watch, not on my watch. And I was standing there with a beer and I was just like, this is the most bizarre thing I've ever experienced at a political event. And so I walked away from that thinking, you just said you're going to be fair. And then you say, not on my watch. How are you possibly going to be fair if a situation that reminds you of yourself comes in your courtroom? She ended up not winning, thank God. But that's the type of thing I'm talking about, is they try to take revenge. They want the power so they can, exactly what Athena said, which is take power back from whomever they thought hurt them or did actually do something awful to them. So it's just women should not be in charge. I just don't think there's a better system than the patriarchy.
And remember when I talked about the paradoxes? This is a paradox that's created by feminism. You know, you want to be a leader, but then you're judged too masculine. And then when you're feminism, when you're feminine, you're demonized for being this. So you can't hold two contrarian positions at the same time. It's like, and then not to mention this, you have conditional leadership whenever there's a woman there. Whenever things happen, like let's say me and a woman are dating and we get married, we get foreclosed. We're on the house. And next thing you know, we're out of the house and our family's on the street. News Channel 5 wants to do an interview on why families are being kicked out of the home. They're putting the microphone in my face. Society will always hold the norm, the man's responsibility if the family fails, regardless of how boss babe the woman is. Regardless, at the end of the day, the man is held responsible. That's why it's such a conditional role for women to have leadership, because they can have all the authority but no responsibility at the end of the day, because society is never going to hold them accountable, and that's a big problem. Mark, don't cry when this music is playing, by the way.
I'll try not to, man. I'll try not to.
Yeah, try to hold him back, bro. Just tell you right now.
I'll try to hold it back. Brotherhood
supporting him. There you go.
I hate to go back to Christianity, but if you look at the Bible, the curse on women.
Oh, fucking hell.
No, go ahead.
He's got to go cry for a second. No, but the curse on women is to essentially want to dominate men. They want to have dominion over men. So I think when women are made aware of this and they're taught to focus on, hey, I feel differently, but my feelings are irrelevant, because those change. When women are taught that and they're held accountable by their fathers who lead in the household, and they know their nature, they're actually able to overcome it. But because, like you said, Marte, they're removing the fathers from the household, two fathers from the household, and even in many cases, the father's still present, but the heavenly father is missing. So the woman is still dominating. So the heavenly father is not in that. And so these women aren't even aware of their own nature to correct it themselves. And how can you even blame someone? They don't even know that they're doing that.
Well, Athena, I could say that even if the father is present, that's still a father removed if it's ran by a woman. So you can't count that. I would say if he has no mainstay, this is why another reason why I'll tell men, and it's demonized, obviously, but I'll explain it, because a lot of women get pissed when I say I don't want to date a single mom. And the reason why is because let's say that me and Athena are dating. Somebody would clip this out of context and I'd be demonized for this already. But like, let's say me and Athena are dating and then her son puts holes in the walls and I say, you're grounded. And she's going to be like, well, not my son. You're not going to discipline him that way. When I'm like taking my belt off to spank him. Well, I can't discipline him the way that I want to. How much authority in the household do I have? I can't ground him that way. I can't cancel the Disney trip that I planned because we're still going. I'm not the man of the house. I'm not running. So that's two fathers still vacated out of the home. And this is why, unless I see a mom, and this is like my own personal pledge, if I see a mom and she's saying, you have 100% authority over my son as if you were the dad, yeah, that's a fair bargain. But the likelihood of this happen is like, you know, Mark turning black and becoming a true MC. But anyways, back to this.
I was my cousin married a woman this year that did just that, Marte. She's a really good woman. She's really submissive. She's feminine and soft and sweet.
Rare.
And yes, and he wifed her up pretty fast. She's got a child, and he used that as kind of like a testing, kind of, you know, like you said, and he suggested some kind of discipline. He didn't even want to do it. He just suggested it, and she was like, "Oh, you're right." And she just went, and he was like, "I might have to marry this chick."
W.
And it's a great they have a great life. It's awesome. It's cool to see.
And,
so it's like it's
why
possible, but I know it's a rare.
The reason why I say it's a W, it's not as rare as we think. I think we want to be led to believe this. And there's two examples I can tell you why it's rare. Not to bring in Rachel Wilson or anything like that, but when you're abandoned, I think that we shouldn't demonize these women, because if men run and abandon you, whether or not it's abuse, all this other stuff, and the church okays this, like let's say it's Orthodox or whatever, and if they're abandoned, I would not demonize these single women with the kids. I wouldn't demonize them at all. The second class of women that I would demonize, widows. Why would you say that they're demonized? Because the man died. They can't help this. So it's like if they're in a situation and then they happen to be the person that's just destitute and left like this, it's like, why would we demonize these women? Those are the two exceptions that I'll say. Well, actually, it's not an exception. It happens a lot because women send men off to war and they die. There are accidents that happen all the time. There are men that run away all the time. I know I'm going to get the red pill manosphere after me, but there are men that leave women and abandon them. I think that this is bad. And I think that if men do step up for good women who are genuinely the real deal, like you're talking about, Zinga, and step up and actually are Christ-like and lead in the way that they need to in these traditional masculine values.
Listen, I'm really sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to have to make a move in a minute because it's getting to 1:30 in the morning over here.
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
damn, Mark.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about the time zone.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, I know. Every night, I don't think you realize that every time we do these, it gets really, really, really late. It's almost 1:30. It was 2:30 before the clocks turned back.
Yeah.
Tea time is
Anyway.
like, what, it's 7 or what over there? Tea time? You guys have tea time, right?
Bro, I don't know what you're talking about right now.
No, I heard
It's 1:30 in the morning. Okay?
I'm like, everybody just shut off for like 10 minutes and everybody
It's
stops.
1:30 in the morning. I've got work tomorrow as well. I've got work tomorrow. Okay. So
all right, well, Bob's your
I'm
uncle
gonna-
and all that other stuff. I don't know how to talk like
and
you guys
Fanny's
talk.
my
Anyways,
aunt. Yeah, no.
Chip, chip,
Say,
cheerio.
Mark, have a good night, yeah. Have a good night, Mark. Sleep well.
tea and
Mark,
crumpets and
yeah.
all that shit.
Thank you
whatever.
very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye. Oh,
Good night, Mark. Yeah.
bro,
Yeah.
Mr.
Yeah?
AB, you know you got to like kick me out because I can't do it very well. Very
Oh, you
quickly.
mean? Oh yeah. I got you. I got
Hang
you.
on,
You
what
mean,
do? I press that, don't I?
you mean like this?
This isn't good for your back. I brought this on myself.
And then there were 4.
And then there were 4.
Well,
I want to address what you said though. I think this is exactly why community is so important, because if we look at society as a whole, hold on. I can see, and I have been doing podcasts, and I've always been very conservative, traditional, but not completely. Not like super, I'm not like the Amish, I am more modernized in some ways, but like I've always been very conservative, more traditional leaning and all of that. And growing up, society was very different than it is now. And I had certain stances just, I want to say 3-4 years ago. But now actually, since I got on TikTok, my whole perception of women has changed, because I've seen women in a completely different light, almost black-pilled, right? So I understand a lot of these things that guys say about single mothers, but this is why I say community is so important. Because if you have a whole bunch of people that know that this woman didn't do something wrong, that it was the man and he stepped out, it doesn't mean she is no longer valuable. She might have extra baggage, which most good women who have extra baggage will definitely overcompensate for that and trying to be better because they're understanding of what happened. Mm-hmm. But a lot of these other women, because they gravitate towards the whole sisterhood that don't hold them accountable, they're just complete degenerates. So I understand when men say this. But at the same time, I'm also a single mother, and I hear some of the things that men say to me, and it's cruel, it's mean, but I understand the culture and I don't take it personal. I might talk shit back because that's just how I am. And maybe that's not feminine of me, but whatever. But I'm not going too hard in for them because I understand what's going on, if that makes sense.
Well, here's the thing though. See, what I find interesting about that is if we understand that women initiate most of the breakups, that would include the women with kids as well. So how can we say that all these men are just up and leaving when the majority of the time the women are the ones breaking up the relationship?
I would say I would say there are some, but it's not a majority, because if 78% or 80% are initiating a breakup, I'm only saying that it exists. I'm not giving a number. I'm not saying a majority or whatever. I'm just saying that there exists a population out there of men who do abandon, because I've seen TikTok videos of women saying, well, he told me to go to Planned Parenthood and pay for this. He said he doesn't want this. There's been numerous videos like this, but I'm not saying like there's a number. I'm not giving a number. I'm just saying because it does exist, we can't forego these women and just throw them to the wayside and say because they've been abandoned. That's all my point was. That's it.
Yeah, but no, you're right. But this is the problem I have with that. How often do we actually hear a single mother say that she was the reason why the relationship didn't work?
The month in February?
No, we all every time we hear this. Look, every time we hear the story, we only hear from one side, and it's always him. So after hearing that for so long, the guys are looking at it like, well, wait a minute. If you went through all this stuff with this guy, why would you then stay and give him another kid? Like a lot of these stories tend to be from chicks that'll, oh, well, it's hard when you love somebody, or, it's hard when you're dating a narcissist. They put on a mask, and I'm just sitting there like this.
A lot of women, when we talk about the most propagandized sex, I do believe it's women. Satan propagandized Eve. I mean, Delilah is propagandized by Satan as well, too. So when you're talking about the most propagandized gender, sex, all this, I'll lump them all in one. They can be propagandized within the household of a relationship of a man. When you talk about good leaders, this actually beckons to your point. When you say a leader, whether or not he's good or bad, they were led by these men and propagandized being the easier sex that's propagandized. So I could see how this happens. Now, a lot of women will BS and say Stockholm syndrome, which I disagree when there's so many options like 911, outreach programs, when there's no men's shelter that exists for us, when you guys have a plethora of all these escape routes and we don't have any. So it's like, you don't have any excuses. That's why it's more likely for men to plead BS on their part when you say this. So that's why a lot of women will say things like, well, you don't understand. It's just me. When the overwhelming results of them when they're making these decisions, it's by their own hand that led to their own destructions, to be honest. And it's like, yeah, you didn't learn the first time. You now have 2 kids. It's like, so I get this. But just understand that they're following bad leadership. Yeah, I would definitely put the blame on them, but also maybe a smidgen on the man to some degree if I'm mirroring Mark right now. But I mean, for me, I think the patriarchy should be the mainstay of the day. And this is the whole point of the podcast. Those exceptions do happen, but overwhelmingly, you can't demonize women as a whole. But us, we have to be the examples, men. I'll just say that.
We'll see. Let me give a little bit of context to that. So I can give a woman the benefit of the doubt if it was one and it didn't work out or whatever. But then I can respect it if you learn from that and then you don't go down that same path and then go do it multiple times. I'm talking about the women that'll have multiple kids by a guy. They all claim abuse. He was toxic. He's a cheater. He's a liar. He was a narcissist. He was wearing his mask, girl. It's hard when they got that mask on. And I've actually lost female friends that I went to school with from having these tough conversations with them. Like, I'll give an example. I know this girl, really pretty. She's a Persian girl. And she was with this guy. And when I reconnected with her, she got 2 kids or whatever. And she's talking about this guy that she was talking to that's younger than her. So I'm started asking her questions like, does this guy have kids? How long y'all been talking? Oh, he's 29. I think at the time she was like maybe 34 or something like that with her 2 kids. So I started asking her, like, well, how long have you been talking? And, is it getting to the point where you think it would be getting serious where, do you think it would be progressing towards possibly you guys getting married or something? And she was like, yeah. So I said, okay, well, does he have kids? No, he doesn't have kids. I said, so wait a minute. So you have 2 kids from this guy, your ex-husband, who you claim was everything bad in the book, right? So I said, do you think it would be like, let's take it away from yourself. I said, do you think it would be in this new guy's best interest to take you on, given your past of all the things that you say you went through or whatever? Like, do you think that it would really be like, do you think that you would be a great option for a guy like him who has his head on straight, clean cut, never been in trouble, And she started laughing because she had this attitude like, well, I like him and he likes me and this and this and that. And I was like, okay, I understand that. But you got to look at this guy is going from just being by himself, doing his thing to now, not only are you taking on this woman, but you're taking on her kids too. So how would that work? And I also asked her, I said, so what would you do in the event that your ex put in the work, got his life right, turned his life around? You're in this relationship with this new guy. Let's say you've been talking for 3 years. Your ex comes back into the picture and says, hey, I've done a lot of work. I've gotten my life better. I want my family back. So I want our family back, and I want this and this and that. And he can prove that he put in the work. So these types of things do happen. So in the event that that happens, what do you tell this guy? Because you can't tell the new guy that your ex-husband can't come into the picture and see his kids. Like the new guy can't tell the father, no, you can't come over here. You like, it doesn't happen like that. So when I'm asking these questions, she gets really defensive, and she actually stopped talking to me because of it. So because I started really pinpointing some of her behaviors, and I really started calling her out. And I'm thinking, I'm like, well, maybe you're the narcissist. Because
I think anonymous base. I think you wanted to be the father of those children.
You think I did?
I'm just messing with you.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
Anonymous, I want to ask you a question, though.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So, are you familiar with the guy Grid1 Motorsports?
No.
I am.
He has. Oh, you are. So he wants to see if he can come up. Is it okay if I send him a link? He's
Yeah. Go ahead.
Runs a debate.
I want to address. I want to address that though. So, a lot of these women who are naturally submissive with their partner or husband, I know people get really defensive over the term partner, but if you look at the actual definition of the word partner, you can have someone who's a partner who has 90% and the other partner has 10%. So coming from someone who's from the business world, sometimes I use that. I don't mean equal partnership when I say that, because I don't think that men and women are equal. So just to clarify. I know, and that's why I try not to use it, but
I don't really like it either.
I understand that, and I try not to use it, but sometimes it happens. But in a relationship, huh?
No, I said I get
you
what you're saying.
understand what I'm saying.
I get it. I get it.
You're talking about cohesiveness. That's what you're talking about.
Yes.
A cohesive unit. A cohesive unit.
Okay. So you have a cohesive unit, right? Women who are naturally submissive will make every excuse in the book, even if the man is abusive, even if the man is cheating. And I hate to bring it to myself. There's a lot of things that I don't want to say because I never want to demonize my son's father on the internet, because I know one day my son will go and he'll look and he'll feel some type of way about himself. But I'll just say that a lot of naturally submissive women will do their best to make it work, and they try to take accountability, and they'll stay longer than they probably should have. The first, second, third time he cheated, they should have been gone, but they truly believed in marriage and didn't want a divorce. So there are some women, and I think those women, they might be a very small minority, but I think that those women have like such a big heart. And I know several of these women, and I would even say that I myself am one of these women. And it is so disheartening to hear the same men that we try to support and bring attention to the fact that women are doing wrong to them, especially like as a woman who was fighting for her marriage when maybe the marriage was not being led the proper way. And we fought so hard, and then we see these women throw it away because they fell out of love. That is the most aggravating feeling in the world. And then to have men on top of it turn around and say, oh, well, you're just a dumb single mom. That's why you are the way that you are. And it's like, damn, it's really like that. And it takes a certain type of person to step outside of that and realize that that person is speaking from a place of pain and
here it is. Here it is. Who hurt you? Who hurt you? Here it is.
Well,
There
yeah,
it is.
I mean, that's the
There it
truth.
is.
A lot of people, this
There it
goes for
is.
men and women, men
There
and
it
women.
is. I knew it was coming. There it is. The who hurt you. There it is.
I mean, is that not, how am I wrong? Please explain to me how I'm wrong.
But see, that's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Because again, a guy who's logically sound is going to hear the story, and we're trying to piece it together. And 9 times out of 10, we only hear one side of it. So when we start to ask probing questions like, okay, well, what happened after you found this out? and then you tell us, well, you know, I still try to.
That's not what I'm talking about, though. I do get what you're saying. That makes sense. But I'm just saying.
No, the reason I'm saying this is because when we ask questions, we're trying to understand the course of events and how it got to a certain point, right? So then when we start asking questions and it starts to get tight and uncomfortable, that's when stuff like that comes out. Oh, you know, you're just speaking from a place of pain. It's like, okay, even if I was, what does my pain have to do with your outcomes? You see what I'm saying? So it's like, that's kind of like a dismissive manipulation tactic when people do that.
I think the original comment is dismissive and a manipulation. It's saying that it doesn't matter what you went through. You're a single mother, so you're obviously number one enemy, and it doesn't matter what you went through. You couldn't keep a man. You're the problem.
But watch this.
I think that's dismissive.
No, I'm glad you said that, because welcome to the world of what men hear when we pick wrong.
Well, yes and no.
No. That's what we get told. Well, you laid down with her. Well, you shouldn't have let off in her. If you knew she was crazy, you knew she was crazy before you had a kid with her. We hear it all the time. Men don't get the benefit of the doubt if a baby mama's crazy. They don't.
So women don't hear those male conversations unless they put themselves in those male conversations, right? Like I actively put myself in male conversations, so I actually hear that discourse. But I would say a majority of women, what they hear is, oh, she stole half my shit. She did this. She took my kids and whatever. And then the men are like, dang, that sucks. I'm so sorry. Which, yeah, it does suck. That is terrible. But women aren't seeing the background of that unless they're putting themselves in men's spaces. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but see, a lot of what women miss out on is when our guys come to us and tell us what's going on, we roast them too. They don't hear that part.
Yeah, but
we roast our homeboys for making stupid decisions.
But y'all won't do that in front of women, which I think is a good thing, because you don't ever want to make your actual friend look vulnerable in front of a woman, because women tend to weaponize that. But
yeah, that's true. That's fair.
I get what you're saying, but I am just bringing up the point that it is also a double standard to say that men can say, oh, well, that's manipulation because you're saying who hurt you, whenever it's someone who is just responding to someone saying, oh, well, you're a single mom, so obviously you're the problem. Without even, I mean, they would say this even to a widow. Like there are a lot of men.
That's crazy. That's crazy. There's nothing that you can do about that.
Yeah, those are the two examples I gave up are men and women and widows, for sure. That's why I brought those up.
But see, I can give grace to a woman that has a kid and the relationship didn't work out. If it's just one, I can give grace to that.
Right.
I can give a lot more. I can give a lot more grace and respect to that. Yeah, I can give a lot more grace and respect to it, because you have time to reflect and say, you know what? Okay, this is where it went wrong. This is what I did. This is what he did. Okay, I don't want to repeat this again. And I actually respect women who have kids that put off dating and protect themselves because of what they went through. Though now that you got plenty of women out here that they expect you to step up and they expect you to contribute, right? But like what Marte was saying, the guys are like, okay, well, if y'all are a package deal, like they like to promote themselves. Oh, you know, you get me, you get my kids too. And it's like, okay, well, I'm having to take on a bunch of responsibility. So then how is this a fair deal for me? Oh, well, you know, you're the man, you're supposed to provide. It's like, okay, well,
yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. What was the other guy doing? Why do I gotta pay more and do more than the other guy did and get less in return? That's where the guys are coming from. So when a lot of guys are saying that that's not an arrangement that I see myself partaking in, a lot of women get offended by that.
Yeah, it's not
Because-
an equal value exchange, because if you're talking about the authority responsibility paradox that this creates, it's like you want me to be the man in the home, but also that's conditional depending on like how you feel about the kid. If I can weaponize the kid against you, that zeroes out my leadership completely. And that's the reason why men are really apprehensive when it comes to getting into a relationship, because little Timmy can put holes in the wall, all this other stuff. But if I can't cancel the Disney trip, ground you the way that I want, and discipline you the way that I want, it's like that's the mainstay of my leadership, because it's like that one thing can undermine all of my leadership. That like believe it or not, that kid I have to put before my own life, so that undermines everything else. And if that kid can be weaponized towards me, I'm not the leader, because now it turns into what Andrew Wilson has talked about all the time. It's like, yeah, I want a leader, but not like that though. I don't want you to lead like this though. And then that's conditional leadership. That literally makes you, Athena, the leader and not me in the relationship. So that's
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Not only that,
Here's
but
the thing.
I'll
I mostly date single fathers, right? My issue that I've run into is most single fathers don't want any more kids, and that's where it ends. But a lot of these men, I hear their stories, even though we never get to the point of intimacy in a relationship, right? We still talk, and I hear everything that they say about the woman that they had kids with, and how they've tried dating before, and she has made every single girlfriend's life living hell. And so, as much as I understand there is baggage when it comes to dating single mothers, there's also baggage in dating single fathers, because those women will weaponize the kids against the mother. And I've seen I've heard from men saying that the kids were awful to the girlfriend because the mother was talking shit about the mother. And we actually, you can even see this in Disney movies. Even in Disney movies, it's the evil stepmother. And she manipulates the children to behave a certain way. So I think anytime you have a blended family, whether it's a man or a woman, there is so much baggage that goes into it. And I understand men provide, yes. But even in a relationship where the mother is stepping in, let's say the man is providing, she's a single mom, but he's also a single father. His child gets sick. Who's staying up while that child is throwing up all night? It's going to be the mom, hopefully. I would hope it would be the mother, right? It should be the mother. So there's issues that come within blended families, and it's hard. And you're either willing to work on it or you're not.
But see, I'll give you another solid example of why a lot of guys tend to be apprehensive, like what Marte was saying. I've seen this clip of something that happened on the Steve Wilkos show where it was this black guy, and I think he was dating I think she was Puerto Rican or something. Well, she called into the Steve Wilkos show and said that her daughter came to her and accused the boyfriend of trying to make passes at her and exposing himself to her. And so she went on Facebook and just slandered the guy's name and dragged him through the mud and made his life a living hell. Told her side of the story. They bring the boyfriend out. The boyfriend's like, hey, I didn't do that. She's lying. She's making it up. The woman was defending the daughter through and through, didn't believe anything the word said, the word that the guy said. Guy took a lie detector. The results came out that the guy told the truth. He got falsely accused by a chick that he was dating that had a kid, loved her, provided for the kid, and that's how she treated him. And then, not only that, once it got found out that the guy was telling the truth, chick didn't even want to apologize for it. She didn't even want to. She hardly wanted. She started laughing like, "Oh, really? He told the truth." And then to make matters worse, dude still took her back.
What? Why?
Yes.
Did he give a reason?
I don't know.
to be honest, a lot of guys don't really have options. If you look on the dating market, I mean, I'm currently on the dating market. So if there's a woman watching that's also based and maybe adjacent to Christianity, she could convert to Orthodox. But back to this, it's rough out there. So when you're swiping, remember back in the day when you used to be on dating apps as a guy and they had this where you just went like this and you didn't care because you just wanted one match. It's rough out here for guys. So there's a lot of guys that have like FOMO, and also not only this, but the options are scarce because a lot of guys don't train. They don't develop a good physique. They don't know how to be good orators when it comes to speaking or approaching. They don't know how to overcome approach anxiety. Matter of fact, women are actually causing this a lot of the time too, because they'll say, well, there's no guys approaching me on the street. Well, women aren't teaching their sons how to approach women because that's not a life lived that they've lived themselves or experienced. How are you going to tell a son how to use pickup lines? What? Because you haven't used pickup lines yourself on a guy. You can't teach your guy, as far as like a son, how to date women, because it's like you don't know how to teach him how to overcome approach anxiety, all this other stuff. All you can do is teach him what a woman likes. You're literally going to turn him into a simp sometimes. So it's hard already from that front too. And then trying to pick a woman, she already has the paradox of choice. You ever see a woman and she's like, I have 1,000 things in her coat rack or whatever, but she'll then tell you, I don't have anything to wear. It's like the same thing on dating options as well too. Yeah. You have 1,000 things that you're looking at as far as guys, because they're going to turn into inanimate objects. Which one's the prettiest, shiniest, 1% or whatever that is.
It doesn't look good on them.
I don't know which to pick or what to pick. So it's hard in dating regardless. It's hard, especially for guys, because it's like, it's a game of like, can you get noticed out of a crowd of 1,000 people that this woman has 1 million selections to choose from? It's rough. So I can see where a guy would be like, you know what, it's rough out there. I might as well stay where I'm at. Maybe she'll change. Maybe she'll come around. That's why this happens a lot of the time too. So
I'll go ahead, Athena.
So I have a question. Remember how I told you I had a bad day?
Yeah.
So the reason why I speak in these men's spaces and I listen to men and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to be super accommodating. Not because I've done something wrong to men, but I know that women have. So let me just take the extra step. I literally said, hey, I had a date scheduled for Tuesday. I said, what's your favorite meal? I will cook it for you. We can have a picnic at the park and enjoy it. I said, what day works for you? What time works for you? I'll clear my schedule. I will get a sitter and I will meet you there with your favorite meal, home cooked, right? The only boundary that I have is I don't give out my telephone number to men that I'm meeting on dating apps until after I've met them, right? And then he said he was fine with that. We had it scheduled. And then 2 days before, he's like, well, I don't know. You made things really difficult for me because you're wanting to talk through social media messenger and you're not giving me your phone number. And I was like, but I told you, I was like, I'll give you my number after I meet you. You can find someone's address. You can find out a lot of information by someone's telephone number. So I try to be precautious, especially as a single mother or as a woman in general who doesn't, have a man in the household. Like I try to be precautious, and I was like, that's my one boundary. And now 2 days before, after we had this planned for a week, I had to cancel the babysitter because he's like, well, no, I just don't think you're on the same page as me. He's like, I think you're trying to manipulate me or make me pay for the sins of other men. And I was like, I'm cooking a meal for you. Your favorite meal. I'm meeting you halfway on the day and time that you wanted. And I'm like, I'm literally accommodating in every single way. And this is what I do every single time. And I get a lot of really bad. And I understand that I'm overweight, right? But like they can see that in the pictures. Like, why proceed if you're not interested? Does that make sense?
It does. I have a question then.
It makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense.
From that story, so we talked about women and how they shoot themselves in the foot. Are men shooting themselves in the foot because they're watching the red pill stuff. They know the statistics. They have their own experiences. Their own experiences. Are they shooting themselves in the foot when it comes to dating because now they're kind of reading too much into things because they have so much information from the podcast and the videos and all that stuff?
I'll tell you what it is. So I talked to Rollo Tomasi. I don't know if you guys know who that is. I'm slated to be back on the Rational Male again pretty soon in the future. So here's the thing. I've talked to him.
Yeah, I've seen you on there.
Okay. So talking to him, we had like a really in-depth conversation. Me and him have also had a debate on this too. So according to him, and I totally agree with him, even Andrew Wilson agrees with this as well too. All red pill is a data packet, Zynga. So if you take fire and you give it to men, but you give them no instruction on what to do with fire because they can cook with this or burn a village down with it, you can see how fraction off this can become. You'll have people worshiping fire in one section. You have people cooking and feeding other people, giving life to people. And then you'll have people terrorizing villages with tiki torches, burning cities down. So it's like when you have red pill as a data packet and you'll have all the stats and everything else, it's like when you don't have Christ behind this or any good instruction on what to do with these cautionary tales and warning signs, guess what you're going to do? You're going to have a schism. Sorry to, refer back to orthodoxy, but schisms happen in society all, in different avenues. So when it comes to red pill, if I give you a bunch of information and data, 5 people are going to take this and the telephone game's going to happen. And they're going to say, well, with this information, this is what it means. And now all of a sudden you have people taking scripture and now you have 50,000 different denominations. That's what happened with the red pill. And I think that when you have this, if you take the data and you have a Christian using all this red pill data packet, you're going to have a good man at your side. He's going to tell you what to warn yourself against and what to say, hey, this is what I avoided in dating in this. But if you have anybody who doesn't have Christ at their side or have a good instruction or aid of direction or moral compass, you can see how rot this could be and rife with this information. This could be used to make a more destitute community that we have around us of men running through women because of black pill now. It's very adjacent to that. So
if I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed. Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn. You what? Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
What is going on, sir? What's going on?
How are you guys?
Oh, we're doing great, man. How about you?
Good.
Man, just a Sunday, man. I don't usually stream on Sundays. And if my wife calls, I may have to head back into the house. But that's all right. She's had a day with the kids as much as I have. So, I got to give the backup where it's needed.
Good stuff.
Well, you came in at a decent time because the question that we were going over is women will often say that the patriarchy is oppressive. If the patriarchy is oppressive, then what would be a better setup? What do you got for that?
Anything can be oppressive. I think that's that's an odd claim to try and make, honestly, I believe feminism is far more oppressive to basically everybody than the patriarchy is. But that's just my personal slant, right? People are free to disagree with me. That's what's great about the patriarchy. You can have an opinion and I don't have to hate you for it.
Right.
But at the end of the day, I kind of so I was listening and you guys were talking about submission and that sort of thing. So I wasn't really clear on what was going on. So I was going to listen first before I really opened my mouth and stuck my foot in it. But which I do anyway. It's not like I need help, but I've been married 20 years. I've been married 20 years. I have 2 kids. I was never married before that. I didn't have any kids previously. So I'm kind of and I didn't get married until I was 35. So I'm in a weird position when we start talking about this sort of thing, in that I had a very clear vision of what I wanted in life, and that's what I did. And I think, so I don't know how qualified I am in some aspects to talk on on certain things, but certainly I've observed a lot, and I'm willing to have a discussion on basically anything.
No, go ahead. You got it. Say
Yeah.
whatever you think. Yeah, say whatever's on your mind, brother.
Well, I mean, so as far as submission goes, you know, my wife only submits to one man, and that's me.
Yes, sir.
And she, you know, and it's interesting because I hear a lot of red pill dudes, or supposedly red pill dudes, content creators, charlatans, fakers, whatever, that talk about how all women should submit, should give into a man's frame. And I think that's the biggest load of horseshit that's been levied so far. I think even feminism doesn't lie quite that badly. Of course, it's more open when feminists lie, but it's that's horrible, man. Think about if you think about the reality of if women just submitted to every man that crossed their path. Think about that reality.
Yeah, it could be a very bad reality, especially when
it would be a very fucked up reality, right?
Yeah, it can be very bad.
That would be insane.
We could look back at examples like Khan, Pol Pot, Stalin, like things like this. If these men exist, you can have a microcosm of men who just become overzealous of power and things like this. So think about men that just leave prison, who never had a mother or a father in the house, I would say, and just come out and they're just asking for handouts, things like this. And the guy that's 6'2" ends up having this whole 6 foot, all this other stuff, and has this red pill ideology, but he has no direction behind it, no Christ, nothing like that behind it. And all of a sudden gets a woman. Guess what could happen? This could become rife with abuse. And we've seen this overall on the daily basis. This happens all the time. Matter of fact, you're right. There are a lot of charlatans that happen to fall prey to the red pill community. I will admit this to you. Not only does this happen, but they leave 4 or 5 babies behind. And it's just bad because women are taught to lead. I mean, follow. And these guys are taught to lead, and it's just bad. So,
yeah. I just think so I'm fairly anti-red pill myself. Right. I'm pro patriarchy, but I'm anti red pill. I think the red pill, and I've told Rollo this. I think the red pill reveals who it is when Rollo criticizes Pearl Davis for saying the exact same thing he says, and he criticizes her for saying it. That shows me immediately the failure in that system right out of the gate from the man who professes to be its creator. So that's a problem, and Rollo does not like me because of that, and that's okay. He doesn't have to like me. But you know, the reality, again, I like to deal in reality. The reality is my wife is a very, what's the right word here? Not assertive. My wife is very driven. My wife has worked at the sharp end of the stick in the finance industry. She's worked for Goldman Sachs in investment banking. She currently works in mergers and acquisitions. She is an exceedingly high earner. Matter of fact, a couple of years ago, now that I'm retired, she out-earned me, and I will never be able to out-earn her again because I'm retired. So she's got the record. You know, she did it. She finally beat me at something. And but again, what's the problem with that? She leads she leads teams of men. And I don't see a problem with that. Why? Because they're not in a relationship with her. That's not the dynamic.
I think one of the
How old are your children?
I'm sorry?
How old are your children?
I have a 15-year-old and a 5-year-old. I had my 5-year-old when I was 50 years old.
Does your wife work from home, or does she?
Yeah, she works from home. Yeah. Well, she works remotely now.
Changes things a lot too.
The way it kind of worked out, and I think that this is the correct way for it to work out. Feel free to disagree with me, but during the early stages of my son's life, my wife and her mom took care of my son until about the age of 4 or 5, and then I took over, and I retired at 45 so I could do that. And the reason for that is because, especially with boys, women are simply just not capable or competent at raising human beings beyond a certain age. They're too emotional. They can't mete out discipline appropriately. They either do too little or too much. And I think that's the natural order of things is for men to do that. And we've gotten away from that. And it's a shame because it's a disservice to society to do so. We can look at every society throughout history, from the Etruscans, Greeks, Romans, Chinese, Mongols, fucking everybody. But once the children could walk, the men took over.
Okay, so earlier you said you were anti-red pill. Are you anti-red pill or just anti-Rollo Tomasi?
I'm anti-red pill. I believe that the red pill, my cleanest definition is, the cleanest definition of my stance on it is, the red pill is a great set of descriptors for men to do better. That is, work out, get in shape, get your money right, understand to some degree who you are and what you want out of life and what you want out of a woman. Those are great things for young men to understand. And I've taken a lot of time in my life to try and help young men understand those things. Where I depart is the prescriptors of, you discard women based on body count, right? Discard women based on past actions and without acknowledging that people change. I myself, and I'll be honest with you, you don't know this about me, and so you'll just have to take my word for it. But I almost got married twice when I was in college. Both times through no fault of my own, nor really the young lady's fault. Those marriages did not happen. But after the second one, I felt like God was trying to tell me something, that I was to remain single, that I wasn't supposed to find that particular happiness in life. And so I dedicated myself to my career, my life, and my work. And so for 10 years, maybe 12 years, I was a complete degenerate. I used women for sex and sex only. I didn't date for relationships. I did not. And I purposefully dated women that I knew I had an exceptionally low chance of having a relationship with. I did not date good girls. I did not date women that I would ruin by dating them in the manner in which I did. And I was very honest in my approach to it. I had no intention of ever actually being married. That changed when I was about 34. I dated a young lady who had a child, and we got very close. And I couldn't see myself ever really being the father to that child or anything. I just know myself and well enough to know that wasn't something I was prepared to do. But it did instill in me that it made me look around at my life and say, hey, I'm an adult now. I have a career. I'm settled. I have everything that I need in life to support a wife in the manner in which I think one should be supported. I have the resources now. I have the drive. I have the ability and time to properly care for a relationship in that manner. And so I set myself on I didn't set a goal. I just changed modes from being a degenerate to being a responsible human being and looking for a wife. And I was married within about a year and a half. And again, I've been married 20 years, and it's been awesome.
Okay, so when you got with her, did she already have kids and you had none?
No.
Or did you both have kids already?
We didn't have kids. She didn't have kids. I didn't have kids. My wife's 11 years younger than me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I couldn't date women. I found that I also couldn't date women my age because they were all too psychotic. They have too much baggage. They have too much stuff going on. They usually have kids. There's usually an ex-husband in the picture. And not that other men are better men than me couldn't do that. I couldn't do it. And it's dishonest to lie to women and say that you can.
Sounds like some red pill.
It's the most fucked up thing in the world.
Everything, sir, everything that you just said is red pill.
Well, hold on. You said that, you explained the fact that you weren't marriage minded to begin with, right? But as soon as you focused and you were marriage minded, you found a wife fairly quickly. The Bible says, when you find a wife, you find a good thing. Men who are marriage minded aren't going to, maybe in modern society, they'll struggle a little bit more, but I think that was many years ago that happened. Things have changed even in the past decade. But one thing you said was that body count doesn't matter, or at least as much as people make it seem. But the reality
I think it doesn't
is,
matter because you can never know. If I told you that I've only ever been with 5 women,
I'll expand upon that. I'll expand upon that, and I'll actually give credit where credit is due. There's someone that I follow on Instagram. His name is Graybeard. He's very particular. He won't go on podcasts, but he does a lot of his own content. One thing that he says is you will never know what a woman's body count is, but you can tell by her behavior and her past stories.
No, I disagree with that.
Can I please finish?
I'm sorry.
Okay, so these women with high body counts, you will know because of their past stories about how they used to go out, they did all of these things, they keep certain types of women around themselves, even though they don't do those things. All of their friends are kind of loose in their morals, right? And all of the, I mean, this is statistically proven that after women, I'll say that the more women or the more men a woman has slept with, the higher likelihood of her not having a long-term successful relationship. Sure. And if a woman has had 18 bodies or more, she has a 16% likelihood of having a long-term successful relationship. And even if you don't know, one thing that Graybeard said, don't ever ask a woman what her body count is, because that is essentially a huge red flag to a woman with a high body count to say, oh, he cares, so I have to hide that from him and all my past stories. So you never ask a woman what her body count is. What you do is you ask her questions about what her teenage years looked like, what her college years looked like, about her boyfriends, her friends, the crazy stories that she could tell you. And from that, you can essentially decipher where she is. You may not know the exact number, but you know where she stands in her morality. So body count absolutely does matter, because the way that women pair bond is through oxytocin. And if they are pair bonding with all of these men, they get addicted to that pair bonding with a new man. And this is why they can't pair long term. They might be able to pair with you short term, but eventually they will always want to go back to the streets to experience that new high.
She belongs to the streets.
I've heard all of that. And I've actually, I have some experience with it. I'm gonna say that I think that's a load of crap that people tell themselves so that they can sleep at night. The reality is Lily Phillips, who just took 1,000 dudes at one time, could get off the bus in Nowheresville, Idaho, dressed cleanly and nicely, and walk into the church, and it wouldn't burst into flames or anything, and nobody would know. And she's a good enough actress that nobody would know. And she would make all new friends and nobody would know. And this is the reality that people refuse to face, is that no one knows. You never know. People lie. People
can't tell a hoe from a virgin.
Well, that's not what people are saying. They're saying
Hold on,
that.
wait. You gotta let him finish. He was respectful. He let us get our thoughts out. We got to give him the same grace. But I got y'all though.
Oh, he's on the phone now.
So I'll just say, you may not know how many men she's been with, but you'll know by her stories, even if she lies about everything and then you start dating her before you marry her, there's going to be signs like in her behavior and how she treats a man.
Well, Athena, I'll say this, if I can kind of interject a little bit.
Go ahead.
I believe that it does matter. Another reason why it does matter to me is because I mean, I can give you anecdotes for days, but I'll just say this though. Everybody's city is inherently small, especially on the dating market, especially cycling through dating avenues as far as Tinder, things like this. You're going to run into the same profile more than once, which means they're going to see you more than once when it comes to certain things. And then if you're going to date, people are going to see you. And then we have communities around us. Somebody might say, hey, I saw her, small world, this and that, and talk about her past. Word travels fast. And then not to mention this, if you don't think it does, the tech age has actually made word travel faster than ever, to where it's like now we have just such a community around us that they could tell us, hey, yeah, she used to work over at such and such. Yeah, my boy hit it already. And things like this happen often, even if she doesn't tell you. But it's like all we're talking about is just mitigating this. That's it. I don't personally ask people that because I don't think a woman will be honest if I ask her this. But I mean, I've ran into circumstances where I brought some, I know her, man. But then they don't want to tell you how they know her. It's like things like this happen all the time, man. But that's just me. So yeah.
All right, so
I
you can
apologize for that.
No, you're good. You're good.
My wife had to call and tell me, or my wife. So my studio's outside, away from the house. So my wife's in the house. She had to call and tell me that my son skipped doing his homework, and now I have to pay attention to him all week, because he's now in a little bit of hot water with the mom unit. So
patriarchy strikes.
That's right.
Good stuff.
No, but I wanted to go ahead and give you a chance to finish your thought because
I'm sorry.
You're a guest, and I want to give you the same grace that
I apologize. Yeah, so I just think that I think there are more important things to worry about when meeting and dating women for the first time. I do think that to kind of piggyback off what Athena said, I disagree that you can tell a woman's body count by how she acts, but you can certainly, to some degree, decide, and you should be able to, if you're in the dating market, understand what a woman's true motivations are and what their true nature is. I honestly don't care about, look, sex is great, but most of our time's not going to be spent having sex. And so if you base your entire relationship on sex, you're doomed. You are fucking doomed.
I agree.
You will have a divorce in your future. I promise you.
No, that's true.
Well, sure, but
the question is, how exactly are you anti-red pill? Because everything that you described leading up to your marriage is rooted in red pill logic and behavior. So how are you anti-red pill?
Yeah, I started out by saying that the tenets of red pill, which are, and to me, common sense, I don't have a problem with the tenets, right? The descriptors. The problem comes with the prescriptors.
I agree.
And this is where I depart from red pill stage left, right? They absolutely lose me when they start talking about, these dudes are going out and running through women. As a matter of fact, my biggest problem with the red pill is that without feminism, the red pill couldn't exist, and they know it, and that's why they don't actually speak out hardcore against feminism. They don't have a bunch of loose ass women running around being girl bosses, then they can't get laid easily. Because if women were actually taking care of themselves, if women were actually being good women, the red pill dudes that run through that say, well, you got to fuck 50 women before you even know what sex is, that couldn't happen because 50 women wouldn't sleep with your dumb ass because they'd be keeping their legs closed like they should. And that's why the red pill is a bunch. Honestly, I'm just anti-red pill. I'm just telling you. I've talked to a ton of them.
Yeah,
this is a great friend of mine.
Let me interject real quick.
I'm loving this.
Wait. Let me interject. I haven't said.
Yeah, go ahead.
A whole hour. So Mr. Grid, it's interesting because you were saying that a woman's body count doesn't matter, and then you just talked about loose booty women negatively. So I'm not really understanding why.
I said that you can't.
Well,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, maybe I can try to steal man, but it sounded like you were saying that shouldn't be something that young men when they're dating should focus on. But then you just spoke as if it actually being loose in the booty is actually a negative thing. So if it is a negative thing, like you say, shouldn't men who are dating be concerned about it?
Yeah. So my position is that if I were to make an ought claim, yes, women ought keep their legs closed. However, I also live in reality. Okay. And I understand that people lie, and I understand that people mislead. And so if I were to tell a young man, which I wouldn't, but if I were to tell a young man, you know, if she's got a 3 body count when she's 21, she's for the streets and you shouldn't date her, or a 6 body counters. Just pick whatever fucking number you want. If I were to say that, not only would it be a hypocrite, because I honestly didn't give a shit about that, but it would be ignoring all of the much more important factors in a relationship than body count. I don't care about body count, and I don't think that men should care about body count to the extreme that it's discussed on the internet. I would much rather hear people talk about women and their morality, women who are closet feminists, who are unknowingly feminist. I would much rather hear actual conversations about things that are going to matter long-term in relationships, rather than how many dicks this woman has ridden. Okay.
Well,
I just don't care.
Well, I think the reason why the body count matters, I don't think any of us are saying that you're going to get an exact number. Like I may be the only one on the panel that can give you an exact number because it's 1. So I don't think you're going to get an exact number from anybody, but I do think you need to know if it's been a plethora of men, because I think that does point to her morality and her character. A woman's chastity is very important. It's different than a man being chaste. It just is. So I
agree with you, and I think that that's a very good thing. And I agree that moral women are something to be valued. However, I acknowledge the fact that women lie, and that
but we're not talking about an exact number.
If a woman says,
I think you can tell if a woman is loose. I think you can tell if a woman
I don't think you can.
Wait. Hold on. Stop the show. So if you literally just said that moral women should be valued, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if a moral woman is valued, that means her body count is low, right? Or is it high?
Okay, let me run this one by you. I do agree with that.
Answer.
I do agree with that. I just say that you can't, the amount of effort that's put, or the amount of discussion put into that discussion is irrelevant, because you will never know. You can't know. There's no way to know. Now, if you want to talk to me about morality, when I look at a woman, if I see that she lies to her friends, if I see that she's acting catty with everyone but me, because, you know, she wants me to think of her as a good person, but to everybody else, she's a raging bitch, then I can understand that, right? We will know you by your works.
And
right?
one of the works is opening your legs too often.
I will understand you by what you do, by your mannerisms. But saying that 8 women, and at that point, since you can't know, right? You just can't know whether it's been 1 or 10 or 100. You just can't know, and women will lie.
Well, you're not.
Does anybody disagree with me that women will lie about their body count?
No, we all know they do.
Agree.
That's why they lie because it matters. They lie because it matters.
They lie because it matters to you, and they want you to have a good opinion of them, right?
So does that not show bad character?
Ask a woman, are you a feminist? Are you? And if she understands that you're not a feminist, she's gonna say, no, I'm not a feminist. No, but they will. But they absolutely are feminists, right?
But the feminism will come out in everyday life now.
So you're proving Zynga's argument. You're proving Zynga's argument. You're proving Zynga's argument, because she said, yeah, you might not get an exact number, but you pay attention to the behaviors, right? Just like a woman can say, I'm not a feminist, but then if you pay attention to her behaviors,
right? And that is my position. The number is irrelevant to me. The behavior is. I also believe that people can change. I also believe that people can have a hoe phase or whatever and come out of it and be a good person. This is another problem I have with the red pill, is that once a person is tattooed with that, there's no room for improvement, except for men. A man can be a complete fucking degenerate, go through a red pill seminar and come out the other side, and he's a high value man, which is a weird term, but I don't believe that. I don't buy that.
You know what's funny? is that you just contradicted yourself.
Go ahead.
Because you
Where did I do that?
because you talked about how you were a degenerate.
Yes.
And all of a sudden you had a change in your mindset and you're like, you know what? I want to get married now, and it's
Yes.
worked out for you. So how is it not
Yes.
true? So how
No,
is
I
it
said
a
the red pill doesn't allow for that. The red pill doesn't allow for that.
But
And-
your lived experience is proven that it's true. That
but
is
I'm
real.
not red pill.
But your lived experience and what you're talking about is exactly what
Red
you
pill
just said
says
you're
if,
against.
if a woman has a high body count, she's for the streets. Just don't even bother talking to her. I'm
Did you-
saying
okay.
that if
Okay.
if a woman that has or it just doesn't reveal her body count, but she seems a little on the slutty side or whatever, maybe she's not my taste, but maybe she's yours. I don't know. I don't know what you like. You know, I don't judge. But whatever. You ask her, hey, are you know, been with a lot of men? No, I haven't been with a lot of men. Kind of inexperienced. Whatever. Whether or not you believe that, I don't know. But what if she says, hey, yeah, you know what? I kind of went through something in college. I got over it. I've changed my life. I'm dedicated to God. Whatever the story is, right? But now she lives a life of morality. Is a clean, wonderful woman. Or is she still for the streets?
Yes.
Okay. See that is
She belongs to the streets.
Right.
I'll
that's
tell
what
you.
I'm talking
No, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
Uh-huh.
I'll tell you why the body count matters. Well, if you say it doesn't matter, then I'll give you a perfect example. Look at what Kanye West is going through. I hate to use a celebrity example, but you can look at a person like a Kanye West who
I don't actually follow that. I don't know what Kanye West is going through.
Okay. Well, there's a famous person by the name of Kim Kardashian who got famous because she did a sex tape with a rapper. Right? That's her.
I'm aware.
That's her
I'm
claim to
loosely
fame.
aware of that. I've not like
Right. So she was dating guy after guy after guy after guy after guy. She has an extensive dating history, and she's tied to high profile guys. And she got married to this guy named Chris Humphries, and the marriage only lasted 72 days, and she broke it off. The next guy she got married to was Kanye West. He wifed her up after all those guys ran through her, started a family with her, and then she still went crazy and she left him. Now his life is a living hell because he wifed up a hoe. And he had kids with her. That's what makes it worse. And he had kids with her. So now
I think a celebrity example is always going to be a little fucked up. I mean, just look at Johnny Depp. And
but it's true. But what it
shit on his pillow, bro.
No, but what it illustrates is that he picked the wrong woman because he overlooked her past, and her past is public. So it ain't like she can lie and say, "Oh no, I haven't really been around."
I can agree with that.
So
okay.
If I can interject a little bit,
the exception actually proves the rule.
In this example, yeah, it does.
But it doesn't. That's an exception. That's a high that's not everybody.
I believe both of you are right, and I can prove this right now. So in Orthodox Christianity, we have Saint Mary of Egypt, who everybody in the red pill would tell you not to go ahead and wife up. Yet she's revered as a saint, somebody that we can go to and say, hey, this is what you want to emulate as far as like seeking a redemption story. So I do believe that if you have a period of history that's wrought with you having whoredom, right, and you having a hoe phase, I do believe that redemption should be available for people like that if it's genuine. I think that Anonymous Base could meet me on the middle ground and say that he can agree with me on this, to say that, hey, we should be aware of cautionary tales. If you have a pattern, and patterns do repeat themselves of history, and you don't have change, I think that this is where vetting comes into play. If you can vet people and we have a courting process and not lay in bed with people and automatically see if you can see red flags and vet people, mind you, this is why we need dads in the home, because guess what happened? If somebody was going to date Grid's daughter or something happened, if let's say Grid has a daughter, right? And somebody was going to date them, they'd call the phone and Grid would say, this is her father speaking. How may I help you? This vetting actually helps filter out a lot of bad men. If we have this as the main stated date, Grid has patriarchy underneath his name. If we have the patriarchy usher back in, we wouldn't need as many of these prescriptors as possible that the red pill espouses. Although I do believe it's right that we do have a data packet of things that we should be aware of. I think that's important. Both of you are right, but I think that there's overlap here that we're talking about for sure.
But
did Mary of Egypt, did she remarry? Or did she ever marry? I don't believe that she did.
She didn't. She became like
exactly.
a
So here's the thing: those women who understand that they made their bed, they're sleeping in it. There is redemption in Christ, but that does not mean that you are absolved of the consequences of your actions. And I truly believe that that's why she never married. So that's my only 2 cents on that one, Ted.
You're right, Athena. I can't argue with that.
I mean, that's an interesting take on it. I would say, so I have a friend of mine. I've known him, man, I don't know, like 40 years. Right at 40 years. I'm 55 and I knew him when I was 15. So that's 40 fucking years. So he met his wife in spring break in Florida at a wet t-shirt contest. They've been married for longer than I have, 20 odd years, and 2 kids, wonderful couple, never had a problem, never had any real issues. I think she's psychotic. He loves her. That's on him. I don't care. But I just, I think that when we get locked into these, especially the prescriptions of the red pill just don't ring true in reality. And unfortunately I have to live in reality every single fucking day. So,
but how many of those men end up getting divorced years down the line and they have half their shit stolen from them? We might have outliers, but the outliers, the exceptions, they don't make the rule. I've literally interviewed thousands of men since I've been on TikTok, men and women. And I'm telling you, there is a trend. There's one thing I have to agree with Pearl on. And I used to disagree with her all the time because I'm a single mom myself.
Yeah, I disagree.
It wasn't, but I gave up my career to be a wife and a mother when I was 25. So I've been out of the game for a really long time. Stepping back into the whole dating scene, I was like, well, no, I was thinking things were still the same way that they were back then. I got on TikTok, that shit black pilled me so fast. I used to disagree with a lot of things that Pearl Davis would say. Now I'm like, I listen to men and women, and I can actually translate. I think Myron says it like womanese. I can translate womanese. So when they say certain things, I was like, okay, so what you're saying is you nagged your husband until you got your way by having a discussion. That's what you actually mean. So after experiencing and on TikTok lives, it's not like podcasts, right? Most people on podcasts aren't crashing out on a regular basis. And if they are, they're not on podcasts very often. On lives, you get to see people cycle in so quick. And those people will tell you their story. They hold back nothing. They have no shame. They will tell you everything. And when you start to gather all that information, you're like, I don't know. I think red pill is correct. There's some things I don't agree with black pill, but red pill, 100%.
That's great that you think that, but I disagree with red pill. The patriarchy is more accurate than the red pill. The red pill is a failing dogma. We see it growing less and less popular. That's why a lot of the creators are walking away from it. And to be honest with you, it doesn't feel the need anymore. Now there are tenets of the red pill that are good, right? Morality, I think, is good. Patriarchal hierarchy, if you will. It's not entirely accurate phrasing, but the patriarchy is a better standard than red pill.
So then what would be the difference between patriarchy and red pill? What's the difference?
Well, men lead in their household, but there is a value of women that is beyond their beauty and their ability to have children that red pill lacks.
Well, yes, I
Red Pill
think
literally
Red
said,
Pill
hold on,
doesn't
this is
doesn't say
insane.
anything
Red Pill
negative
literally
about that.
says that when Red Pill literally says that sex is the key to a relationship, and sex is literally very, very far down on the list. That's why this when we start talking about body count, I'm absolutely, I think it's wonderful to talk about morality, right, and moral women and women that are based in religion, but when you have an entire philosophy that cannot exist without feminism, I cannot subscribe to it. I just can't.
So to me, that doesn't really make any
I'm not
sense.
asking you to.
To me, that's like saying there wouldn't be Christianity without sin. It's like the same thing. There can't be night without day. It's like the same argument if you were to say, well, Christianity can't exist without sin or Satan. Otherwise, there would be no Christianity.
That's a conflation. The Red Pill takes advantage of feminism.
We see a lot of Christian churches in the West taking advantage.
Black Pill takes advantage of feminism.
That is false. Christianity does not take advantage of sin. That is heresy.
In the West? That's crazy. I see this all the time.
Christianity does not take advantage of sin. That's a heresy.
No, yeah, we have heresies in the West. That's what I'm talking about. The heresies in the West take advantage of sin.
Right. Well, then that would not be Christianity. That would be a heresy.
Right. That would be a heresy. So when we talk about Red Pill data packets,
is not committing a heresy by taking
the majority of Western Christianity is heresy.
It is heresy, man. And they're taking advantage of sin all the time.
So sorry, not sorry.
So when you talk about a Red Pill data packet that we have, like cautionary tales, like, hey, this is what you don't want, meaning like we don't want a woman that's, we would say somebody that sleeps around a lot and is actively doing
She belongs to the streets.
So a data packet would be something like warning signs, details to look out for, not prescriptions. That's not what I'm saying. Prescriptions. It's like probably like a guideline of things like, hey, this is what you need, get your money up, your game, things like this. These are more attractive things. It's not like a prescription, I would say, just like the same thing is like, but I would say that Red Pill,
when it's
yeah,
a prescription to sleep with 50 women. When it's a prescription,
that's one
that
person.
It's okay for men to have, hold on, when it's okay for men to go out and fuck as many women as they want, but not okay for women, so that is literally taking advantage of feminism. And it's wrong.
Greg.
And there's no way.
That's
there's
secular
no
men and Muslims. Sorry,
that's
I'll
one
just
man
throw
that
it out there. That's
only one man
Myron
from the Red Pill has uttered that. Myron Gaines is the only person who said that. And after me and Andrew Wilson had talked to Myron Gaines, he ceased that actually. So that's not Myron Gaines doesn't embody the Red Pill. That's one man that said that. Rollo Tomasi's never said this, and no other man has said this.
Person said that. As a matter of fact, that
50 men. That's exactly
secular men.
Hold on, RP.
There's no Christian men saying that.
Hey, one mic.
Literally said that polygyny is fine, right?
That's one man.
Right?
Yeah.
Again, these are the people who are setting the prescriptors for the Red Pill.
Yeah, you're gonna have a schism that's fractioned off, like Christianity fractioned off. You're gonna have Jehovah's Witness sects. You're gonna have other people, Seventh-day Adventists.
He says it's okay for women to be used by men. And that's okay. He says it's okay. Do you agree with that?
I don't agree with that if that's a prescription.
He is
I don't
the
agree
father
with
of the Red Pill.
Well, hold on. He doesn't even like that term being used himself. I've even asked him. He's like, I don't like that term.
Hey, Grid.
He doesn't like the term, but that's what he advocates.
Hey, Grid.
It doesn't matter if you like the term or not.
Hey, Grid. I'll give you an answer. I agree. I agree with it.
Okay.
You know why?
You know why?
No, you know why I agree that we should use them? Because we both use each other. We both bring different forms of utility to one another. So you wouldn't be with a woman that you couldn't get anything from, just like your wife wouldn't be with you if she couldn't get anything from you. As long as you have a mutual exchange, you're utilizing one another. The term using has a negative connotation when it's really utility. You see what I'm saying? So if you're utilizing somebody for nefarious reasons, that would be considered using. But if I'm utilizing somebody and we're both getting a mutual benefit, that's not anything negative. We're both quote unquote to use your.
With that. I'm going to disagree.
Well, how am I wrong? Well, how am I wrong?
Well, I can tell the way you're wrong is that men and women. I don't use my wife. My wife doesn't use me.
How not?
What do you mean? How not?
Okay, what's the difference between
Well,
use? Wait. What's the difference between use and utility?
I'm not married for utility.
What are you married for?
I didn't need my wife to exist, sir.
Hold on.
I was perfectly happy before I met my wife. My wife completes me as a human being. My wife makes me a better human being. Without my wife, I would be a pirate on the high seas slitting throats, sir.
Sir,
I am a very bad man. I am not a nice person at all. And the only reason that I exist in society in the way that I do is because my wife provides the love and care that I need, which is not a utility, sir. It is a bond between the two of us. Neither one of us need each other in a utilitarian way. I don't get money from her. She doesn't get money from me. I don't provide her with a home. She doesn't provide me with a home either. We together create a life which is beyond a utility. We now have children, which we created together. She didn't give me children, sir. We created life together as children. And now that we care for those children together, I understand that it's much easier to think of people and use people in a utilitarian way when you reduce them to what they can do for you or not do for you. But my wife completes me. She's the other half of me. I'll tell you something else. I believe that men only get, especially men, only get so many chances at true love that's going to complete them, and they're going to be able to live their entire lives with that woman. If you miss that, if you are looking for the wrong thing, if you are looking at women as objects, or if you're looking at women as things that are not an object of love, beyond sex, beyond their body, beyond what they can provide for you, beyond the fact that they have children, if you look at women at anything other than the other side of you, you are going to probably end up in a divorce, and you're going to have a very unhappy life. I believe you only get so many chances at that. I do. I can say that because I fucked up several myself. And I'm saying this as a Christian who believes that the red pill lies to men and has ruined more lives than they've saved. And while the tenets are good, the prescriptions are bad, and you can't get to where they're good.
Go ahead and say what you got to say, Zinga, because I got to push back because you've been contradicting yourself.
I actually agree with Mr. Grid on this point, that it's not a utility thing. God made man and woman. It's two puzzle pieces coming together to make a life, to make a home for children, for the community, for the country. It's not a using thing. And I agree, if you look at it like you're using the other sex, that's not love. That's not a relationship. It's not two puzzle pieces coming together. Woman was made for man as a helpmate. And I believe this is a scripture in the Bible. A wife is a jewel in the crown of the man. We radiate beauty, and it's a reflection of his leadership. So it's not a using relationship. And because if it is that, then that means the creation is wrong, and that means God created two pieces that are not really supposed to come together. They kind of like bump genitals and go away, and bump genitals and go away. So I agree. I disagree with him the other point about the body count, but I do agree with him on this one.
Everything that you just explained was from a standpoint of utility. The fact that the woman was created to be a helpmeet was so she can offer utility to the man. Like, what are y'all talking about?
You don't have a Christian
You're
worldview,
conflating
right?
things, which is
yes,
fine.
I do. Yes, I do.
Well,
you
need to go back and relook at Genesis, because you're getting it all jacked up.
How? How is a help?
Explained it.
How is a helpmeet not somebody that can be utilized? How?
You're not supposed to use the woman. It's two puzzle pieces coming together, making a completion.
Through utility. Through utility.
No, through design.
That's a great word.
Design based on utility.
Yeah.
Design based on utility.
That's a great word.
No.
Okay, think about this. If I'm bringing something to a relationship, if I'm bringing something to the table that can benefit both of us, that means I'm bringing some sort of utility and value that we can both benefit from, and vice versa. We're both utilities to one another. Like how are y'all not understanding that?
Okay, so what if
how am I wrong?
Let me put this out there. So let's say that you marry a woman who cannot have children.
Okay.
And is the utility gone? Do you divorce her?
Based on what we're put here to do, yes.
Okay.
So you divorce her?
Why would I marry? Okay, if I want to have kids and I don't have any, why would I marry a woman that can't have kids?
You
yeah,
don't
but
know
what if you
sometimes
already
before you get
married
married.
her? What if you already married her and then she got in an accident and then couldn't have children then? Would you divorce her because of that?
If I want kids, why would I stay?
Yeah, so I'm asking.
the
Yeah,
answer
so
is yes.
so
Just
you would divorce her? You're
Yes.
saying you would?
This is why the red pill sucks.
No, I'm being realistic.
I agree. No,
I'm being realistic.
I'm just telling you that I know
Anonymous.
you're being real. I understand you're being very real right now, and this is why I have a big problem with red pill.
Like, I'm keeping it real.
Yeah, the prescriptions are garbage.
They are
I'm keeping
garbage.
it real.
Red
I
pill
agree.
tries to be based Christian values without Christianity, and they fail at it because they miss the point that Christianity is the glue which holds it all together, and it's a piece you're missing. And that's why that's one of the reasons why, again, the descriptors of red pill I agree with. Go get in shape, be a better dude, don't lie, don't be a piece of shit, get your money right,
Yeah,
understand
because
finance,
all of
maybe
those
take
are
a class.
all of what you're
All of
talking
those are
about is
tenets of
offering,
red pill. They're also tenets of being a fucking human.
sir. All of what you're talking about is increasing your value to offer more
It
utility
doesn't
in a
increase your
relationship.
So, like,
value,
if
that's just being a basic human.
So like if you
Sure.
got married, Anonymous, and your
Go
dick
ahead.
stops working, your wife should leave you, right?
Right.
Hey, if she chose
Goes
to
right
do
to the
that,
dick.
hey, it is what it is. Hey, it
Yeah.
is. Look, see,
So
I'm-
like when
I'm
you're
fair, I'm
old,
fair.
well, I just want to like inform you, right? Your age is inevitable, right? So you're gonna get
course.
old. So like your
Of course.
wife should leave you when you get too old for her, right?
Women leave for way less.
Well,
No,
okay.
answer the question.
I'm asking
Answer it.
you,
You gotta
should
answer
she?
it.
This
Look.
is, I'm asking you, ought
Yeah.
women
Right.
leave their men when they're too old?
If she feels as though I don't offer any more utility, that would be her choice.
No,
I
answer
I
it.
know that I know that would be her choice. I'm asking you a very direct question. Ought women leave their men when they're too old?
Is there someone who's not cammed up talking?
Hey, speaking.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Sorry,
Sorry, I just
I'm
came in. I
I'm
had
just
to put my
chilling
son
in
to
my
sleep.
robe
it-
right now. I was listening in.
It depends on the utility that you offer. I would say that on both sides.
So
What if you get an
again,
accident? You're-
when
what if
when
you
a
get an
couple
accident and your body you're paralyzed from the neck down, should she leave?
again,
If I'm
when you,
paralyzed
yeah,
from the
like
neck
you
down-
both are gonna
Yeah.
get old. I'm asking you this because you're gonna get, if you get in a marriage, your age is inevitable. So like once
course.
you start getting too old, should your wife leave you? Should.
get that.
Don't say it's gonna be her choice. I already know that. Should she do that?
Obviously
I don't-
not.
No, earlier I said I don't.
Okay.
Believe, no, wait.
Okay, so
Earlier-
then it's not purely
hold on, wait,
transactional. Thank
hold
you.
on,
Right,
hold
exactly.
on.
All
Earlier, I said,
relationships are
listen, listen.
transactional.
yes, they are. Earlier, I said I don't.
Well,
I
it
don't.
can't be.
Athena,
You
didn't
just
hear what he was
admitted it.
saying earlier.
Hold on. Earlier, I said that I don't do the should, could, or would. I go off of what is.
You don't do should, could, or would?
No.
So
You're saying-
then why
you're
are you
saying
even
debate
debating
that.
anything?
You can't debate anything.
Yeah. You don't have any
Right.
prescriptions or should. We don't. Why should anyone listen to you if you don't tell any shoulds?
So there's a difference between
No,
getting
wait,
into
wait,
a
Engaging in any
relationship
conversation with you
someone-
seems
hold on,
pointless.
there's a
Wait, hold on.
difference between getting a
Wait. The reason why is because should, could, and would are based on hypotheticals and ideal situations, and life isn't like that. Life is very cruel. And
Oh,
life
really?
Is very brutal. Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
let me ask you something.
Yeah. Go ahead.
You find out that there's some really bad chick. You're married, right? But there's some really like bad chick that wants to fuck, right? Should you go fuck that chick if you're married?
If I don't want to, I won't.
So should you though? You can't
I'm
engage
listening
with
to
what you
this
should
one.
do in a situation. How about if a kid wants to blow you, or do you have a should for that, or Is it just
How about this? How about you?
The
you start
realistic
dating a-
answer
you
is
start
no.
dating a girl.
Oh, so you do engage
can
with
do it.
shoulds. So you
Okay.
do
No.
know what shoulds and
No.
should nots
Hold
are.
on.
Good.
No. Listen. I
That's
said
good.
I said the realistic answer is no.
All right, but what about this? How about
Right, you
start
shouldn't.
dating a girl? You start dating a girl and you
Uh-huh.
find out and you're like smitten, right? Like this is the bomb chick. And she comes to you and she says, "Hey, by the way, I have 2 kids. I didn't think this was going to go anywhere, so I didn't say anything about it, but I'm into you. You're obviously into me. This is the real deal. I got 2 kids.
Mhm.
Father's not in the picture. My parents take care
Mm.
of them right now. They're coming, but
Okay.
you know, if we get together, then we get married, they're going to come live with us. Do you leave her?
That's not what I'm looking for. So yes, I leave. I'm
So,
out.
but here's the thing.
He
There's
just
a
engaged
difference
with the shit
between
again.
After
No, I
you
didn't.
already made the
Yes, you
commitment.
did. That was a should question. The problem
You
with
should
what you're
have
doing
asked
here.
these things beforehand. Like once you're married, you're married. And actually, Marte, I'm so sorry. This is one of the very few things that I disagreed with Andrew Wilson.
That's what I'm
One
saying.
of the things that he said was if he found out after he married a woman that she did all of these horrible things, he's like, yeah, I would leave her. I don't
Why
agree
is
with
that?
that. I
Because she
feel like
lied.
Well, yeah,
hold on,
that's just a
let
personal
me
choice.
hold on. Let me rephrase because I did the whole typical female
what?
thing. I feel like it doesn't matter what you feel like. The reality is, once you make the commitment of marriage,
Mhm.
it's there. If you're talking about
Well,
dating,
hold
yeah,
on.
you can
Hold on.
step
So
So
away.
you're saying
Right.
once you make a
Hold on,
commitment
let
of
me finish,
marriage,
let
you
me
can't
finish.
step
Once-
away for any reason? What if he what if he
Can
found
I
out she was
please
a murderer?
Can I please finish?
And then I'd like to push back just a little bit.
I'll push
here.
back
Yeah,
too.
man. Go ahead.
So
Y'all push.
once you make the commitment of marriage, the clear indicator of leaving that marriage is sexual immorality. And I believe that's like after the
okay.
commitment has been made. And if it's
Fair enough.
outside of that,
Hold on. Can I push back, please? Because I understand.
Yeah.
I got your point. The problem is if I enter into a commitment under false pretenses,
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
it's not a
That's
commitment.
the point.
You understand? Like so let's just say that I get married, but I've actually been married before and I'm not actually divorced. Right? And my wife says, "Hey," or maybe I got a divorce in another country, and and that's actually happened. There was a news article on that about that recently. And my wife says, "You know what?" My new wife says, "Hey, you know what? I feel like you lied to me, you sack of shit. Get the fuck out." Is she justified in that?
well, the Bible specifically says that we should, even if our partner is not morally sound, we should stay with them outside of sexual immorality. That's what Christ said.
Athena,
And I
Doesn't the Christ
understand.
say-
I
If you
could say
enter
the
into
same
it-
thing with my ex-husband. We agreed that we would marry in the Orthodox Church, and then he stopped. He changed his mind after we got married. I could have been like, you know what, you deceived me, and I'm going to leave. No, I still continued to try and work on it. Now there was infidelity and abuse afterwards. And so after years of it, I did leave. But we are still called as Christians to try and make things work.
Athena, I am with the Orthodox Church, as are you. I'm going to use our own religious doctrine in this whole picture, right? Let's say that I find out that my current wife was a kid diddler, right? She has a string of kids that she diddled. It's like 10 people. She can't be within 4,000 feet of the school. I have to alter my new lifestyle, and I never knew about this, and she never told me the false pretenses that Grit is alluding to, and I was with her, right? Tying up basements, the kids in basements back in the day. Didn't find out about this until after we got married, when I had to drop our child off at school, finding out that she's not allowed to. Changes my whole lifestyle. Go to the Orthodox Church, and the Orthodox Church says, you have our blessing. How am I wrong?
No, she should be put to unalivement is what should have in that scenario.
See what I mean?
And this is why I'm not against the Old Testament, because the Old Testament gave reasons to unalive people, and a lot of these situations that you can give right for divorce, that person wouldn't even be here if we held to the Old Testament.
Athena, can I ask you something then?
Let me ask this. If we go back to Andrew's example, if she had this loose booty past and lied to him and never told him, he gets married and then finds out just afterwards. I mean, I don't know. I'm a catechumen, but I guess but I do know that you can go to the church and ask for divorces for certain.
If adultery was the only valid ground, then serial abuse and abandonment and all of these things, you would say those aren't justifications for leaving, but the rest of Scripture clearly clashes against that. So that it can't be just sexual immorality. What you're talking about is when Jesus was addressing Jewish men that were debating the divorce laws under Moses. This wasn't when he was writing a universal civil law for all humanity. So you're taking the context of what you're hearing wrong, right? So that's the problem with this scripture you just brought up. And I gotta step down, but I just wanted to say one thing. One second, Athena. I'll listen in when I'm done. I gotta get going, but I just wanted to say one more thing to anonymous there.
Yeah, go ahead.
The reason that you have to engage with oughts, right? Because the facts, obviously what is what you were talking about. Facts, they can tell you how something works, but it can never tell you what to do about it. Right? You can never know what is right or wrong just by the fact itself. That's why you have to engage with the oughts. But thank you all for having me up. God bless you all, and I'll be listening in for your answer there, Athena.
Good to see you speak.
So what I want to say to that is the scripture is very clear that even if you married a non-believer, you should still stay with them. And with the whole non-believer idea is that they're going to have things that they would do that a believer wouldn't do, like lying, stealing, cheating, right? But you should still stay with the non-believer. The only reason why I know that Christ himself gave 4 grounds for divorce, and this is exactly why I stayed with my ex-husband as long as I did. After 2.5 years of infidelity, I worked hard at it. And this is my biggest issue with Red Pill and this is one thing I do have to agree with you. Sorry, I don't know what your name is.
My name?
But it's like the moment that someone has an excuse to divorce, even if the person is wrong, they're really quick to leave and not at least try and work on it. Even if it's not ideal, even if it's uncomfortable, you should at least try. Yes, there are grounds for divorce. And yes, the church might make allowances. But as Christians, once you enter in that sanctity of marriage, you are called to try and work on it the best that you can.
So, couple of things. First, I'm not Orthodox. I'm a Southern Baptist, and I'm not, and even I don't actually speak on very specific religious things very often because I'm not qualified. I'm not a pastor. I'm not a minister. I'm basically just barely qualified to admit that I'm a Christian. Although I have been a member of the same church since I was 9 years old. So, however, if you're not equally yoked, you can't stay in the same marriage. And therefore, if someone lied to you to get you into the marriage, you're no longer, you start out unequally yoked. And I would personally see that as a grounds for a divorce. Certainly you would have to go to in your case, you'd have to go to the church to make that happen. In my case, I would simply talk to my pastor about it, get some advice, and then I would move on with my life. However, I don't have to worry about that because my wife and I are equally yoked and very happy. Now, as to the rest, I think I've kind of lost a little bit of the plot. Basically, I don't believe that women are a utility mechanism for men, and nor are men a utility mechanism for women. And that whole equally yoked thing comes right back into play here, because whatever. But I don't. I don't know. I'm just. I'm not a red pill person. I don't believe in the red pill. I do like the descriptors. They're very similar to things I've told young men for decades. I went to a military school. In high school, I was around truly great men in my life that showed me how I ought to act. In addition to being very very Christian, and so again, when I decided I wasn't going to get married, and decided on a life of degeneracy, I knew exactly what I was doing, and I understood exactly the burden I was taking.
I'm pretty sure the Bible specifically says to not marry someone who's unequally yoked, but even if you are unequally yoked after the marriage, you are called as a Christian to fight the good fight to try and bring them closer to God, even if they're lost.
Yeah, I can't debate. Honestly, I understand orthodoxy, and I cannot debate theology with you, because I don't want you to get into trouble with your church, because I understand. I have an understanding of orthodoxy, and understand that you're not really supposed to talk about theology, which is why I don't. That's why I don't mention. I don't bring up theology in debates or discussion, because again, I'm not qualified to do so.
Well,
same
I'm
for
not
me and
necessarily
Harris. We're both catechumens, so we would both agree as well too. So,
well, I mean, I'm an official Orthodox, but I wouldn't say that I am necessarily qualified to speak on a level that I could say that everybody is wrong. But I have talked to priests about these specific topics, because I've been to a lot of Bible studies. I was raised in the church. I went to Goya, right? So like I was a part of the church. I learned all of these things, and this is why they say before you marry, it's very, very important. Marriage should not be taken lightly, because it's not something that you could just throw away at a whim.
All right, real quick, I want to bring Coley into the conversation. What are your thoughts about what has been going on? I know you've been listening to us going back and forth, and it got a little heated. So what are your thoughts on what you just heard, man? What you got?
First off, hello everybody. Sorry I'm late. I've been
Bang, bang. Shit like that.
Second off, it felt like I was on the McLaughlin group here. You know what I'm saying? Third off, I want to answer some I want to chime in on comments that I wanted to jump in to say, but
yeah, go ahead.
But I couldn't then, because it was heated. I know I'm gonna get ringed, but fuck it. For the should comments from earlier or whatnot. Now, should a man and a woman basically be together if they're actually still in love with each other and stuff like that? Yes. And the reason why I say that is because if a couple love each other, I don't care what kind of baggage they got and everything like that, if they're able to forgive each other, if they're able to move on and stay together for, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 plus years. I heard of a couple, like I heard of some couples way back in the day where they was married like 60, 70 years or whatever. They was able to make the marriage work. No matter what they go, no matter what they're going through. Then yes.
Coley,
They should stay together.
I think that's kind of almost a non sequitur. You're talking about couples that love each other. We're talking about, in our example, one of them says, I don't want to be with her because of her past. You're talking about, yeah, I see couples that love each other. Yeah, that's not our argument. We're not saying, okay, couples that love each other should separate.
I mean, that's my argument is that couples love each other. That's
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So the argument was, if they don't love each other,
if one person wants to leave because he doesn't like her past before they got married, something happened. That's what we're talking about.
Well, in that case, if one person wants to say bye, they should have a civil conversation about that or whatever. Like if they want to work it out, cool. If not, see ya.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying.
And the reason why I say that, I'm gonna bring up an experience that I went through. I'm not gonna mention names or anything like that. But the situation that I went through, because I just recently had a divorce. The person that I was with, they sat right there and they kept doing things that wasn't proper for the relationship or whatnot. That person kept accusing me of cheating when that's not how I roll. I'm a Virgo. I'm a loyal type of dude. You know what I'm saying? Then on top of that, that person keep getting in trouble with the law all the time, and it's like, or I have to wait X amount of years just so we can actually be together. No, for those reasons, I had to say bye.
So I have to say something, and it's blatantly obvious here. I'm going to bring in non sequitur since you brought one in the beginning. Grid, how dare you show up just showing everybody out with your patriarchy, the Crucible gear with the Crucible hat. Oh my God, I feel so embarrassed. I came up damn, I should be ashamed of myself because I'm not representing
what's annoying
as much as you are.
You know what's annoying, Marte? Is when I was on whatever a week or so ago, Brian was going to send me a bunch of swag. I still don't have my swag.
Darn it, Brian.
Call him up, be like, dude, give me my swag.
Grid, I have a question.
Oh, man,
another non sequitur.
Okay.
What rifle is that up there? What caliber is that behind?
I'm very interested in that.
The bolt gun is a 300 Winchester short mag, and the AR-10 is in 308.
Nice.
Currently,
I like the bolt.
Do you have any 300 blackout?
I do have.
Are you a fan of it?
I've been a fan of it since it was 300 Whisper.
Yeah, those are decent.
I'm a competitive shooter. I shoot a lot.
Like the long range, or
I shoot 3-gun mostly, but I have shot long range. I've shot the FN there out to 1,600 yards.
Very nice.
Hey, you do deer?
Sorry,
you do deer?
You do deer?
I do hunt a little bit, not as much as I used to. I'm just busy all the time, but and I live in Tennessee, but I shoot matches all over the country. I shoot 3-gun matches, rifle, pistol, and shotgun, and it's just what I do. One of the things
I'm hoping to
I
get
do a lot
into
of
that
weird,
one day, but
I have all of the weird hobbies. So
I don't think that's a weird hobby. Yeah, I don't think that's a weird hobby either.
That's a cool.
No,
hobby.
I mean,
Yeah,
look, I do. So I retired at 45, and I have I basically have bass fish. So I've got I got fishing boat. I fly airplanes. I've got motorcycles. I've got all of the hobbies, like all of them. I do all of it.
To me, those are like cool older white dad hobbies.
I am an older white dad. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of people in my chat that refer to me as Dad One.
By the way, Fish, I know who to come to for that. Now that I know that you do that. Did you mention earlier that you was in the military?
I'm sorry?
Did you mention earlier that you was in the military?
Me, no. No, I never had an adult job.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I was about to give you my salute for a second. I used to be in the
Navy
I
appreciate
myself.
That. No, sir. I went the other way. I got out of college with a degree in psychology and criminal justice with a minor in philosophy. and decided immediately that I just wasted 4.5 years of my life. And I went into auto racing, and I ended up owning a racing team and a bunch of shops.
Nice.
And I was able to retire at 45. So I never had an adult job. I never really wanted an adult job. You know, that's how I've been who I am.
Damn, dude, we just get some Grid lore.
Yeah,
right now? That's awesome.
yeah. Big shout out to Grid One Motorsports for coming through doing his thing.
Good stuff, man. Yeah.
All right, so Coley, real quick,
Great
what do you got? All right, so Coley, real quick before we move on to the main event and get up out of here, I'm gonna get your thoughts on this question real quick. Women will often say that the patriarchy is oppressive. If this is true, then what would be a better setup?
If this is true, then what would be a better setup? Holy shit.
Women will often say that the patriarchy is oppressive. So if this is true, then what would be a better setup? I've already gotten everybody else's takes on it.
I done heard people say stuff like in a relationship type of relationship type of way or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I really wouldn't know what would be. I really wouldn't know what would be like a better setup per se. Like, if you, excuse me, say like, cause like overheard examples like, you know, like if someone wants to leave, then they should leave, or like in Grid's case, if someone love each other, should they love each other, and you know it all this. So it's like me, I think it's like, okay. And I try to link it with the conversation that we had last week. So it's like, I'm thinking like for real, if men and women would like maybe like come to a compromise instead of trying to be like the dominant type of person or whatever, then maybe a whole lot of things will work. But if one just can't agree to it or whatnot, then maybe we should just.
You are going to have a dominant.
You know,
person.
the definition of compromise. The definition of compromise is lose-lose. Both people lose because both people are making concessions to reach a middle point. But the thing about truth, there's one truth. There's no concessions to truth. You either go to the truth or you're still missing the mark. So the idea of compromise is actually a very feminist ideology.
Well, and then not to mention,
Coley, are you a male feminist?
Say that again.
I said, Coley, are you a male feminist?
Male feminist.
He's undecided, but I believe hierarchies. I believe that should be the mainstay of the day, and I do believe that there should be a dominant force at the top because there has to be a defender in the household, and I do believe that falls on the man. I don't think in any universe or realm of reality that falls on a woman. Matter of fact, society will even hold men responsible for the failures, men's shortcomings when it comes to families being foreclosed or anything else. Like I said, the news reporter would put the mic in front of Grid's face and not his wife's face for why you guys are out on the street today. News at 5, right? So this will happen. This has happened since the dawn of time.
Well, the reporter would never get to my wife. I'm just going to be honest with you. That wouldn't happen.
But I'm just saying societal's expectations would mirror this as well, too. So when you talk about somebody being dominant, that would be us. We have an expectation of duty, and duty is the mainstay of what we need to adhere to when it comes to marriage, especially when it comes to children. And that's one thing that didn't get brought up is that if we're dividing families and things like this, nobody ever brought up if kids are involved, which complicates things even further. So when it comes to this, I think that we should think about duty before utility or anything else. Duty should be the platform that we respond to when we talk about, even if it's Christian ethics or secular ethics. I think that everybody knows what duty means.
I do have to go, but I just want to piggyback on that real quick before I head out. This is exactly why I said, even though you might have grounds for divorce, you should do your best as a Christian to try and make things work out. But I'll leave it at there. God bless you guys. Goodbye.
Good seeing
All
you.
right, you
Tina.
take it easy. All right.
Snake, are you okay? Snake? Snake!
Okay.
All right. All right. I'm gonna comment on what she just said. Right. Okay.
All right.
I understand where she's coming from when she said trying to make things work. But if the horse is not, if you bring the horse to the water trough and it's not drinking or don't want to drink, then why bother? You get what I'm saying? And I know I'm gonna get reamed for that. But it's like, but it's like me trying to talk to talk to my wife and be like try to figure out, hey, what's wrong? You've been so unhappy, this, that, and the third. And mind you, I'm doing everything right. I'm not cheating. I'm not getting mad at her. I'm not doing any of that other BS, right? But if she's sitting here unhappy, like, we got to sit down, we got to talk about that joint. And if she don't want to work on it, then it's time to go.
Yeah, it is.
Well, hold on.
Now, kids, I will say this: like, if there's kids involved or whatever, then I feel like they should talk about that civil, because that's a whole another complicated situation there as is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have any kids personally, but I am my uncle, so I kind of understand it. But those who are actual parents, like they have to actually sit down and have that serious conversation without yelling at each other and one to choke each other's necks out and stuff. You know?
If I may.
Go ahead, Greg. Hey, Greg.
So first of all, certainly I believe all couples fight. My wife and I certainly fight, but at the end of the day, what I say goes. And so it doesn't matter how much she knows it doesn't matter how much she argues with me. If this is the way it is, this is the way it is. And so if you are not in that, if you are not in that headspace where you think that compromise is a solution, I don't know what to say, man, because as Athena said, compromise, or was it in I don't remember which of the ladies said it, but one of the ladies was talking about compromise weakens all positions, and that I believe that to be true. The reason that I'm the leader is because, well, first of all, I'm patriarchal, and I have set that as the framework or the standard or whatever you want to, whichever term you like to use. That's just how it works. My wife agrees with that because there are things that I can do that she could do but doesn't want to do. She does not think that that's things that she should do. Maybe, I don't know. Like, for example, one of the reasons my wife has given that she married me is no one has made her feel as safe as when she's with me. That, that is something that I project. As a matter of fact, I was just at TwitchCon, and my job I went out there to talk to some people and do things like that. But my job actually devolved into basically wrangling e-girls and keeping them safe from all of the jackwad morons out there that tried to separate these girls from our group and to do whatever, right? Like, that is that's what I think is important for me, right? That's my role. Now, your role may be different. Roles are very important in a relationship, and that's why women will get very, very disconcerted if you show that you are not capable or not in control or not able to solve the problem because they look to you to do that, right? They look to you as the man, or they should be, to solve specific problems. Now they understand that you're going to look to them to solve other problems, right? Like when the taxes need to get done, I can do it, but my wife's better at it, so I look to her to do that, right? Those are roles that we have. And for you, but if we compromise on that, the taxes would get fucked up. If we try and discipline the children, I discipline the children. I do that. That's my job. Her job is, to, I don't actually know, I mean, maybe help them with their homework sometimes or things like that. But I deal with the kids because I have the ability to be very stern with them and be very strict with them and to tell them, hey, this is not acceptable. She's a woman. She doesn't have that innate ability to do that. If we were to compromise and say, oh, no, you take care of it tonight, that's a recipe for disaster. Would you agree?
I would.
Oh, well, there you go. Okay, so I'll give my take on this question real quick. It's a real simple answer. Women will often say the patriarchy is oppressive. If the patriarchy is oppressive, what would be a better setup? Nothing. Keep it the way it is. And that's all I got on that. And real quick, real quick. Yeah, it was just that simple. Real quick. You know what's kind of funny is I've been sitting back listening, right? And I can't help but point out some things, right? So based on, put myself yeah. So based on my positions earlier, I was told I was wrong, I was this and that. But what's funny is I sat back and listened to you, Grid, and everything that you described about what you were providing to those people is a perfect example of offering utility to people.
Oh, Lord.
Going
back on this.
Perfect example.
Yeah.
No,
you're trying to conflate utility with, that's okay. It's fine.
No, I said it right. I said it right. I mean, I'm open to being wrong, but
no, you're not.
Hey, man, look, the more I listen to the people talk, the more I'm hearing examples that prove my point. That's all I'm saying.
Roles are not utility. A role is a role. A role is not utility.
Roles are the puzzle pieces, man.
You're trying to make it that, and I understand you need, but I'm going to be honest with you. Michael Phelps would have a hard time making that reach. The wingspan on that dude.
Yikes!
I'm just saying.
I would say that
he might have to get old Kareem in there for that reach.
Hey,
I'm just saying.
Okay. Well, you know what? Name me a male swimmer that's part of the USA Olympic team that offers more utility to the team than Michael Phelps.
I would not. Well, can they be alive or dead?
On the team right now.
See?
Can they be alive or dead?
No, they have to be either one.
Yeah, right. No, but we're gonna go ahead and keep it pushing and go ahead and get this last question because we can go ahead and wrap this up. And the last question
is sleepy.
Right. The last question is this: the main event. Is the future female or is masculine leadership making a comeback? We're going to do it popcorn style. Anybody can chime in and offer their perspective at any time. Is the future female or is masculine leadership making a comeback? Anybody?
I'm sorry.
I was trying to let the patriarchy go first.
I apologize.
No, anybody can chime in.
Daddy?
Not anonymous.
Oh, okay. I'll throw my hat in the ring. So the idea that the future is female oversimplifies this complex social dynamic and it ignores the strengths of balanced systems to somebody's decree. They'll say this, but I don't believe that egalitarianism should work, right? Patriarchy, while some may say it's flawed, has historically provided stability, clear hierarchies, and also efficient decision-making in times of crisis. You could see this when shit hits the fan, with the stabby jabby happen, when the Twin Towers, all this stuff happened. It's prioritizing collective survival over individual expression, which is what females do, right? For the mainstay of what we're saying. So it leverages biological differences. That's one thing, like male physical strength, risk tolerance, which can be advantageous in, I'd say, resource scarce or high risk environments that we have. However, rigid patriarchy can, feminism will say, stifles innovation and equity. So I don't really think that they're correct about this. So I think that right now, patriarchy is the mainstay for the day. Grid is right to have this in his profile description coming up on stage. I think that this is more superior because we're talking about biological functions. Right now, if there's a crisis that happens, we can't lean on women to save the day. It's always going to be men regardless.
Oh, shout out to Grid and shout out to Marte.
Bang, bang,
I
bang.
agree with that statement 100%. Sorry for cutting you off, but I agree with that statement 100%. And with that, I really do believe that masculine leadership is definitely making a huge comeback. We need to set, like, the men need to set leadership like how it like how it's been back in the day, how it's always should be. You know, period. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I agree with that statement 100%.
Okay.
So yeah, famous general, and I can't remember which one, probably Patton, once said, lead, follow, or get the hell out of the way. And I feel that way pretty much about pretty much everyone I ever met, and anyone, and basically in every moment of my life, I have that mentality. It probably has a lot to do with the fact that I spent my formative years in military school with a very high expectation of excellence every single fucking day. But it also is probably part of my personality. So I honestly don't care who leads. If there's a capable woman that could lead, that's fine, as long as she's not trying to lead me in a relationship. Okay. Now we have to distinguish between, when you say the patriarchy is the future of relationships, absolutely. All relationships that are not patriarchal are failing. We can see that. We can look at the divorce numbers and understand that. This is a very easy dynamic to figure out. Regardless of which version of patriarchy you want to try, and there are a couple, it is the most successful form of relationship going. It just is, and it always will be. If we want to talk about leadership in society, then I honestly believe that while there is no such thing as egalitarian, but once again, lead, follow, or get the hell out of the way. And you need to understand that in all aspects of life. We need to stop overall with any kind of equivalency culture or any kind of booster or favoritism programs or anything like that, because again, people need to lead, follow, or get the hell out of the way. I have no problem with a woman being in charge of something as long as she's capable of doing so. But again, not in a relationship. In a relationship, there's a very simple dynamic that is 100% successful when it's done, and that's it.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
All right, Mr. Grid, that was a good take, brother. Zingo, what you got?
I would say I agree so far with everyone. The only difference I would make, and he probably wouldn't even disagree with this, is when Grid said that patriarchy in relationships, but women can lead kind of outside of relationships. The only thing is, like, so many women have been propagandized to think that they are exceptional, and most of us aren't. Some of the women I think of that are really exceptional, like Megyn Kelly. I think she's really good at what she does. Like Margaret Thatcher, whether you agree with her or not, she could be in a man's world and not crumble to pieces, or try to manipulate the other men around her to, like, because she was weak. And so I think if women are going to be in those arenas, they have to be, like, for a woman, really exceptional. And we've all been lied to that we're prettier than we are, we're smarter than we are, when most of us are really, really average. And that's why it's called average. So I agree with him there. I think that male leadership is on the rise, or at least I hope. I know a lot of young Gen Z guys are going back to church and they want to be dads, they want to be husbands, and they want to lead. And I think with Christ, they can kind of take back the culture in that way, as long as they stick to it. So it just seems that feminism is getting less and less popular, where women are kind of probably lying that they're feminists. I mentioned before that BuzzFeed article about women doing like microfeminism at work to be pretty much as passive aggressiveness towards men. And they have to do that because it's just like women are like, oh no, I'm not a feminist. I'm not a feminist. And because they know that men understand what's going on, which I would give credit to the red pill community. I'm not red pill, but I would give credit to them at least exposing things that women have been doing for a while, like exposing the modern woman to men so that they can avoid it. I don't like the prescriptions either. I agree with Grid on that too. So I think it is, I think masculine leadership is making a comeback. And I really, really, truly hope that men stick to it, because I do have two daughters and I want them to be in a patriarchy and not in this hellhole that has been created.
All right.
I would like to point out that I did say that egalitarianism and any kind of like subsidy type program,
yes,
to make women who are not capable seem capable, or men who are not capable seem capable. I disagree with all of that. Either you can do the job or you cannot do the job, and that's it.
Merit.
Merit and being competent, right? That's one of we all hear about this. Would you want a female pilot of your airplane, right? Now, I have not flown with any female pilots, but my flight training, I had the option, and I always picked the male pilot, not because I didn't think the female pilot was capable of instructing me, but I had questions about the competency of the female pilot, and my life is on the line here. If I fuck up, can that person fix my fuck up? Because I'm the student here, right? And this is how literally everyone should view literally everything in their life, right? Because, should all women be able to drive? Well, based on the number of kids killed in crosswalks every year by women in SUVs, I would say no. Most women should not be able to drive. And yet, here they are. They can drive. So competency is my baseline, right? If you are competent, great, fine. I don't care what you are. If you are incompetent, I don't want you to be anywhere near me, right? Like, I just don't. And I think most people, if they're honest with themselves, they're really honest, they feel the same way, right? They just feel that way. And you can, and in that case, it's a one time where my feelings is okay. Okay. All right. So I just want to make sure that I was understood, that I wasn't saying that women can just willy-nilly lead men, right? Because that's not how, again, I go back to lead, follow, get the fuck out of the way.
That's my mistake.
Okay.
I wasn't trying to say that. I was just saying women think they're all like great and they're not.
Yeah. Anyway, but it's a good point though. It deserved being expanded upon.
It sounds good. Okay, so I'll give my take and then we'll go ahead and get ready to wrap this show up because we've been over here for quite a while. So, is the future female, or is masculine leadership making a comeback? Well, I'll say that we've gotten a taste of what a futuristic female society looks like. And based on the results that we're seeing, that ain't it. It's not working. Everything's crumbling. Everything's falling apart. And, I know that Grid said he's not really into the religious aspect of things, but I think that based on the results we're seeing, what's going on is luring us farther and farther away from God and traditional values and what we all are supposed to be doing in society as far as making sure things run smooth. See, this is why I stay away from the should, could, and would, because I understand that there's no such thing as an ideal life or an ideal society. So I go off of what you're supposed to do and what you're not supposed to do. And so based on how things are playing out, I can look back at history and say, we were not supposed to allow certain things to happen as men, right? And so because we allowed certain things to happen as men, it led us to achieving certain results. And now that we're seeing those results, they're not favorable. So now the men are coming back to the drawing board and saying, okay, this is where we screwed up here. This is where we screwed up here. Us giving concessions and like you guys said, compromising. Men were compromising on certain things. And because of that, it led us to a point where we are now, where things are chaotic, things are all over the place. And now the men are suffering because of it. And the reason why that we're suffering the most because of it is because we're the ones that had the key, and we are the ones that left the door open and didn't make sure that the spot was secure. And that's the reason why things are the way they are. Now, as far as masculine leadership making a comeback is concerned, I think that things are very, very chaotic because we as a Western society are the people that the rest of the world is looking at. So if they're looking at certain aspects of how Western society is, they're looking at the pros and cons. And we can see that feminism is starting to infiltrate some other countries, like some other third world nations and stuff, because they're modeling what they see us do. So if America, England, and Australia, first world countries, if we're the leaders of the free society, that means that we set the tone and we're the ones that are setting the example that the rest of the world follows. So if what we're doing is screwed up, we can't blame the women for this. We really can't. Because if our God ordained role and our form of utility to the world and society is through leadership, having laws, establishing boundaries, and setting up order, I would say that us men, like of previous generations, they dropped the ball 100%. And because of that, we've inherited a really big mess. And now it's up to us to do what we can to correct it. That's my take on it. Does anybody disagree with that?
Can we put forth like a closing statement? Was this our closing statement type of thing?
Yeah. We all pretty much agree.
Okay. So I do have one thing to say though, in closing before I have my whole exit and kudos.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So everybody on the anonymous panel, Grid, Zynga, everybody else, and my panel on the edge, gather around for a quick roast of why feminism's future is looking shakier than a Jenga tower in a windstorm, and also why masculinity swagger is back with traditional values like a hero from a 90s action flick. Feminism's been preaching equality, but it's morphed into a vibe that sometimes vilifies men, leaving them feeling like they're auditioning for a villain in their own lives. It's pushed the narrative where traditional roles like strong dads, nurturing moms get scoffed as outdated. Yet we've all agreed on this. Yet people are craving stability, not chaos. And enter masculinity. It's not about toxic chest thumping. It's more about guys stepping up, building families, fixing stuff, and owning responsibility like it's a power tool. Traditional values are sneaking back because they work. Structure, equality, loyalty, and purpose never go out of style. Future generations, they want anchors, not arguments. Masculinity's comeback is less Mad Men, more like dads fixing Wi-Fi while teaching how to grill. To me, that's the mainstay today. That's where we're going to go. Grid has patriarchy underneath his name, and I think that's correct. I think I should imbue that as well, too, like all men. Feminism's overplayed its hand. Masculinity's just getting warmed up, and I think that's where we're headed to. Thank you, and pass the steak, as I'll say that in my final closing remarks, and that's it.
All right. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and get ready to close the show. So give any final thoughts?
Yeah, just as a point of fact, the patriarchy has entered the chat is almost always under my name when I go on panels. That is my thing. The other thing is the patriarchy is here to help you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, I'll rock with that. It's all
appreciate that. Seriously.
Yeah, because I think for us as men, yeah, we can point out issues on the female side of things, but as much as we can point out the problems and the issues, I like having these panels and having these conversations because it puts us in a space where we can come together and not only discuss the problems and the issues, but we can also exchange ideas and come up with solutions and then figure out ways to implement those solutions to help make things better. That's why I like having Marte and Zynga on and everybody that's a part of the Orthodox Christian Church, because even though everybody's not religious in the world, what you guys are presenting is a very viable solution that's been proven to work. So even though everybody in the world isn't religious or they may have different sorts of beliefs, what we all have in common in this day is this present day and age is that we're all dealing with issues from the past that were due to failed leadership. And so now, like I said earlier, now that we've inherited a big mess, it's up to us to figure out the good, the bad, what to keep, what to get rid of. And then we come together, make things better, and then we just keep it pushing.
Hey,
all right.
Solid.
All right, Coley, what you got, bro?
All I have to say really for this show is that like masculinity needs to be making a strong comeback better than what it currently is.
Mm-hmm.
So that way we can have a better take on our country or whatever, because I swear our country is like ugh.
yeah, you ain't lying, bro. You ain't lying, bro.
Right now, like, and I don't want to bring a political thing in here, but just real quick, like I don't know how many days we're a little bit over a month in this government shutdown thing, and no one and no one's getting their heads out the ass. Come on.
You mean the Dems? The Dems don't want to move. They voted no on all across the board with a lot of stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, and it ain't gonna lie, it's just pissing me off. That's
Holy said, I want to have a good Thanksgiving, please.
Yeah, y'all ain't lying.
Not only that, right? You got people, we got people who got their, Medicaid, Medicare shut off and everything because of this shutdown. Like, come on, like people need health care and stuff like that. If they can't afford it out of pocket, then what's going to happen? So come on, people, I urge you, get your heads out your wazoos and get it together. Like, come on.
Mm-hmm. All right. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and get ready to wrap up the show. I need to get Zynga. Final thoughts. What do you think about the show? Hate it, love it? How was the show for you?
This was good. Hopefully we can get some more people in that have different ideas and fight it out. That'd be fun. So this was fun. This is good for me because I like the debate sphere.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's a man's world, but like I'm a tomboy, so like when I see dudes doing stuff, sometimes I want to do it too. But it's just fun to kind of like dip my toe.
I saw you. I saw you getting engaged when everybody was going back and forth and everybody was ganging up on your boy earlier. I seen you taking it in. It's
not me.
The thing is, I like stuff like this, right? Mm-hmm. Because I've said it several times that I know I'm not the smartest person in the world, but at the same time, I know I'm not the dumbest person in the world, right? So I'm always open to hearing people that are older than me, younger than me, different walks of life, because you guys offer a different level of insight that on things that I may not have known or understood before. And I also think that you guys offer a great deal of utility, not to the platform, but to society when it comes to your messaging and what information people can use to implement into their lives to help them make better decisions, thus leading to better outcomes. So that's why I appreciate if somebody disagrees with something I say, hey, push back, call me out. If I'm wrong, I can concede to it. And that's what it's all about. All right, Mr. Grid, you're a new guest. I want to give a big shout out to you. I want to give a big shout out to you and thank you for pulling up to the platform, courtesy of my boy Marte. I know you kind of came in, at a shaky time in the panel on the conversation, but I do want to give you some. I do want to give you some grace to give your final thoughts. Did you hate the show? Did you love it? and you're more than welcome to come back, sir.
I had a good time. I don't normally stream on Sunday nights, but I was just doing stuff and was listening and popped in on Marte's stream and he said, "Hey man, come on up." And I'm like, "Yeah, why not?" And do it. For all of you guys, for any of you guys that like debate and happen to be coming to Debate Con in a couple of weeks in Nashville, I have a Debate Con event. It's an all-day event, starts at 10 in the morning, goes till midnight. It's going to be rad. It's going to have, we're going to do live debates. They're going to be live streamed. I'm providing food. I provide the venue. All you got to do is show up and have a Debate Con ticket, and you're in. It's going to be a really good time. There'll be a lot of people that you see in these spaces online debating will be there, and it's going to be awesome.
You want to give the people a time and date? That way, you know, the people that are watching you.
November the 14th in Nashville, Tennessee. You will have to you'll have to reach out to me to get the exact location will be announced next week. It's a security concern. We don't, you know, with the Kirk thing having happened, you know, it's there are some security concerns, especially since we're going to have, I mean, like the list is long, people who are going to be there. And so November the 14th in Nashville, Tennessee, near the Marathon Village area. And it's going to be awesome. It's going to be really cool. We start at 10 a.m. We'll go till midnight. I provide lunch. It'll be barbecue. And we may provide dinner. There's so many dinner options that I think we're just going to have everybody just, you know, worry about their own dinner. I'll be providing soft drinks and water throughout the day. If you want something harder, you're welcome to bring that. But I'm not buying it for you. And it's going to be there'll be a lot of people there. A lot of people who enjoy debates. A lot of people who from the Crucible. We're trying to get some other guys. As a matter of fact, I need a couple of lefty adjacent debaters. If you know somebody that travels and is good, they don't seem to want to debate in person in IRL. That's okay.
That's so weird.
But we have armed security. It's going to be a rad event. It's going to be really cool. It happens to be, I live outside of Nashville. I'm the reason Debate Con is in Nashville this time, and it's going to be one of the best. It'll be the best they've had so far, and it'll be one of the best they've ever had, no doubt. And like I said, it's going to be really cool. So come on down and do some debating.
All right. Shout out to you, man. All right, Mr. Marte, final thoughts. What do you think about the show today, man? Did you hate it? Love it? How was the show for you, sir?
I thought it was pretty engaging. I'm sorry to sideswipe you with the speakeasy thing. I get a lot of.
Oh no, it was all good. No, it was all good, bro.
Okay. Yeah, I get a lot of people in my chat. Rachel Wilson was in there earlier. As you can see, Grid was here. Speakeasy. So I get a lot of people. Fatty might come up. Like so. I don't know who, like I have a lot. I even have Dusty subscribed, somebody who I don't like, but I'll implore to engage in chats with me all the time. I mean, this is public. I'm not saying anything dramatic right here, something we don't all know. But here's the thing, though. I love debate. Speaking of Grid 1, I took 2 L's recently. What was it, last night, Grid, or something? Like that? So it's rare for me to take L's in debates. I'll say this, my chat knows this, but I'll take this as a learning lesson, although I'm moving in with a little bit of doubt into First Amenders debate, which I don't want to do this. I think that I could stomp the shit out of this guy. He believes that these transform women are women, and that's the whole debate. That'll be this Wednesday on Speakeasy's channel. Also, if you want to see more of my content and me debating, tune into Grid's channel, where I'll be doing a lot of debates. I might be doing debates on the Crucible, other channels as well too. I love doing debates, and I love stomping out rhetoric. As your boy Mark, me and him, I was looking forward to getting into it, but he was just in agreement the whole time. Zynga had base prompts as well too, based opinions, as does Grid as well too. Coley, nice to see you again. Anonymous Space, thanks for tuning in. Also, I am the host of the Edge on the Edge. If you guys want to tune in, I'll have more content and news coverage and political coverage as well too. Nice having you on. So
all right. So with that being said, we're gonna get ready to close the show out. But you know, in true Anonymous Base fashion, I gotta show y'all something real quick. Yep. So y'all tried to say I was wrong about the word choice I was using. So we're gonna go ahead and bring up.
Let it go.
Yep, we're gonna go ahead and bring up the definition of the word utility.
Oh, no.
The definition of utility is the state of being useful, profitable, or beneficial. Useful, especially through being able to perform several functions, and functional rather than attractive. So based on that definition, when I describe relationships between men and women as ones that are based in utility, based on the definition, I am correct.
And then throw them away when you're done with them.
Yeah, you know what? Video the next time you tell a woman she's a Swiss Army knife with a lot of utility.
There you go.
I want to see that happen.
Well, no, because think about it. But think about it. Swiss Army knives are very useful, and people like them. Why? Because you can get a lot of use out of them. You can get a lot of use out of it.
So women to you are objects.
I think both genders objectify each other for different reasons.
They may, but we're talking about
I'm going to go objectify my wife and remind her why we're married.
Yeah.
You guys,
well, no, because
I'm serious about that.
Because to be fair, the harsh reality of life. Yeah. The harsh reality.
I mean, in a few minutes when this is over.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah. No, but realistically speaking, though, it's a very dark side of reality that everybody's looking to get some sort of benefits from someone else. That's why men that are homeless, they don't really offer much utility to society. You see what I'm saying? And it sucks to say it like that, but that's the harsh reality of how things really are. So I mean, it may sound really bad for me to use certain words and phrase things a certain way, but being that I understand as a man, I don't have a safety net and there ain't nobody going to save me. I better figure out how I can be useful not only to myself, but useful to the people around me, and figure out how I can benefit someone else and how other people can benefit me, which is another reason why I like having these panels, because we're all benefiting from one another through the information that we're sharing. And that's kind of what I'm talking about. But anyway,
I understood that part. I'm seriously going to, remind my wife why we're married. It's Sunday night, and but
yeah. I mean, like I said, it sounds really, really bad. It sounds like extremely bad to say it like that. But deep down, that's really the really harsh and dark reality of how things really are.
No, if you look at
I say that all
you
the
don't
time,
see people
actually.
as souls.
I mean, like, I'm not saying that because of this. I literally depart streams with this saying because because it's just a funny way of saying that I'm going to go have relations with my wife because that's part of the reason.
No, I get it. And
I'm
like
just
I
being
said,
funny.
Yeah.
I'm just being funny, and I gotta go. My wife has texted me twice now. Third time, I don't get any.
You said,
just to be honest with you. We hit.
I want it
now.
Get in here now.
All right, so yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and close it out, and this is actually gonna be the. Oh, wait a minute. This is actually gonna be the topic for next week's panel, and now we're gonna start talking about the men. So next week's topic and next week's show is gonna be called Masculinity Uncut. Do men lack self-control, or are men just misunderstood? That's going to be the topic for next week's show. Next Sunday, we're going to be tuning in live at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. Make sure y'all show up. Everybody on the panel is automatically invited to come back to the next week's show. And once again, next week's topic is going to be Masculinity Uncut. Do men lack self-control, or are men just misunderstood? All right. With that,
I'll make sure I'm on time next time.
No. Look, see, this is the thing with me. I don't trip if people show up late because I understand y'all got things going on, right?
Yeah.
I'm not one of those. Yeah, I'm not one of those crazy people where I'm gonna be like, oh, you were supposed to be here and this and this and that. Like, I don't run you guys' lives. You see what I'm saying? I understand that you guys are volunteering and taking time out of your day to come chill with me, right?
I know,
I greatly appreciate you guys because you guys don't have to show up. You guys take time out of your busy lives to come over here and chill with me. And for that, I really appreciate you.
Shit like that. And I appreciate that. But see, I love this shit. So it's like, I gotta be here on time next time. So
It's all good, man. I mean, like if you got things to do, if you can't make it, I'm cool. There's always going to be extra opportunities. I understand people got things going on. You know, people got goals that they're trying to pursue. And, you know, it is what it is. But with that being said, like I said, y'all go ahead and tune in next week. And I'll make sure that you guys are able to pull up if you guys can make it. If not, it's cool. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and close the stream out. And make sure y'all give the video a like. Share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on their social media sites. And if you got something specific you guys want to talk about, make sure you guys on the panel can send me some questions, and I'll do like an open discussion show where you guys can offer up topics to the show, and then we each go around and address a topic that you guys want to contribute to the show. Does that sound good?
Sounds good, man.
Hey, shout out to the panel, man. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and close the show out, and we will see you guys next week. All right. Peace.
So, guys, that was a pretty good show. I thought it was actually pretty decent. Hold on. Let me see if I can fix this real quick. Yeah, that was a good show. I'm going to read the super chats. Yeah, that soundboard sucks. It really does suck. I don't like the soundboard too much. Let me see. On the edge, Marteo, amazing. You went as a white winger and a right winger echo chamber. No, actually, he's pretty fair. Based all across the board. There are people that are left wing all the time that get into these chats and also these debates as well too. I also go on left winger debate panels like Wix debate panels, things like this, and I went on their debate panels as well too. Even as rigged as those left winger right panels or left winger panels might go. I still destroy their own people in their own home courts. That happens too. I actually have some of those videos on my channel as well too, all up as well too. Yeah, the soundboards suck. I'll never have them, to be honest with you. I don't understand why I need to have the sound effects. Andrew Wilson doesn't have them. Rob Noor doesn't have them. Rachel Wilson on her own, she's never really on her channel that much, doesn't have them that much. So, I mean, as far as this, I mean, I don't really understand why. I mean, I get the sound effects because people have short attention spans, but I'm not going to have them. You know, it's just not my thing. I'm not going to have them. And trust and believe, I don't understand it. So, anyways, I'm going to read some of the super chats real quick, and there are a few. They deserve to be read. So, Method Button says, it's amazing to me how all these low-value, more importantly, moral bankrupt women think they prove anything other than they are disgusting. Yeah, I know, right? It's so crazy. Method Button says, you can't win the semen demon or demons or beta cucks over. While it's not worth trying, it is entertaining watching them out themselves. Yes, indeed, it can be, right? Method Button says, men need to stop worrying about what women think, or men do hard things, lift heavy things, build things, but don't touch the hard things, boys. Yeah, I could totally agree with that. That happens a lot too. But back to this, Rachel Wilson herself sends in a super sticker, big $9.99, of course. Method Button says, all beta males in the world can't remove forced doctrine. When we lost shaming, bullying, the boys try to become women and women try to become nothing. I do agree. This happens often. BB says, what would happen in 30 days if all men just stopped and sat on the we would suck. The infrastructure supported by 87% of men. We would be cooked, ladies and gentlemen, for sure. Red Door Woman, of course, just like Rachel Wilson sends in a super sticker for 99 cents. Or $9.99, actually. Let me be really accurate about that. Method Button says, my Zynga. Okay, jokes aside, that was base to call out the BS and being willing to learn from better leadership. Also, beans on toast is evil. A remark towards Mark, who previously was in the chat but left the whole panel. Also, Method Button says, now I have to spam another $5 for not being able to type in Nzinga or any damn thing on this new keyboard. I am too poor to type this bad, still based. Yes, I totally agree. Method Button says, legendary grid wisdom strikes again. He who puts foot in mouth before reverse entry shall be reversed, shall be entered in reverse. Drifted Sand. Yeah, I could see this. Okay, Speakeasy alluding to next week's or this week's debate in a few days. What is it? 3 days. It's on the 5th on Wednesday. That will be me and First Amender duking it out and going after fisticuffs. You know, so this debate is going to be pretty awesome. I think it's going to be pretty good. I've been looking forward to this debate and actually studying for this debate. So when Grid asked me about me being ready for this debate, I am also more than willing to do this. I look forward to, and this is the debate coming up for this week. So me versus First Amender are Transformer women. Obviously, he's going to give me a hard time and fight back and also assert that he won the debate. I can foresee this happening. I'm going to put a stop to his shit and his filibustering the best that I can. God, these people are so annoying, by the way, too. FF Button says people can get upset with Grid for having quality criticisms of people we all like, but you'd be a fool to ignore the wisdom he brings to the table. Very based, actually. Yeah, I agree with that, totally. BB also says, Marte, you have experienced quality over quantity today in support. Yes, keep it up, mate. You got this. I agree. I do believe a lot of quality is brought, and I will continue to bring it in. BB says, Bricks and Soft. Good to see you. $10 also. Very base chat I have tonight. Pretty good stuff. I'll also throw in this one right there. Wilk Moto says, first rear ender. Yeah, it's crazy. I have to deal with this fool, and he's just crazy, just nonsensical. Crazy stuff that I got to deal with. You know, First Amender is going to be quite a lot to deal with. And Not Laws, are you going to say that I lost this debate too? When he gets fully stomped out? Definitely going to happen. Yes, it's going to be on Speakeasy's channel. And the channel is called, let me go look at this again real quick. Trans Women Are Women, and the event is called Swords of Reason. It's going to be on my channel, actually, Cleaner, because I'm going to dual stream this, and it'll be on my channel. You can tune into my channel if you want to support me. You know, this is also, I love the fact that we can dual stream, and we can also not only support his channel, but also my channel. Yes, Swords of Reason. Cleaner, I do believe you were recently on that. Good channel. I do have 2 debates coming up. There's also not only the debate with me and First Amender, but there's also the debate with me and this gentleman too happening, coming up. Does the red pill cause more harm than good for men? I will be defending red pill. So that's going to be a fun debate. So you also have First Amender. That's going to be more of a serious debate. I can't lose that debate. No way that I can lose to this guy. Like, and then not to mention this guy, but this rhetoric that Transformer women are women, completely retarded for sure, right? Christ is God once again. That is also why I must win this debate. And the debate against Mo, I'm going to take it as a fun debate, to be honest with you. I'm going to have fun because I don't really call myself a red pillar, but I can debate devil's advocate when it doesn't conflict with my moral compass. For sure. Good stuff. Yes, good stuff. Cleaner, I'm going to, matter of fact, let me shout you out real quick. Cleaner is also a debater as well, too. He's also a judge over at Gridwood's channel. Yes, sir, I was. I support good people. Will always be happy to provide content to them as well, too. Damn it, Relentless, such a good supporter as a mod as well, too. What do you call a gay drive-by a fruit roll? Oh, God, this is crazy. This is like a dad joke, but also funny because it's truly fitting when it comes to First Amender as well, too. Yeah, good stuff. Let me go ahead and give you the date and time for Speakeasy's debate that's going to happen, because I don't want to be regretful and like miss out on the channel when it comes to this. Let's get to Speakeasy's channel. Let me go ahead and bring this up because I know a lot of people are concerned. Not really concerned, actually. I doubt anybody's really concerned when it comes to this stuff. But let's go to the lives. Matter of fact, my debate is going to be November 5th. That will be at 6 p.m. I don't know if it's Mountain Standard Time or whatnot, but I believe so that would be 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 6 p.m. my time, right? So tune into that debate. Transformer Women Are Women, First Amender versus Marte Reyes, your host of On the Edge. This is going to be a pretty good debate. I actually like this panel that we had today. It's pretty good. Can't lie. Really good stuff, man. People have pretty good contributions to the debate. Good to see everybody in the debate. Wicked Wally, Cleaner, AG, my fearless, another fearless mod showed up to the chat as well too. My two mods that I have that are always on time and never wrong. Rule with the Iron Fist, AG. Shout out to AG and Relentless. Both of you guys are probably some of the most base people that I know as far as mods go, this side of the equator and even further north. I will say that, and I'm very grateful for both of you for keeping an eye out on the chat when I can, because I'm engaged in either foolishness, comedic revelry, or more. So we will have more base content for you, and I'm going to see if next time I can have Rachel Wilson show up, or even see if Andrew can show up if he'd like to participate in these debates. I know it's Sunday, they like their breaks, and it's like I don't want to bother them too much. Relentless, I totally get it. Might ask for the jacket, who knows. But anyways, back to this. Good stuff, man. This is a really good channel. I do represent orthodoxy, but I don't do debates defending the church. There is a distinction, and I do love my based ass mods. Once again, I know I'm beating a dead horse with this. W mods for short, and W everybody else who's tuned in. This has been a great channel and a great comment section for sure. I appreciate everybody who donated. This has been my first stream where, actually the second stream where people have donated. I appreciate that, so I can have more ramen and not have to deal with the EBT crisis. You guys are actually helping out one man not get on EBT here. Not have to live on ramen alone. I'm a bodybuilder. I have to actually put meat in there. But anyways, I appreciate it. I know you guys put up with my rambling crazy ass sometimes, but also Christ is God. I'll end on that note, and I will see you guys later. All my base, patriot, American, loving, supportive people. May God triumph throughout this country and patriarchy reign supreme as we then chant that Christ is God. I don't want to say Christ is king because Muslims say that all the time. Islamists will say that. Everybody else will say that. That's why I say Christ is God. Because he is. Truly God, man. Anyways, love you guys. I'll see you guys later. And may you all continue to be based in patriarchal structure.